Oh, and we are officially live, I think. Can everybody hear me? How's that working out? Maybe a little adjusting. Jeremiah, welcome to the chat. How you doing? Platypus, Marco, LC Buell, Ground Fog, what's happening? How is everybody doing tonight? Everybody bring their popcorn and snacks and drinks. We're going to buckle in for another long night. I think these long nights have been working out tremendously awesome, so I'm just going to keep rolling with it, and it's a good time, so why not? LP Outdoor Adventures, welcome to the chat. How you doing, little man? Guru Ethereal, what's happening? Yeah, not rum and coke for me. That'd make for a long 8 or 9 hours. I had poured myself a cup of coffee, getting settled in. Figure talk about some random stuff. Did a whole bunch of live chats today. Geez, must have been in a half a dozen live chats that were a good time. And just left Tactical Llamas. So if anybody's never checked out Tactical Llama, check him out. He's saying a lot of the same stuff that I am about some of the stuff going on, and without throwing any channels under the bus or anything, it's I think some of us are getting back to the keep it real, like I've been outdoors doing outdoor stuff. I'm 50 years old. I've been doing it most of my life, and never seen anybody running around with a wax canvas haversack. The only place I've really seen that is on YouTube, along with some of the other stuff that you only see on YouTube that you don't see in the real world. Kind of maybe we'll tackle some of those obstacles tonight as well. Definitely open for discussion. And anybody with YouTube channels that wants to drop links or anything, we're all about sharing here because sharing is caring. So drop your links for whatever, whether it's a channel or your Etsy or whatever you've got going on. Everybody's welcome to share that information. I always try to support the smaller places in the world, the smaller businesses, the mom and pop shops, the people that are really making this stuff. Yeah, I'm more apt to buy something these days off of Etsy than I am at the Walmart or whatever. And I started pulling all kinds of stuff out to put out, and now I'm like, oh, where'd that go? Where'd this go? So start with the standard normal stuff. Yeah, I'm doing good, LP. Thanks for asking. Just another day in paradise, living the dream, having a good time, and enjoying this new chapter to my life called YouTube. Something I'm definitely in it to win it now. No longer dabbling in the YouTube. I'm gonna do as much as I can. Oops, that's something I wanted to bring out. It's a good knife, don't get me wrong, but not the one I meant to grab. Yeah, I actually meant to grab this one. Yeah, Jeremiah, and that's kind of the way I look at a lot of that stuff. It's to me, it's like watching a reenactment or something. If you went to Valley Forge or something and watch a reenactment there, um, that's what it seems like to me. A lot of it. I've traveled a lot of the AT all over the place, and the stuff you see on YouTube, you don't see out there, and most of the stuff that they're doing on YouTube, you can't even really do out there. Yeah, Grady, not so much as I used to, due to the economy and stuff. But I used to be an avid shooter. I did some competitive shooting and stuff in high school. So back when they did that stuff. Neil McKenzie, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight? Brown Sugar, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Right on, LP. Thanks for hooking us up. Everybody say hello to Squat Shot. Leon, welcome to the chat. How you doing tonight, brother? Squat Shot's got a slingshot channel. Has a boatload of slingshot frames and stuff. He also does custom lanyards for slingshots, knives, whatever. And he also makes frame bags for the slingshots, all small made, made by him. Right there in shiny old Pennsylvania. Yeah, actually, Squatch and I talk often, so always good to see you, Leon. Oh, you driving again tomorrow, Leon? Yeah, that's rough, man. Yeah, we'll probably still be up when you get up. You know how that works. We'll still be running this one. The Friday nights have been awesome. I think the longest one is like 9 hours and 47 minutes or something. So I'm not sure if we'll beat that tonight. And that's almost a good solid hours, solid 10 hours of doing this. So every day but Sunday now. That's cool though. At least you're making some bank. Always a plus. I'm kind of hoping Tactical Llama stops by if anybody sees him. I have a feeling he will though. Yeah. What else we got going? We got the. Did I do something differently? Usually this stuff fits a little better, doesn't it? So anybody got anything planned for the weekend? Any ice fishing, hiking, hunting, chasing squirrels, rabbits, getting the slingy thingy out there? Probably maybe I should take the band on. No, I should leave the band on this, huh? Makes more sense to leave it on. Yeah, exactly, Jeremiah. If you have a long stream that lasts more than 4 hours, call a doctor. Yeah, Jeremiah, the slingshot band's on makes more sense. Yeah, just a little awkward laying it out. We can work with it though. We'll work around that, no problem. It's penned in tonight, right? Deneen, what's happening? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for showing up. Everybody say hello to Deneen. How are you this fine evening? Everybody out cruising the lives. I think that's what changed in the last 30 years ago. People went out cruising the bars on Friday nights. Now everybody's cruising the live chats. It's awesome. At least if one of your buddies gets belligerently drunk during a live chat, you can block them. Resting up, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we're pretty chill here, pretty relaxed. I'm getting better about dealing with the trolls, so it doesn't get all riled up in here like it used to. But that'd be entirely my fault. I don't know. Maybe we'll get bored tonight and roast some trolls. We'll see what happens. We'll see how the algorithm treats us. Yeah. What else am I missing? The folder. EDC. Oh, always is. For some reason, I forget to put my Marlin spike out, and that's one of those things that always goes in the. Obviously, I just use up a pen slot or whatever, but usually I have it in my backpack or something. Yeah, my old EDC backpack used to have a whole lot of stuff between cycling and parachute rigging and just life in general. And when you ride a bike instead of a car, you tend to have all the stuff you need on you. Yeah, I think the backpack for me on mountain biking replaced the glove box or something like that. Yeah, try having 300 with bands on. Yeah, I don't think I'd want 20 with bands on. But yeah, what's everybody EDC? And I think I messed up my EDC thing going on setting this up, but yeah, I tend to mess that up frequently. Pocket folder is still the Spyderco Sage 5 CF. Can't go wrong with a Spyderco, right? I don't know. No links, no attachments. We don't really care. It's just a special knife. It was gifted to me by a friend in the knife community, and it's currently the only folder I have. I guess I don't need more than one at the moment, but yeah, I love this thing. Goes in the pocket every day now. Yeah, got new batteries and chargers for my 3 cameras. Now I'm shopping to another camera. Madness. Yeah, it's never ending. Crispy Critter, welcome to the chat, man. Crispy Critter is one of the esteemed members of this community. Lifelong veteran, served this country for 22 years, and now he's doing his own thing. Always love to see you, Crispy. Yeah, Crispy. I meant to ask you. You mentioned in the live chat earlier. What is it? You got like a 42 by 18. You're keeping your knives in. How many knives do you have? An estimate. I know. Yeah, you do some collecting. Sleeping Thunder, how are you? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Anybody want to share what they're carrying today? What your pocket dump is? Like I said, as always, it's my folder is the Spyderco Sage 5 and CF. Next up is the I always carry the Leatherman Surge. Currently, I've carried others, but this is the current deal. And nicely, I don't have to make decisions because it's the only multi tool I have right now. Yeah, I just apply the KISS method to my EDC. Keep it simple, stupid. If you only got one folder, one multi tool, it's easy to pick what you're carrying for the day. And then I also carry a fixed blade daily. It's still been Phobos Knives Tier 1 Mini. In a Kydex with the easy clip. And that I've just been throwing in my front pocket. Or sometimes I throw it in the cargo pocket. I've got some pants that the cargo pocket's got like this cell phone thing at the top of the cargo pocket. So I'll throw it in there. Weldon Carey, how you doing, brother, man? Caught you live earlier. Awesome live, by the way. If anybody hasn't seen Weldon Carey yet, check him out. He does a whole bunch of EDC, some welding stuff and everything. And if you're not into EDC and stuff, just check him out. He's got the prettiest hands on YouTube. Yeah, that was awesome live earlier, man. Had a good time. Yeah, there you go. There's Weldon Carey's link. If anybody's not subscribed, check him out. Subscribe if you want to. Yeah, Lord Harvey, I use all kinds of equipment all the time. I've been doing it for since I was knee high to a grasshopper, and I'm 50 years old now. But yeah, and I rotate out my gear. I have a high standard for gear. I don't let it wear down and go to crap. I was a FAA master parachute rigger for over 2 decades. So yeah, I have high standards, but thanks for asking, man. Yeah, I use a lot of gear. And I throw away broken gear and stuff like that. I can bring out old gear. Which yeah, because for some reason I oddly get that question all the time. Nobody else does. Even the guys that show brand new knives, taking them out of the box, or knives that have clearly never seen, a pocket. But I go to tons and tons of knife channels. I don't know, maybe 20 different knife channels, 30. And for some reason, I'm the only dude that's ever asked that. It's wigging me out. I think it's like a little conspiracy crowd or something going on. But yeah, it's not going to trigger me anymore. I don't really care what y'all think on that aspect. If you don't think I got game, then go find somebody who does. Neil McKenzie's carrying an off-grid enforcer CJRB mini pyrite tiny saw economy. Donnie, what's happening, man? How you doing tonight? Everybody say hello to Blessed Knives. Donnie makes some banger custom folders for those of you on the market for those, or if you just like checking out beautiful knives. Functional though, yeah, Donnie makes a great blade for sure. So someday, Donnie, you're on my grow list for sure. I'm kind of curious about that. I think my new thing that I like doing is I like checking out like people that come in and drop like comments. Uh, I like to check out their channel and see what they got going on. Especially when people drop that you even use your stuff because if you know too much people talking the talk, not walking the walk anymore. And but yeah, Lord Harvey has 12 subscribers, 9 videos. Maybe we can get him some subscribers and he'll stop, doing that stuff. That would be interesting. But yeah, not really much there on Lord Harvey. 12 subscribers, 9 videos. I don't know. Another one who has his kids in his shorts or something like trying to. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Rolf Robertson, good evening, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the live. Jeremiah with the $10 answer. Awesome. Thanks for grabbing that one, man. That's funny. Yeah, Donnie, that's where I'm at. I just like checking them out now to see what kind of crap they are. It's always a guy that comes in with the comments when you check out his channel. Yeah. I guess jealousy is still a commodity in this world or a thing going on. Hunting for hookers outdoors. How are you doing, man? Another OG in the crowd here. How are you tonight, brother man? Yeah, if you want to have like a fun game to play, I did it to myself. It's kind of torturous, but check out like your perfect kit and lay it out, and then wonder what it would be like if Donnie made the whole thing. That's a cool game I like to play with myself. Yeah, Cornbread. I'm doing well, man. We're having fun. Up for another late night Friday night party. Um, yeah, it's a hangout, geek out on gear, and yeah, I'm intentionally putting the same stuff out now because this is the only stuff I have. This is the stuff that I own. This is the stuff that I use, and then we're going to see some consistency, which is something it's you don't see that too often. But you're going to see the same stuff, and then we're going to use it and use it some more, and we're going to test everything for its longevity and endurance, and but we're going to use things appropriately. No cutting frying pans in half. No cinder blocks. I'm not going to throw my knife at a steel wall to see if the tip breaks or something. We're going to use a knife like a knife, a saw as a saw, a hatchet as a hatchet, so on and so forth. And and over time, we'll build it as we go. Yeah, Donnie, that's the problem. You're one of them, man. Um, yeah, Donnie's got Instagram and stuff, and he's got a bunch of his work on there. He also has a YouTube channel. Donnie, if you wanna drop your link, feel free, man. Check out some cool knives. But yeah, so that's one of the things that I'm gonna point on this channel is you don't have to have like 40 knives or 40 saws or 40 multi tools or 40 axes or hatchets to go out and do this stuff. You just need like your basic setup. In fact, there's a major tool that I'm missing here that I'm dying to grab. It's gonna happen eventually. But Tori, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Awesome seeing you here. Thanks for showing up. If you guys haven't yet, if you could smash the like button, do all that other stuff. Yeah, do the tappity tap tap thing on the little ringy dingy thing, the bell there for notifications. You may or may not get them from YouTube. We're not really sure how all that works. I know YouTube's been dysfunctioning lately, like malfunctioning. Like people's lives just randomly ending or not being able to start them, and yeah, all that good stuff. It's been wonky, a lot of lagging and everything. So or it just could be my horrible internet. We don't know. No, it's been YouTube. I even got, yeah, for everybody that's had messed up watch hours and stuff like that, if you check in your analytics, there might be a little exclamation mark thing. and like my analytics weren't updated for, or like my watch hours and stuff like that. My views, they were like well over a week behind, and they said we're behind on these dates. Like it was like January 30th and 31st and stuff. So if things in your analytics aren't adding up, might be, yeah, might be them trying to get caught up on it. So I titled this video, yeah, like a good comeback story. This is a chapter one, so I don't do clickbait. I don't believe in it. I think that's one of the trashiest things you can do on YouTube. So, but it is something I want to touch base on, so as not to be a clickbait dude. This is me starting up the next chapter of my life with YouTube. As a lot of people know, I used to be a former skydiver, parachute rigger, and all that came to end. Well, now I think you can say it. I don't really care because it is the truth. I just watched a short today where the presidential press secretary formally stated that it's official. COVID came out of Wuhan, out of a lab in Wuhan. So ever since those scumbags did whatever it is they did to all of us in society and everything, it's been a crapshoot for me. But kind of sick of playing that game. I'm gonna do the YouTube thing and make something out of this. So this is kind of like where we're starting with the tabletops, getting to know the community, doing the live chats, and progress from there. Eventually, some sooner than later, this is going to turn into an outdoor channel. I'll still do live chats on Fridays and stuff like we've got going on, but for long form, I'll be doing a lot of solo camping, stealth camping, tents, hammocks, all that good stuff. Some little tricks that I've learned along the way, and hopefully we can help some people along the way as well. You know, people looking to learn how to do stuff. I know growing up, I was mentored by everybody, family, friends, stuff like that. I learned, and it seems like this is the modern way to learn. So you're so Gons. Gons, what's happening, my man? Welcome to the chat. So this is my way of building a channel for now. Is I don't know, doing the live chats, getting to know people, getting insulted by trolls and idiots. I guess it's part of the game nowadays. There's that many rude people out there. Um, but yeah, and as the channel builds, it'll head outdoors. Eating weird food. What are you eating? It can't be too weird. I don't know. Yeah, there's some weird food out there for sure. Michael Castro, I don't just do survival blades. I do saws and hatchets and axes and getting into some other stuff. EDC, I usually keep it pretty simple. I do plan on changing out some things along the way. You just kind of have to. That's how I got here. I don't own a previous knife from yeah, years ago. I traveled way too much in life. I, moved out when I was like 18, went in the army, got out of the army, started getting into skydiving. I did some guiding, rock climbing a little bit as well up in North Conway, New Hampshire. And, but skydiving kind of took over my life, and I would work in the Northeast, spring, summer, fall, and down in Florida or Texas or whatever, Vegas for the winter. And so I would move every 6 months and travel, and I never kept anything. I became quite the minimalist because of it. In fact, for 10 years, I rode a mountain bike up and down the eastern seaboard from like, New York or Maine or whatever, all the way down as far to the 0 mile marker at Key West. I worked at Skydive Key West for 3 years. I lived down there. The fourth winter, I went down just to party. I barely worked part time at best. I just went to Key West and had a good time. Yeah, Jeremiah, a bicycle. Um, And yeah, so I would travel from I like worked at Skydive Long Island for the summer, East Marches Long Island, and then that job would end mid September or so, and then I'd ride my Cannondale down to wherever I was working in Florida. Um, like I worked all over Florida in the Tampa Bay area, Sebastian, Zephyr Hills, Lower Sugarloaf Key, in the Florida Keys, down in Clewiston, right by the Everglades. Yeah, it was a decision for me to ride a bicycle. I always loved riding a bike. Like a lot of people didn't realize freedom until they turned 16 and got their driver's license. I realized freedom when my dad took my training wheels off, and I was gone from there. And cycling has always been a huge part of my life. I remember '89 Tour de France, Greg LeMond, like it was yesterday. So I've always enjoyed cycling, and to be able to do it as part of a lifestyle was always a goal of mine. So I pretty much lived exclusively off of my bicycle for a decade. And the only time I didn't live in, like, I would camp out, live in a tent by the airport and everything. And the only time I didn't do that is places I couldn't, like Long Island. So we had a staff house where everybody would, big houses, kind of like one of those MTV things. A bunch of stupid skydivers renting rooms, partying like rock stars. Butler Outdoors, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for showing up. My favorite weapon of choice. I don't really think about that for defense. I mean, whatever I got on me. That old saying. Um, I just don't foresee myself in those positions, so I don't overthink it. Do I carry something that I could defend myself with? Yeah, inadvertently every day. But I carry more tools than I do self defense weapons, because most tools can be turned into a self defense weapon. So to me, it's not all that and then some. Yeah, but don't get me wrong. I definitely support your Second Amendment right and your right to carry concealed and all that other stuff. I fully support it. Just not something I overthink or do a lot with. So Knives Are Life. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Knives Are Life is another channel. Butler Outdoors, Weldon Carry. Yeah, we got all the people in here. Oh yeah, Barbie Chambers is here. Speaking of other channels. We definitely, like I said, I love to promote other channels, because a lot of other channels have helped me out. So it's definitely a thing. Barbie, I'm giving you the moderator. So Barbie, how many subscribers are you at right now? Yeah, last I knew, Barbie Chambers was only like 21 subscribers away from 300, and she has this giveaway planned for 300 that she's trying to put together. Joshua Break, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, Sleeping Thunder. I have a machete. Yeah, it's my comfort animal. Yeah, if that's what you need. Um, yeah, machetes will do some damage. That's for sure. Not in the top 10 for concealability, but yeah. So that's going to be our mission tonight. Yeah, Rolf Robertson saying that she needs 21 subs to reach 300, and when she reach, oh, now you're down. Okay, 19. All right, so Barbie's at, she's at set. Well, that's a typo. 781. You're 481 over. Oh, thanks, Josh. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Something I've been developing, based off of my previous kit and what I used to carry. 281. Yeah, so we need 19. So that's going to be a mission for tonight, because we go long, we go hard here, like 8 to 10 hours. So Barbie Chambers is at 281. We got to get her to 300 so she can do her 300 subscriber giveaway. And of course, you're going to want to attend that. So, yeah, everybody that's interested in attending that. Nice. Yeah, Jeremiah's jumping on that bandwagon. Thanks, Jeremiah. Awesome, dude. Always a team player. That's the great thing about this community and a lot of communities. In general, the outdoor communities, whichever one you want to call out, the bushcrafters, the knife peoples, the slingshot peoples, the camping peoples, even the Graham weenies are cool in their own right. Um, but yeah, you get into the rock climbers and the whitewater kayakers and the skydivers and the base jumpers, and In general, the outdoor community is all about helping one another out, sharing the knowledge, sharing experience, having a great time. Oh, okay. And Barbie's also having an all ladies giveaway for Valentine's Day. So, any ladies in here? I know there's a few. You might want to check it out. Nice, nice. Yeah, so that'll be our one of our goals for the night is to get Barbie chambers up to 300. Let us know when you get there. So any pocket dumps? Anybody want to share their what they're carrying today? I know we've had a couple already. Yeah, exactly, Jeremiah. 300 by the end of the day night. Some of the links don't work. Depends on your phone and stuff. I don't know too much. I'm actually a full blown tech tard, and a lot of people will tell you that. Um, nice 284. Yeah, we're getting there. We'll creep you up there. We'll get you there for sure. It is most definitely about staying on your grind. I think. Yeah, it is all about staying on your grind, staying motivated, staying focused, going after your goals. That's what we're gonna do. I think one of the things I did in life is I got too used to skydiving, and I could hold my own skydiving for sure. Especially as the years went on, the experience grew. But I think I was kind of like relying on the name that I had made for quite a while, and I didn't have to work as hard at stuff. I mean, I'd well established myself after 27 years of jumping out of airplanes. I was fairly well established, and I think that's something that I had to like go back to get here is how did I get there in skydiving and what did I do to do that? And so now I'm just trying to apply that the same effort that I put into becoming a master parachute rigger and a skydiver and stuff is the same effort that's going into YouTube. And I'm a firm believer. My grandfather actually taught me this. If you're passionate about something and you pursue your passions, you don't have to worry about success. If you pursue your passions long enough, success will catch up to you. So, and I don't have, I'm not trying to be some super YouTuber here. I'm just trying to get a decent channel. Yeah, yeah, Donnie, you can relate. Anybody that's poured their soul, their heart, their life into something that you're doing, um, it's quite the adventure getting there. Hillbilly Slings and Wares, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Hillbilly's got a channel going on. He also makes handmade slingshot frames. This isn't one. This is just a slingshot frame. For a bit more on the prettier side for sure. But yeah, handcrafted stuff. He's got a great thing going on over there. Hillbilly Slings and Wares. So if you're a slingshot collector or something or looking to get into it, he's pretty much got it covered. Hawk Slings, what's happening? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, John, exactly. Yep. And yeah, outdoors. I also do some bike packing and stuff like that. I'm gonna yeah, bike packing, hiking, camping, bushcraft, survival. They all go kind of hand in hand. I think if you're going to be an avid hiker, if you're going to spend time outdoors, at least this is the way I was taught, is you should learn the survival skills because you don't know when things are going to go wrong. So I think even if you're a gram weenie, like an ultralight hiker, you should still have a certain amount of survival kit and most definitely skills. The more bag of tricks you have when the time gets hard, the more tricks you can pull out of your bag and make it through the day. Oh, no, Barbie. This one is balsam and cedar, but kind of looks like pine. We got the green outdoors colors going on. Like we say, until we get back outdoors and stuff, that's kind of an indoor ghetto bonfire, campfire. Yeah, John, and I'm keeping it real. I'm not buying into any of the YouTube gimmickry stuff, the stuff that really doesn't happen. I think a lot of stuff that goes on YouTube as far as bushcraft and survival and stuff like that goes is pretty damn gimmicky. And I think the worst one is the inch bag, the I'm not coming home bag, the SHTF. You're gonna go off in the woods and live off a deer and whatever. That's got to be one of the most awkward ones going on. Everybody waiting for the apocalypse so they can test out all the stuff that they were tricked into buying on YouTube. And yeah, I'm not gonna push gear on this channel at all. I've been through this a couple of times. You're gonna see my knives. You're gonna see, like mark my words, like 2 years from now, these will still be the same knives I'm using. Um, that's just how I roll. I'm not. I don't have. I'm glad. I don't have an affiliate link or anything with Phobos Knives. I know the owner. I was a customer of his like years before I started this YouTube channel. I bought my first knife from him back in 2019. He's an awesome guy, so I love working with him. I love working with small people, like people doing Etsy stuff and whatever. I'd rather work with them over huge conglomerate people. I'm not looking for any of that stuff. I don't know. I think it's kind of like corrupted YouTube to a degree where, are you trying to show me a technique or are you trying to sell me something? So, but yeah, pick whatever you want, whatever knife you like, cold steel, Benchmade, Extrema Ratio, TRC, Phobos knives, Spartan blades. We all have our own rhyme and reason for why we pick our gear. And yeah, yeah, John, exactly. Yeah, most people it's the apocalypse thing. Like I believe in prepping, like things happen and you need to be prepared for it, but not on the you're not right in the head level. Like, depending on where you live, it's a huge variable. Like if I'm living in Florida, which I have, I'm probably gonna have a bag packed, ready to go with along with a cooler or something, and make our way out in a car with a hurricane or something. Or like in New Hampshire, you might want to have some spare propane and a heater in case you lose your heat in the middle of the winter. That's more like logical prepping rather than extreme mental retardation prepping or something, whatever you want to call it. Weldon carries two subscribers away from 4,240. That's not a number, man. Bump it up to like 4,500 or something. Be like, I'm halfway between 4,000 and 4,500. I think that would go. Drop your link, Weldon Carry. You know how to do. You know this stuff better than I do, man. One less now. Yeah, so that's a lot of stuff I'm gonna get into, along with the unrealistic bushcraft stuff that's always out there. Most of the time you go camping, you can't even have a fire unless you got a permit. You definitely can't be building those lean-tos and those fancy shelters randomly throughout the places. So all that stuff is strictly done on private property. And even then, depending on what country you're in, even that's bunk. Like as most of us know, anybody who's owned a house, you have to get a permit to put a shed up or to put a deck on or an addition or anything like that. So you can't just go be digging fancy dugouts in your backyard and getting away with it. They just don't allow it. Yeah, the city housing authority will be after you or something. Crispy, you don't have to. Am I subscribed to you, man? I feel like that would be a crime if I wasn't. Oh, Crispy, I am so sorry, my man. Like now I feel like a horrible person. I'm gonna fix that real quick like a bunny. And if you get around to posting something, Crispy, I hit the notification bell. So yeah, yeah, Crispy, you shouldn't have to post content to get subscribers. You should just have subscribers, my man. So anybody who's not subscribed to Crispy, you should. Um, Crispy's a downright dude. Love that man. Yeah, LP's back for a few. How you doing, man? Yeah, we're gonna be doing this all night. So yeah, That's the cool part is some people, like West Coast guys can't make it until later. Or if you want to go catch another live chat because somebody else is doing a live chat, by all means do so. Come back around, hang out. Nobody really, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, Crispy, I heard you were talking about that earlier. Yeah. Are you gonna do just like this is what I'm gonna cook in, or are you gonna do like how tos? Because I'd like to up my game in that department for sure. Al, welcome to the chat. How you doing, guys? If anybody wants to share their pocket dumper, if I missed it, go ahead and drop it again. Do I always do my best to keep up in the lives, but sometimes in the chat, but sometimes I get going. Um, Mark Morales, yeah, Spike, Marlin Spike. Uh, its main use is for taking apart knots. So instead of cutting off those wet, tightened up knots at the end of your 550 cord or cutting it off, throwing it away, yeah, you can get the knots out and grossly extend the life of your cord usage. And you can also use thinner cords because it's easier. Like I prefer to use um, a 275 paracord if I'm doing like a bear hang bag or something like that, or just setting up a quick clothesline. And I also found you can easily carry 100 feet on this. This is, I think, Paracord Planet Spool Tool or something like that, whoever makes it. But if you put 100 feet of 550 cord on this, it turns into a football and it doesn't pack well and it's kind of crappy. But if you put 100 feet of 275 cord on there, it's solid. This is about 105 feet. And so, yeah, so yeah, that's a huge perk to the Marlin Spike is for taking knots out and it really doesn't weigh much. This one's like milled aluminum. So I don't know, maybe an ounce or something. I'm not a gram weenie. I don't weigh my gear like that. It's either worth packing or it isn't worth packing. And as long as I got my basics covered. Yeah, Dean P. Yeah, microcord's definitely good for a bear bag, a bear hang. Yeah, Sleeping Thunder. I don't know what to call them. I just make them. Sleeping Thunder. What do you make? I make a wooden tool for my knots. Just whittling one from a strong stick. Yeah, yeah, that does work, but it doesn't work. Wood is not. Wood will break up, and then you get the wood fibers caught into the sheathing of the cord and stuff. So, wood's actually not really recommended as a marlin spike. You can use it in a pinch and it'll work, but on a knot that if it's been set for a while, it's been wet and dried a couple of times. Yeah, wood is not the way to go. I mean, you can use it in a pickle. You can if that's your thing. If it seems more traditional to you, but from a master parachute rigger's perspective, that's almost evil. You don't want like little wood fibers getting caught up in the sheath as it tightens and shortens. It's going to cut your cord. Nobody really. As soon as I can get stickers, I'll start mailing them out to anybody. I don't have any at the moment. Um, but yeah, that's one of the things. Being broke trying to start a YouTube channel is tough. YouTube's expensive. Those guys over at vidIQ, they're like, oh yeah, just hit record and play and stuff. Yeah, it's not that simple. Chad, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Heading to bed? Working tomorrow, Chad? So yeah, I guess you could use a sharpened stick, but yeah, I don't recommend it. Anybody got anything planned for this weekend? Any ice fishing, hiking, hunting, camping? Hopefully no family reunions. Those can be torture. Yeah, welding carry. This is a surge for sure. Jeremiah's making tacos tonight. We were gonna have tacos tonight too, man. I think yeah, we didn't get around to that though. You love my bro. Favorite knife and why is it the 942? Huh? Geez, I don't know. I don't really. I got a whole bunch of knives. It's my knives are like kids. I love them all equally for the most part. They all have their own rhyme and reason in my world. They're all kind of special. Yeah, I'm a city kid in the country. Mike, Mike's question is how do you sharpen a knife I've tried for over 45 years and can't? Um, Mike, I got the perfect answer for you. You look up Kyle Coonley and you ship it off to him and you have him do it. um, I tried playing guitar for 2 years and I failed miserably. Not everybody can do everything. So after 2 years, you got to know when to say when. So after 45 years, I would ship it off to Kyle Coonley. He's going to do a first rate world class sharpening on it and you're going to be super happy with it. And then just learn some stropping and maintain it and you won't have to have it sharpened as nearly as often. 942 is a Benchmade. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I'm not one of those super knife guys. I don't know all the knives. I don't know all the blade steels. I don't know everything about every knife, and I definitely don't try to. Uh, yeah, yeah. We have one. I have one. Well, it's not even mine. It's Mrs. Bushcraft's, and I bought her the Tops Lioness Elite because it's purple, and she's never used it, not once. Shows it to her friends and stuff. It's a great conversation piece, but yeah, she's never used it for. I don't even think she's cut butter with it, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, Donnie. That's where we got to get out of this I don't know the mental health thinking that's going on that's not right. Like they drop so many things out of history, like that old saying, "If at first you don't succeed, try and try again." They cut out the second half. I know it exists because my grandfather told it to me. And the whole thing goes, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again. But know when to say when. There's no point in making a damn fool out of yourself. So yeah, not everybody can be an astronaut. We need to stop telling kids this. Yeah, you can't be an astronaut. Some kids just aren't smart enough. I don't have like I could play like 1,000 different chords on the guitar, but I couldn't put two of them together for the life of me. So I am not designed to be a guitar guy. Yeah, I sucked at it. Probably should have kept my guitars. I could have tortured my friends, but no, yeah, it was not for me. So the guitars went bye bye, and I learned a valuable lesson in life that you can't do everything you think you can do, or you can't do everything you want to do either. Yeah, Mike's life. Welcome to the chat, man. Yeah, man's got to know his limitations. That was some of the most awkward times of my life, actually, because after learning, a lot about life, I would have students come through skydiving, and not everybody's meant to be a skydiver. And there are some people, and I'm like, look, you're gonna not make it, so I am not gonna allow you to skydive. So you can hang out and watch, you can go on a tandem, but skydiving is not for you. If at first you don't succeed, skydiving is not for you. So yeah, I've sent a politely, cordially, like, hey, not everybody can do this, and had to send them home. Or like I said, I they can do tandems and they can hang out and watch and stuff. But Weldon Carrier, hopefully I have an answer, man. What's your question, bro? Al, I only had the only two guitars I ever owned. I owned a chord acoustic and a Yamaha electric acoustic backpacker, and now those are the only two that I ever owned, and I never played them successfully. Yeah, Donnie, know when to push yourself and yeah, yeah, know your limitations and don't get ahead of yourself. That's another one. I think a lot of people fail because they get ahead of themselves. They expect too much too quick, and in skydiving, and best case scenario, they usually end up with an ambulance ride, and that gets escalated to a med flight. And third step after that is just a permanent dirt nap. So, and a lot of it is because they want to do skills like, especially in this instant gratification participation trophy era, They think they're gonna be good at it because, mom at home said, "I'm being a good skydiver," because he showed his student videos or something. Well, sorry, mom hasn't been skydiving, doesn't know what she's talking about, kid. You suck. You need to slow it down, tone it down a notch. And we were all there in our 18s and 20s. We wanted to conquer the world. So yeah, the younger, or yeah, the younger millennials, and definitely the Gen Z crowd, um, might want to take a second look at skydiving, or look at something else. Yeah, Sleeping Thunder. Exactly. Know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money. Well, I'm gonna get a copyright for singing, right? Or a whole bunch of people are gonna start unsubscribing, one or the other. Either way, it's not good. I'll stop. Um, yeah, yeah, bless. That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of people are like that when it comes to skydiving. There's a certain level of crazy that goes along with it. I actually, when I was in Boulder City, Nevada, um, like a quick, if you're looking to meet famous people and you're out in Vegas, y- just go to Boulder City. Now, that's kind of like where they go to not be noticed as much. And I met Chuck Liddell in Boulder City, Nevada, and to have Chuck Liddell be like, "No, dude, you're crazy," is quite the honor. Yeah, we were at this Tony's Pizzeria and right on Main Street in Boulder City, Nevada, and Chuck Liddell was hanging out. Some of the other skydivers knew him already. I was kind of new there at the time, but yeah, I met Chuck Liddell, and he's like, "Yeah, you dudes are crazy." No, no, I didn't make the slingshot. This is made by Simple Shot. It's a USA company, and this is the Scout LT2. And I've only had it. I got this in December, so and I haven't had gotten to shoot it much, but it's definitely awesome. Um, I'll be using this one for quite a while. In fact, I'm just gonna when I upgrade this, I'm gonna get the LT2 Pro. This is like a polymer fancy plastic name. I don't know what they call it, but it's a rugged tool for sure. But they have an aluminum CNC milled aluminum one that I'm gonna upgrade to eventually. But this is fine for now. And I have my own design slingshot that I designed. So I'm trying to get that. I'm gonna get a couple prototypes built at some point, and maybe like a short production run of it. But that's it's gonna cost me some serious change. But it's something different, something the slingshot community hasn't seen before. It's kind of classified, I could tell you, but you know how that works. Sleeping Thunder, from what I know, I'm a amateur slingshotter guy. Like Al Triano's definitely more into slingshots and stuff. He knows more about it. But it's what fits your hand the best. What's the most comfortable? What's ergonomically correct for you? What's your skill set? They've got some all kinds of designs, so you can find something that's simple and works, or is fancy and works. But yeah, the fit is kind of a personal thing. The slingshot I had before this one. I don't have it here. It was an S Works from Sniper Slings. Not an S. I'm thinking S Works bicycle. S Ace from Sniper Slings, the S Ace frame, but it's like very flat. Not has like no real good ergo to it. Oh, Squatch, you're still here. Yeah, Squatch knows a poo poo ton about slingshots. He's got more than a few hundred frames, and he could tell you all about it. Way more than what I can. I have extremely limited experience. Oh yeah, Neil's got a PNW. Yeah, he carved up one, didn't he? Did you win that or buy it or? Yeah, House of Fire. You can definitely there's it's YouTube, man. You can find somebody showing how to make a natty. Squat Shot can tell you how to make a natty, a natural carved up one. I haven't made one. I'll make one at some point for entertainment value. That'll be one of the bushcraft things we do with the fake bushcraft. Al could teach you too. But yeah, I think you'll get connected with the right people in the slingshot community, like Squat Shot and stuff. And yeah, he can give you a ton of information, guide you in the right direction. I like Simple Shot 'cause it's made in the USA. It's simple, and you get to shoot it. So yeah, out of the box, this comes with what you need to do some plinking. I think the MSRP is like $45, but they have sales and whatnot. So, but yeah, definitely a good time. And then I've been shooting the clay ammo, and we get this at the Evil Wally World, and like a 1500 count is like $7. So you can definitely do some plinking on a budget with it, and it's a really good time. Yeah, Butler Outdoors does some slingshotting as well. Who else in here is slingshot peoples? YouTube rocks, basically a free education. Yeah, it is, man. I've found so much stuff on YouTube. It's sometimes it gets overwhelming, but you got to be careful. There's a lot of poo poo channels out there that are just in it for clicks and views and likes, and they got the tech savvy know how and stuff, but they, for the YouTube, but they don't have the, like those the bushcraft bimbos, I call them. Those girls wearing spandex that really don't know what they're doing, but somehow they get 27 million views. BC Gerbs, welcome to the chat. Gerbs has got a channel as well. He's trying to, yeah, Gerbs is putting a lot more time and effort into his channel now. Anybody interested in checking him out? Gerbs, if you want to drop your links, man, go ahead. Oh, nice, Neil. Yeah, that's a collector there. PNW does some awesome carving. He does all the pens and everything. I'm sure a lot of the guys in here know him. Oh, anytime, Gerbs. Yeah, Gerbs and I think, yeah, Gerbs, you're doing yours Saturday at 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock, and you're Pacific Coast, right? But yeah, guys, so kind of be careful. Tactical Llama was talking about that. I'm like, man, he's got so many talking points that I have when it comes to a lot of things going on YouTube, and with the giveaways and stuff, and um, he was talking about the pseudo reviewers. That if you read their channel description, they're straight up telling you that they're fake channels. They're just you know showing you whatever. So yeah, I'm kind of, there's some of the channels I've watched, and you find out that they're faking it. Like those primitive builds, but they left the tractor trailer marks in there. They made you think they dug it out with a little stick, but really they had all that stuff in there. Oh yeah, yeah, really big monkey. Dave is a classic, man. I don't think there's anybody more original than Dave. Dave, yeah, he's a great guy. I've been subscribed to him for years and watched his stuff, and he just don't care. Um, Yeah, yeah, really big monkey Dave is classic, man. All his little cooking creations, his bushcraft cooking gear, whatever he's sewing up. Yeah, he made a custom sheath, a custom bag. Yeah, Dave Dave is the real deal. I would really like to see him get some kind of something he makes that really takes off for him. All the years and time he puts into. All right, LP, taking off again, man. Thanks for hanging out with us again. We'll be here all night, so, or at least most of it. Yeah, I would call my bushcraft practice being house impaired. Dude, I'm about ready to do a thing because I'm house impaired. Like, I don't own property to go off and do all kinds of bushcrafting and stuff like I'd like to be doing, even though, bushcrafting, in my opinion, I call it bushcraft bunk. We'll get into that in a second. But I'm about to start just bringing some sticks in the house and maybe a little split and stump right next to my workbench or something in the house, and start doing some here. This is how you notch. Let's just make feather sticks and see how your night was going. The machete piggyback king. Yeah. Yeah. I love a good piggyback. Yeah. He won't, if it's big enough to fit something on the sheath, he's going to put one, two, three things. Yeah. He's awesome like that. But yeah, I have the utmost respect for Dave. He's just doing his own thing. He's 100% original. Doesn't care what the trend is. And I definitely don't either. So here's my thing with bushcraft and why I call it bushcraft bunk, even though I named my channel Bushcraft Rebooted. Because if you were to take these modern bushcraft books and put it side by side with a survival book or a seer book or something, it's all the same. You're just being marketed a different title. Like all the techniques are exactly the same. A lean to is a lean to, whether it's in a bushcraft book or if it's in a survival book. And survival, in my opinion, is something that should be learned by anybody wandering off into the outdoors, whether you're a hiker, a hunter, a bike packer, whatever it is. If you're wandering off into the woods, like because you don't need to, you should really acquire those skills because you never know when you're going to need them. So yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're a gram weenie or you know yeah, you should always have the right tools for the job. Have yourself an emergency kit. Um, Maybe not one of those Altoid tin things. They're cool YouTube videos, but once again, I've never been anybody that said, "Wow, man, that Altoid tin saved my life." The one piece of chewing gum, the two fishing hooks, the 8 feet of line, the three matches, the Fresno lens, everything neatly packed into one little Altoid tin, and with tape around it, to waterproof it. I've never heard of anybody actually using one of those. No, House of Fire. I haven't heard of that one yet. Yeah, mango. If that works, I don't know. I'm not a blacksmith. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, give it a try. Worst case, it doesn't work out. Sleeping Thunder, back to basics. Yeah, yeah, back to basics. Yeah, and that's something else. You camping in your backyard. Everybody should be doing it. Why would you go out to a mountain, like why would you go camp on the side of a mountain hypothetically? I live in New Hampshire, so we have mountains, little ones, but they're still there. Um and risk everything without ever really having tested your gear. Like set it up in the backyard in similar weather conditions and try it out. At least if it doesn't work out well, you can run back in the house. If it does work out well, you've properly tested your gear within those temperature ranges and conditions, and now you can go off and play in the woods and be a little bit safer about it. So, but everybody too busy trying to sell you a tent to tell you how to here's a good plan for using it. Oh, right on, Donnie. Yeah, tell Juvan I said hi as well. Juvan's a cool guy. Has awesome live chats. He runs some pretty long live chats as well sometimes. I've gone to bed. Well, I was watching Juvan at night, gone to bed, gotten up the next morning and jumped on, and Juvan was still live. It was awesome. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, test your gear, know your gear, understand your gear, get to know it, be friends with it, and you'll have a much better time outdoors for sure. But yeah, I think there's way too many channels getting into the um, buy this brand, buy that brand, so on and so forth. Um, I I'll promote the stuff that I use, but I'm not promoting stuff that I wouldn't buy. Because I guess you got to make it on YouTube. You got to make like if I want to have a giveaway on this channel, like I really have to make some money. Just shipping costs and everything affiliated with it. It gets real expensive real fast. Like StreamYard's $50 a month. Everything costs money. Nothing's free. So, but yeah, and even the giveaways, I'm gonna do those a little bit differently. There's certain ways I feel about things on YouTube, that'll I think benefit everybody. I like my giveaways. When I get around to doing a giveaway, it's definitely gonna be random. I'm not gonna do a big to do about it, because I don't want to draw all the people in that have nothing to do with the community. They're just there for the free prize. That stuff's been going on for as long as I've been doing giveaways. Like back in the '80s, they had lady, house moms sitting around calling in all the radio stations for the prizes. So I'm gonna try to avoid that. If I do have a giveaway, I'd really like to see the giveaway stuff go to the people that have been supporting the channel from the beginning when there's nothing, not as much going on. So yeah, the giveaways at minimum will be random. Like if I would have a giveaway like right now, like hey, whoever showed up to the chat, here's how we're doing it. Oh, thanks, Housefire. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's one of my motivators with YouTube as well. Is I've been alive for 50 years and I've been, I don't know, progressively getting stupider since I was 2 years old or something. I'm sure my parents will tell you stories about me, climbing bookshelves and just doing stupid all my life. But yeah, outdoors, fishing and camping with family. I went in the Civil Air Patrol in the seventh grade. So I started learning about search and rescue and other outdoor related stuff with the Civil Air Patrol. And I did 6 years of that. And then I did 4 years of junior ROTC, learned a bunch of stuff doing that. I was Army active duty, and when I got out of that, I started teaching rock climbing and skydiving. Skydiving is the one that took over. Rock climbing became more of a passive hobby. And I've tried other stuff. Like I got into scuba diving, but scuba diving and skydiving don't go because if I go scuba diving, I have to take like a day or two off from work, and they usually don't let me do that. That's just to recover from the dive, so I don't get the bends going up to 14,000 feet. So, Adventure 50, how you doing? Welcome to the chat, my man. How are you doing this evening? Adventure 50 is another one of the OGs. He's got a channel up and going. Lots of channels going up, having a good time. So, yeah, Adventure 50 does a lot of EDC knife blades, stuff like that. So like, I love it. Checking out all the knives doesn't mean I'm going to buy them. I enjoy seeing them. But Adventure 50's got some new stuff, some classics. He's got quite his own personal little lifetime collection going on. So, all the knife peeps that want to check him out, if you haven't already, give him a look. See. Until the trap takes us, welcome. How you doing, man? I almost missed you there in the chat. Yeah, Adventure 50. Yeah, that's one of our sayings. Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, skydiving may not be for you. Yeah, BC. I've been in live chats, and I'm not exaggerating, and a lot of the guys here will vouch for me. But while the giveaway is going on, it'll go up to like 250, 300. I've seen 400 people watching a live chat during the giveaway, and the second to last prize is called. You see that number drop down to like 80 or something. They lose like 50 to 75% as soon as it's over, and then it dwindles off within the next few minutes. Yeah, Jim K, not so much as a melee arsenal, but functional tools for the outdoors. But yeah, definitely double. Some of it will double as self protection. Mostly, I would say the Phobos knives. Phobos knives is for operators by operators, and it's a retired Green Beret of 22 years that designed the knife. So, yeah, he puts into whatever all the stuff that Green Berets do. He's putting like 2 decades worth plus whatever hunting, fish, and all the stuff he does on the side. That all goes into Phobos knives and why I choose to use them. And yeah, I feel like I'm one of those vote with your dollar kind of dudes. So if you like supporting USA made products and you also like supporting veterans, and yeah, Phobos knives is a great way to go. Spartan Blades is another. Both Curtis and Marcus are both retired Green Berets, both with over 2 decades of work. Right on. Yeah, we got Adventure 50's link up there. Is Barbie Chambers still in here? Does anybody know how she's doing? She's trying to get up to 300, and she was last I knew. I think she was only like 17 away. What's everybody drinking tonight? I'm rocking the coffee. I'm expecting it to be a long night. Yeah, Barbie, how you doing? You want to drop your link again? See if there's anybody new. Barbie Chambers has got a giveaway planned out when she hits 300 subscribers, and so and she's getting closer and closer. We'll find out in just a minute. And she also has a giveaway coming up for Valentine's Day for the ladies only. Maybe we'll counter that with a giveaway for the men only here. No, I'm just kidding. You can't do that. I know. I was joking. Is the live still going? Did I get cut? Hello? Testing one, two? No, I'm just I wouldn't be surprised if I got shut down for that comment. Chaos Theory, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, getting a nap in before the long haul, huh? We definitely appreciate you. BNA, brand new American, how you doing, brother? Little salute to you, my man. Anything going on this weekend, Patrick? Any ice fishing or anything with the kids? Yeah, no, you don't. Yeah, you don't hear a lot. But yeah, the collapsible saws are not known for taking out the human beings. Yeah. Oh, fixing a propane heater. That's cool. What kind, man? Oh, well, I got that comment on there. Oh, awesome. So Barbie Chambers is only 15 away from her goal of 300, and that's going to be an awesome giveaway. And like I said, she's also having the Valentine's Day one for the ladies only. Ice fishing for sure. Not sure if the boy will wake up or not. I remember those days, man. Yeah, having to get up for that. I think the worst wake up I ever had was whatever. What when was it? Like 84, 80. Whenever Haley's Comet came through. So we went up to Colebrook, New Hampshire. We used to have some land up there, and just to because it's so clear, you know, there's no urban light pollution or anything. So we went up there and saw Haley's Comet. Maybe I'll get it on the second time around as well. Oh, venison and eggs in the morning sounds perfect, my man. And some tasty coffee. Yeah, venison, eggs, and coffee. Maybe a side of juice or something. But most of that juice is fake. It's all sugar. Oh yeah, yeah. Man, I have the bigger version, and yeah, if you don't have that filter on the propane line, that's usually what does those things in. And then yeah, you just got to open it up, and there's this tube thing. There's videos on YouTube that tell you how to do it better than I can describe it, for sure. But yeah, those are cool. I love those. The Mister Heater little buddy. I used to heat the other place. I had a much bigger man cave, and I used to heat the whole thing. It was like a partially finished off basement man cave, and I used to. It was the double Mister Heater buddy, and that's what I used to heat everything with in the man cave back in the day. Half pint. Yeah, yeah. Anytime, man. Yeah, but those are great. I enjoy them, and I got the tail whip thing and throw like a 40-pound tank on it. Yeah, yeah, BNA, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that thing kicks off some heat. Have you seen any of the modifications where people like modify the front? You can throw your little tea kettle or something and heat your water. All that good stuff. Jim K, no, this isn't a. I suppose you could use it as a center punch if you wanted to, but it's actually a marlin spike. Used for working with cords, ropes, things like that. They come in all different sizes, but the primary thing is to usually loosen a knot or to work a knot if you're doing some fancy like a crown knot or something. Handy cordage working tool, and they're all over the place. Different money. I think like Tor has a titanium one or something. It's like $90. I think these are like $25 on the Scamazon. Ooh, Barbie's at 286. You're getting there. 14 to go. Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Anything you carry could be a self defense tool. This thing would do an awesome job. You know, pokey pokey. Yeah, you could easily use it for a pokey pokey, stay away from me kind of thing. Oh, that sucks, man. Stolen gear is the worst. Man, I hate gear thieves. They're the worst kind of people. Believe it or not, there's actually people that'll steal like an entire skydiving rig. I mean, aside from the cost, they're going to run you anywhere from like $4,000 to $7,000 for a complete jump rig, harness container, reserve main, AAD. Yeah, you're talking like $4,000 to $7,000, maybe 8,000, depending on what kind of bells and whistles you get. And somebody will steal it. But it's like a life-saving device. That's just got to be bad karma, bad juju. You know what I mean? Like that's a bad plan to do. Like to steal a parachute system. And they're all serial numbered. So eventually you have to take it to a parachute rigger, and we keep a list of stolen gear, and we always check for serial numbers and stuff. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Donnie. Yeah, you can use, yeah, Marlin Spike is most definitely a multi-purpose tool, not just for loosening knots, but knocking some sense into people if you need to. Oh, Barbie's at 288 now. Sweet. 12 more to go. Going once, going twice. Bling, 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 bling. The two-piece keeps people at bay. Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, man, I had rock climbing gear stolen. There's a group of scumbags um, up in North Conway, New Hampshire, and they'll wait for the rock climbers to get out of their car, and then once we're halfway up a 700-800 foot cliff, and there's nothing you can do about it. They break into your car while you're stuck on the side of a cliff, and you're up there. You can see them breaking into your car, and you're like, I can't do anything about it. And this is when, you wish you were rock climbing with Carlos Hathcock because he would square it away. The link won't work on my end. Throw a few bells on it, yeah. Yeah, just getting caught up on the comments, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah. If you're on the phone, I guess YouTube or the links don't work on phones. So you have to I don't know, like copy and paste it or something maybe. Yeah, all right, Weldon Carey. Yeah, we'll be here for a while. Different doing different things. Kush cake, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Weldon Carey just got monetized too. That's awesome, man. How long did that take you, bro? Or yeah, he left, right? I know I'm getting there. I've got like I think like 2,100 hours built up or so. YouTube's been messed up. Like they said they were updating stuff, and I'm not sure if they updated it or what's going on. But I think I lost a whole bunch of watch hours or something. Yeah, it took you 6 months. That's awesome. Yeah, I think the overnight channel thing ended with the Chinese aids there. Like I remember watching some channels in like 2020, 2021. Like you'd get it like see one video, and then like a month later they were like a super channel. It's a fiscal year. So you get everything from the previous year. So it doesn't reset like on January 1st or anything. It falls off at the end. Like once it's a year old, those hours fall off towards your monetization. So yeah, if you did it a year ago, it falls off the end a year. But yeah, it doesn't reset like January 1st, or there's no fiscal year to it. It's at the end of a year you lose those hours. So and I think I don't know. Yeah, mine I'll look real quick. Yeah, according to YouTube, at exactly at 2,041 hours, and it updates like once a week or something. What do I think about CRKT knives? I don't know. You're kind of getting what you're paying for. I guess if you lose it, it's not that big of a deal. I don't really use them, so I don't have. I think I've owned like one at one point. Like it was a CRKT folder. I think it was like that, the M16 or something like that. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan. It'll get you by. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, BC Gerbs, you're totally right. All it takes is one video to go viral, or and subject to opinion, I guess, on what viral actually is. If you're used to getting, in the double digits, like 50, 60 views, I guess viral could mean like 10,000 or something. I know that I had like two shorts that did really well. Like one of them got like 120,000 views, but it also brought in like 100,000. I mean, 1,000 subscribers off of that one video, off of one short. But yeah, Mike, I think at my age and where I'm at in the world, I'm a buy once, cry once guy. I'm gonna find like a quality product that's dependable, has a good warranty behind it, and that's what I'm gonna tend to stick with. I'm not a I'll never own a 200 knives or anything like that. Just not in my nature. I'm kind of more of a minimalist. I have a wide variety, but I don't have to have like multiples of. I don't need 30 multi tools and 30 fixed blades. I kind of have. I'm at my personal maximum capacity at like 10 is my knife thing. Like 10 knives is where I'd like to be at. And that covers everything from like EDC to bushcrafting, maybe a couple extras, a little variety, a little spice to life. But yeah, you'll never see me with insane amounts of knives. So yeah, I'm not really trying to be a knife review channel. I'll like I said, I'll review the stuff that I use, the stuff that I'm interested in, but I'm not just going to go out there and start buying, $30 bangers and yeah, no. Before I buy 10 $30 knives, I'm going to buy like one $300 made in the USA knife. Pranked my daughter earlier. Cooked a tater for her into the pancake. Oh, yeah, she didn't see the tater coming. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Adventure 50s is like down with the 200 knives. So yeah, I just I I just like to give my gear more attention so it's special. It feels special. That's important to me. Oh, that's cool, Cass. There, yeah, a lot of that stuff is cool. Yeah, I love seeing that the people that make knives out of raster files, or an old truck leaf spring or something. That's always cool stuff. Yeah, lately, yeah. The BPS line. I'm not even sure if I'm familiar with those BPS. I don't think I've heard of that, or maybe I haven't. It's just not popping into my memory right now. Sean Daly, get an axe. How do I feel about SOG multi tool, man? I don't know what they're making today, but this is my SOG multi tool. It's whatever the power assist something. I bought it through Paragear, and I had it. I used it like pretty much daily, in either in the hangar or in the parachute rigging loft and stuff. And it was a great multi tool, but somewhere's around the 12, 13 year mark. Yeah, that'd be lucky, huh? There's a little plate in here that keeps these little levers in place. It was a little like spring steel thing, and that broke off after like 12 years. And so, yeah, you're gonna get good usage out of it. It's I don't know, they're not too bad. So yeah, the SOG multi tool, this one at least was decent. I know I overpaid for it because I bought it through Paragear, and they just charge everything. 'Cause anything that says parachute on it costs way more for some reason. But yeah, this is the one that I specifically used. for like well over, like I said, 10, 12 years, 13 years, something like that. Um, and yeah, they're good tools. Um, I guess at least the experience with this, but I'd rather pay a few bucks more and get a Leatherman, to be honest. Um, which yeah, that's something like people are like, oh, I can't afford that, but they'll buy like four, five, six inferior things that add up to more than the cost of the good one. Oh, you just inherited one from your granddad. Yeah, so it's probably like most things. The older, the longer ago it was made, the better quality you're going to get. Seems to be the trend. That's the way everything tends to be working out. So yeah, that's definitely what do they call everything now? Everything is like falls under that planned obsolescence. They make stuff knowing it's going to break, and then they charge you so much to repair it. That Apple phone and stuff, they're famous for it. Their stuff breaks, and then you can only go to them to fix it, and then they charge you more than it costs to replace it. So you just end up buying more of their crap. Yeah, weaponized incompetence is a better word for it. Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, everything well, I shouldn't say everything, but a lot of the mainstream crap that's out there for sale is garbage. And they just it's designed to break, and so that's something I've been trying to avoid. That's why I go with Grainfors Rux or Phobos knives or Silky saws or Leatherman. I'm even getting picky about the kind of cord I carry these days. I like using the Atwood cord. They're made in the USA, and their prices are better than most of the other crap. Yeah, John Deere. Yeah, they're yeah, you're absolutely right, Patrick. Yeah, John Deere's horrible at it. And they know full well that the guy driving the combine has to fix it. He can't go without getting collecting his crops and stuff like that. So they nail him with it. I think it's a disgusting practice. But yeah, a lot of them, especially the stuff they're importing there from China, all the Walmart trash and everything. You know, those bookshelves they have for 30 bucks, you let the humidity go up in your house too much and they fall apart. It doesn't make any sense. But people will go back like every year or two and rebuy the same trash over and over again rather than just saving up and buying a quality, bookshelf that can be heirloom quality. Get it made out of oak or something, and your kids and your grandkids will get to use it as well. Oh, they weren't dumb questions, man. They're just legitimate questions, I guess. I like to restore old hatchets, draw knives, etc. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, you're refurbishing all, and yeah, so you refurbish all that stuff, and you've got some new stuff. Which one do you think is better? The majority of the time, I always hear that the older stuff is better, even in parachute rigging, man. There are some state of the art sewing machines out there that are super new, but they don't work nearly as well as a Singer made in the 1930s or 40s. You can get more money for a 1930s, 1940s Singer because people want them because they work. You're not always adjusting the timing on them and everything. Yeah, exactly. Sleeping Thunder. That's how it works. Mentoring, passing information down, passing quality products down. Yeah, I've had more luck with vintage stuff for the most part. Or in the modern end of it, yeah, you do have to pick and choose what gear you get and who you get it from and all that good stuff. But yeah, I've boycotted all the small little flicky knife companies that the $30 folders, gas station bangers or whatever we call them. Same reason a tractor from 1918 still runs because we used to build stuff to last. Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, made in the USA products have their reputation has dropped over the years. Because they some of them fall under that category for sure. So even not everything made in the USA is great. But what baffles my mind is how people are still like buying product after product from China when they're the ones hurting us. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Like they're creating that planned obsolescence, and then people are paying top dollar buying their trash. Yeah, so there's definitely said to be something quality over quantity, and I'm not just pushing like buy USA made because like you can't find a USA made saw that'll compete with the silky saw. Japanese silky saws are the bomb diggity when it comes to saws. There's really nothing better on the market. So yeah, I don't mind buying my saws from Japan as long as they're quality. Same thing. I buy some of my products from Canada. The AquaQuest tarps I use, also Arkell bicycle panniers and stuff. They're Canadian, but they're quality Canadian product. There's no trash about them. And yeah, and like when I went through my bicycle panniers made by Arkell, it wasn't some dude that rides a bicycle looking at bicycle panniers. I'm a geek when it comes to the sewing stuff. I turn bags inside out and go through it stitch by stitch like it's a damn parachute. So I can attest to the quality of a product with a legitimate experience. I'm not just looking at it saying, "Hey, this looks good to me." Of course it looks good. It's new and shiny. But I've looked at some new shiny stuff where it's like oh, this is a person's first day on the job learning how to sew. I just picked up a 10-inch Fisker saw to test, see how it compares to all my others. Yeah, man, that's cool. I don't it's fun to do. I don't know, I've used enough inferior gear in my life where yeah, I'm not getting into the budget game or any of that stuff. Like there's so many channels out there that tell you what a good budget knife is or whatever, then they can have that. I'm skipping out on that stuff. Yeah, Adventure 50, yeah, a CNC machine doesn't care what country it's in. It's the great equalizer, yeah. And it doesn't matter how good the machine is if they're putting inferior materials in it. So there's that to take into consideration. Same thing with a sewing machine. You can have the best sewing machine in the world sewing the product together, but if they're using cheap thread, then yeah, it's not going to work out so well. The thread holds it together. Once the thread's in there, it doesn't matter what machine put it there. I mean, clearly you want something good that has timing and isn't going to cause buckling. And there's all kinds of sewing machine issues. But even the best sewing machine in the world isn't gonna it's gonna make a crap product if you're using cheap fabric, cheap thread, so on and so forth. So, and if anything, most of the companies that are making cheap products are using high quality like sewn products. They're using the best sewing machines money can buy. They don't want the machines broken down. They want them to consistently run. So they make up for that by using cheap materials or taking shortcuts. Instead of using a double needle machine, they'll use a single needle machine and go around a second time. But the stitch layout doesn't provide the same strength and security that it would. Oh, that's cool. Yes, yeah. The pull style design is cool. It's great. It cuts on the pull, and then on the push, you're clearing out a lot of the debris that's in there, the sawdust and stuff, and that way there you're getting right down to the material on your pull cut. So they work extremely efficiently. The problem is that a lot of gear coming out of China has surpassed a lot of USA made gear. The main reason is CNC machine. A CNC machine doesn't, yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for the pole saws. When I was first introduced to them, at first it was a little wonky, but once you understand it and you get to use it and you learn the technique and everything, it's in my opinion, it's second to none. I love silky saws, and I didn't start them as a bushcrafter or an outdoorsman or anything like that. I learned about silky saws actually doing arborist work, which was what their original design was for. So I used them all day long for days on end, sometimes a couple weeks or something. But it was a yeah, swinging from trees with a chainsaw was a hobby of mine when I couldn't get up skydiving. And I had an awesome mentor. He's a world champ arborist that got to teach me, so worked out pretty good. So so anybody else got anything exciting going on this week or this weekend? What's TSI work? Not sure what that is. All right, Leon, take care, man. Have a good night. Be safe out there tomorrow. We'll definitely catch up with you tomorrow for sure at some point. You doing a live this weekend, Leon? Okay, timber stand improvement. Right on. Gotcha. Yeah, right on, Sleeping Thunder. Yeah, we're hanging out all night, so whatever's clever. Yeah, that's nicer. Yeah, working in the shop on knives and axes and stuff sounds like a good time to me. I know it's a little bit different when it's working and you're working, but yeah, yeah, Squatch. I know how that's been working out over there. A little bit awkward with the live chat sometimes, but thanks, Hank. Appreciate it. It's my current kit that I'm working on. Actually, maybe we'll Mrs. Bushcraft gone to bed early because she's working early tomorrow. So I think we're gonna do a little sparky stuff. I think in hindsight, I think I should have gotten a bigger table. Like you almost need one twice as big or something. Twice as big as you think you need. I didn't even do the candle thing. That's probably the problem. I gotta pour some epoxy, dude. I would love to see some pictures of that when you're done, my man. Some your number one finger epoxies. That would be cool. No, we did like the candle thing. Yeah, I think I still got some matches kicking around too. We was playing with those. So yeah, so the I think it's quickly becoming my favorite bushcraft knife. I guess survival knife. What are we gonna call it? Um, Most likely to do everything knife would be a great way to call it. Oh, that's cool, Housefire. I'll definitely check it out for sure. But one of the cool features I've been digging about the Tier One BC, and we have fun messing with it here because we're stuck at cabin fever is setting in, so might as well play with fire in the cabin. Exotac Fire Rod XL upside down, and the Phobos knives Tier One BC. Normally, that whole in order for it to be a bushcraft knife, it has to have a 90-degree spine. I don't know who the ass is that came up with that, but whatever's clever. That became the standard, I guess, for everybody is the 90-degree sharpened spine. But to one up that, the ferro rod notch is a better concept if it's going to be a real bushcraft knife or whatever, because it increases contact area to the ferrocium rod. So there you go. Definitely does a better job than a standard 90. So definitely digging that game. Oh, cool. That's cool, man. What are you making, like little keychains or something with those or something? Or what's your plan with those? Or are they just little talk pieces? Oh, I'll see. All right. Yeah, cool, man. I look forward to it. I love surprises. Yeah, Elsie, we know that as soon as the missus goes to sleep or whatever, yeah, we try to burn the place down. Well, you could probably use the insurance. Although now that I said that, I'll probably, they'll say insurance fraud. No, really, I was just messing with stuff on YouTube. It wasn't intentional. So these are those UCO stormproof matches, and I was messing around with these in a live chat the other night, and this is why you test your gear because um, I discovered that the bottom striker on this is the Exotech Match Cap XL. It the matches won't light off of it. So you got to have some like strike anywhere ones or something different. But these won't strike off of the bottom part. You have to use the inside striker on this. Whoops, almost had it. There we go. And the inside striker works. So I'm not sure why they designed it that way or how it works, or that's kind of goofy. But these matches are the bomb diggity. Nice little smoke show, nice little fire. We are the champions of the world, or some crap like that. So yeah, so that's why you always test your gear, try your gear out, go make fires with it, because you'll find out that some of your gear isn't working as well. I thought it might have been because they've just been thrown in there for a long time. I have another match cap thing I carry. So this one was kind of sitting on the side, and yeah, that's my big discovery. But that's another reason why you use your gear. So I'm just gonna start using more and more gears because I don't know why I always get that. Hey man, that gear's new. Like yeah, some of it is. I don't know. Maybe it's a jealous thing. Like they don't have any new gear. I don't know. I don't really have too much new gear. I have gear that I need to get still. I have a lot of old gear. I don't know. Anybody want to see any old crappy gear? Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, knife restoration videos are cool. But yeah, be careful. I guess, man, if I were going to do a knife restoration video, I would have to figure out a way to make it as genuine as possible because that whole restoration genre on YouTube is a bunch of bunk. Not all of it, but there's a huge percentage of it where they'll use paint or whatever and like make it look old and rusty and beat up or something, then they just kind of wash it and say, "Oh, look at the restoration." Oh, a good piece of old gear. Yeah, we got something here. Yeah, this is my old MSR set. I used this one for a few years. This is actually like the third lid. So maybe, I don't know, if I tag them like at MSR in the chat, will they actually see this? Because they should address this. These plastic lids on here are disgusting. They're absolute trash. They're garbage. They start cracking within a short amount of time. And somehow, it doesn't matter. I've like taken steel wool to this. It gets this off-white, nasty, filmy, gunky looking like you haven't cleaned it. Even though it's clean, I could sit here and, I don't know, maybe I'd have to cut the stuff off. Yeah, maybe you can shave it off. But that's about, yeah, I guess you can shave it off, but that's not really what you should be doing. It shouldn't suck like this. And like I said, with just this pot, And they conveniently sell these. You know, planned obsolescence, MSR, you suck. At least this pot sucks. This pot is a waste of money. Don't buy it. Inside, and I've had this out a couple times. I don't even remember what stove. This stove is good. So MSR got this one right. But this is discontinued. Whatever model stove this is, I don't know. People are like, oh, you must not own it if you don't know what model it is. No, I don't. Because it was so long ago I forgot. But this is pretty good. For those of you that like to do a little cooking in the vestibule or something, this is a stove for you, but they don't make it anymore. Because it's got the remote for your isobutane thing. And instead of going on top of the canister, it's got legs, which makes it better because it keeps it lower and further away from your tent, which is literally why I went with this model. So, but yeah, I don't know what model it is. Honestly, I can't even remember where I bought it. But yeah, this thing's been banging around for years. And now that I've showed you that piece of crap, here's my jet boil, which looks practically new. I've only boiled water in this thing like maybe 5 times altogether. But yeah, this is I'm not sure about this little plastic cup on the bottom. I don't know if anybody's got more use out of theirs than mine and has the same problem, but I'm not digging the plastic thing. I don't have much faith in it. It just kind of stays there just in case. And I also have the Micro Mo one. Now, when you're going after the jet boil, they have like the flash, and that's kind of like either super stupid hot or it shuts off. You can't, there's not much adjustability to it. But if you get, it's like the Micro Mo or Mini Mo or something, it does have an adjustable gas to it, which I do have. I think that's someplace else. Yeah, I'll do this one. Yeah, this is the other jet boil, the Micro Mo. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But yeah, it does have a different stove setup in here than the standard jet boil flash or whatever. So it is like fine tuned. You can fine tune it down to a simmer, which is cool. And I kind of bought it as a kit. And it came with this piece here, these little fold-out legs. So you can not just use the jet boil attachment, but you can also throw whatever pot pan that you have. And this goes right on top of the jet boil. And it does lock on there. So yeah, so a lot of this stuff, I got new. Some of it was Christmas presents or birthday presents or whatever. But yeah, I'm making sure to keep some of the older stuff. The problem is when it comes to older stuff, I either sell it or I give it away or I throw it away, depending on its condition. So it's not normal for me to have old gear. A lot of the older stuff that I had right now was when I was finishing up that 10-year bike tour. So we got Chaos Theory. El Cap, what's happening, man? Yeah, El Cap, the MSR XGK. I wanted to get they had a Marine Corps version of that. That multi-fuel is the bomb. And it would have worked out good for me on airports because it does the jet fuel as well. And we're always got a few gallons of jet fuel kicking around the airport. Mango. What are my boots of preference? It depends on what I'm doing, what time of year it is, and where I'm at. I used to be a fan of the Dana Arcadias. But like general hiking and stuff like that, this is my second pair of these. I don't know what model they are. They're solos. But yeah, I don't know what model. But these and man, foot gear is is depends on your foot. Like some people, like I have some brands that are supposed to be good that they just suck because they don't fit my foot. It's a good quality shoe or something, but I find that these fit my foot type pretty good. Solos, but I've owned some few. I like Solomon's as well. Solomon's is I think has the most amount of comfort, but the least amount of wearability. So there's almost no break-in period with Solomon's, but they wear out super quick. Oh, the Dragonfly, and that yeah, El Cap. That's another MSR one, right? Yeah, Brunt work boots. Yeah, everybody's got their own brand, their own flavor, and somehow I'm not sure how, but that's one of the things I've been trying to convey to people. And I'm not sure I'm doing a good job of it, but ultimately, in the end, take less advice from YouTubers and do what you want. Do what what's your budget? What's your geography? What's your intentions? Is it like a I might use it? It's a Plan C kind of piece of kit, or is it a primary piece of kit? Like the more important it is, I think the more you should invest into it, like looking for quality and stuff. Yeah, yeah, the Whisper Light, isn't that? I think that used to be the one that I used to have one. I'm pretty sure for a white gas, and that used to be one of the most common. Like a lot of through hikers and stuff are using it. Yeah, House of Fire. Yeah, I'm gonna add the third thing to that. Yeah, it should be comfy. It has to work, and it should have some kind of longevity, endurance, durability to it as well. Otherwise, it's you know, yeah, I gotta get my Chippewas resold. Yeah. Yeah, how's fire? If you're taking off, man, thanks for hanging out. We definitely appreciate you being here. And if you get bored, come back. We'll always be here. But yeah, that's my boots of preference. And then if I'm looking for just like a light hiker, geez, I've been wearing the Merrill Moabs for years. I've probably owned 10 pair of them. So if I'm looking for just like a day hiker, lightweight overnighter, hot weather type stuff, I just wear Merrill Moabs, the regular low cuts or something. Like these, yeah, these are almost a brand new pair. Just kind of been breaking them in. But yeah, Merrill Moabs, I've owned a whole bunch of pairs and thrown them away and back and forth. Or just Merrills in general. I don't know which ones these are. I think that's one of my problems is I'm not a hey, I'm wearing a blingity bling 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 thing. It's like okay, they're comfortable, they work, they'll be durable enough for what I want them for. So yeah, I don't geek out on the names of stuff. In fact, there's some stuff I won't even buy because of over branding. Like if they've got their name like excessively on a product, I won't wear it. Like I'm not your free billboard, you jackass. But these are another pair of Merrills that a little bit more worn out, kind of like retired almost. But yeah, for I think Merrills are a great like EDC shoe, if you're allowed to use that term. But yeah, if I'm doing bigger stuff, or depends on how is my pack weigh 10 pounds or does it weigh 45 pounds is going to change what I'm using for foot gear. Yeah, Elsie, I know some people are like that with the barefoot, but yeah, I've kind of stepped on the wrong things a few too many times to enjoy it. Yeah, El Cap, I think I had the international, but yeah, I gave that one away. Chaos, I was repelling at that quarry back like 30 years ago, 35 years ago, man. Yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about. Um, El Cap, this one, the Win Pro. Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. Like I said, I can't remember the name of it, but I bought it for the reason it was one of the ones that didn't sit on a canister. And um, yeah, I didn't go with a white gas or something because of priming it and all that. And I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't mind priming a stove, but it takes so much time, and I just didn't bother. Yeah, Adventure 50. Yeah, I know those guys. The Graham Weenies, we call them. The ultralight Graham Weenies. And they are some of the most dangerous people to be around. They're absolutely stupid. Every single year here in New Hampshire, they pick a Graham Weenie off a mountain. Frozen Graham Weenie being rescued, or not rescued at that point, recovered. Yeah, because they're so cool. They fall under that. Well, the more you know, the less you have to carry, and then they don't carry stuff that they should carry, like some matches or something to light a fire, and they end up being yeah yeah. And anybody look up New Hampshire White Mountains history, and every single year they're plucking frozen Graham Weenies off the mountain. Yeah, Chaos Theory. When was the last time you were there? Because yeah, New Hampshire's changed, man. Um, like yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire, and I spent tons of time outdoors, especially in the Concord, New Hampshire area, and it is absolutely filthy compared to what it used to be. Like yeah, you gotta yeah. There's no like little camping spots in Concord anymore, like there used to be. Oh, this is the Phobos Knives Tier 1 BC. Phobos is for operators by operators. It's a disabled veteran owned and operated knife company out of Tennessee, owned by Eric Hansen. Wicked cool dude. Makes some next level knives and stuff. I definitely support him. It doesn't get more American than buying in the USA, as well as and also buying from a veteran. So, oh, thanks, man. Yeah, yeah, it's sweet. I'm getting to know it. I only got it not too long ago, but it's winter up here in New Hampshire, and I've got some old skydiving injuries. That yeah, the cold just sucks now. The titanium rod and some plates and screws and stuff. Just yeah, the cold weather is not my friend anymore. Oh, LC, where's that at? I mean, yeah, the thing is, too, LC is it's got to be local. Like I mean, a box to throw a bicycle frame in and stuff, and have it covered, costs they're like $100 for a box, and then and depending on where it's going, it's going to be a couple $100 in shipping and stuff each way, or both ways. Frank the welder, is he in New Hampshire, or because that, like I said, that's one of the problems. It's not cost effective to ship a bicycle frame around and pay for the services. Um, yeah, if the bike frame that I'm looking at is I want to say it's like $800 or $900 from Surly, and that's where it just becomes cost prohibitive. Is if I have to box it up and ship it someplace, I'm going to spend half the money plus the labor of welding it and everything. So on the Connecticut River, okay. Yeah, chaos. Yeah. I had a friend. I was working in at Finger Lakes Skydivers in Ovid, New York, and one of the guys that would fun jump there was from New Hampshire, and I hadn't been here in quite a few years. And he was telling me stuff about New Hampshire. I'm like, no way, that's not possible. And then I finally came back to New Hampshire. I was out of New Hampshire from like '93 to 2017. And when I came back here, I was like, no way. Like, this place is trashed. Like, every place we used to go camping around Concord, like, there's a spot up off of 106 and stuff we used to go, North Pembroke Road and everything. And yeah, everything's been like overrun by the homeless population and it's just beyond out of control. Yeah, I would look into it, but yeah, like I said, it's got to be, um, yeah, and I don't have the tool to take my crankset off, so I have to bring it to a bike shop just to have that taken off. Um, yeah, anybody that loves like high end gear, yeah, the Shimano XTR drivetrain is a pain in the butt because you need a $695 tool to take the crankset on and off. So not a good plan. You're stuck either spending $700 on a tool or you're stuck taking it to the bike shop forever. So yeah, that's some old gear, some new gear, some cooking stuff. Well, that's kind of weird because usually people dig the cooking stuff on YouTube, but I guess not for live chats. Wow, that died off real quick. I went from like 31 to 11 people watching. I don't know. It's Friday night too. Everybody's probably off doing a lot of stuff. Oh, Bellows Falls, Vermont. So I guess we'll put this one away for a little bit. Yeah, that's yeah, I'd have to see when the old lady can drive me or something cuz yeah, I do the bike thing full time, so that's it. I would definitely have a second bike for sure in life at this point. One mistake I made was only having one bike cuz when this one broke it kind of shut me down. Well, then again, it's yeah, not my fault. It was the Chinese AIDS man. Yeah, did I tell everybody I saw a thing on that today? The presidential press conference or something. I know I don't really get into politics, but this really matters. Yeah, now they're fully verifying that the COVID came out of the Wuhan lab in China. So next thing I want to know is okay, well, we know where it came from, but how and why? Why did it happen and how did it happen? It seems a little too intentional. They're going to call us conspiracy theorists again, but we were saying the same thing about the Wuhan lab, and they tried shutting us down with disinformation and misinformation. And in the end, all the conspiracy theorists ended up being 100% right. And I want to know who I can sue for screwing up my entire life for that crap. Especially those the Massachusetts, the mass holes. They were a cult about the face diaper and the vaccines and all that. And that's what put us out of business is if you've got that 6 foot radius and stuff like that, you can't strap people to the front of you and do tandem jumps. So it put us out of business. It put me out of business. It put a third of the skydiving industry in the country out of business. So who's going to compensate us for that? Like, who's the government scumbag responsible for it? I'm sure it's like Piglosi and them. Good old Beijing Biden. Maybe I will touch base a little bit. I guess it's my channel, right? I can talk about any crazy crap I want to talk about. Anybody interested in crazy conversations? Yeah, yeah, and we were funding it. Yeah, that information's been bouncing around for quite a while, but who do I get to sue for that? Because they told me I couldn't work based off of their lies. And that ruined that ruined a 27-year career. It put me into a financial crisis I never thought I'd be in my life. Um, And yeah, when you're going out looking for a job and they look at your resume and you're a skydiver, it doesn't qualify you to operate a cash register, and you're overqualified to put any cans on a shelf, stock shelves, or do anything. Yeah, and then because you got a 1099 and you're self-employed, yeah, you didn't qualify for any of their free money. And just people that already weren't working got more money than they were used to. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Groundhog, 6 foot, and so I was supposed to be working in Cape Cod in 2020. It's got to have Cape Cod, which is one of the many drop zones that went out of business, and because of that, like I lost my business. I lost everything. Like have you guys ever seen the Overland Equipment multi-acts? They're made in like right in Mount Vernon, New Hampshire. I had one of those. I ended up having to sell it, because I got no income. And then yeah, 70 million went to a scientist in Wuhan. Yeah, just like during their money laundering thing, like 40 million went to Harvard University. Um Tens of millions went to like Target and Walmart and all the crap places, and they put every mom and pop shop business out of business. So yeah, so like you some of the guys are older, some are younger. Everybody's heard that. Yeah. Yeah, I know a guy that in his 40s or something like that, the corporate people fired him or they lost their business, and what do you do? It's a midlife crisis. I'm like, that'll never happen to me. I'm a well-established master parachute rigger. I've worked hard at my career, 27 years of jumping out of that. And now the economic damage that they've done with their inflation and crap, like yeah, chaos, yeah. And normally I would have been in Florida, but I was actually in New Hampshire. Just bad time. Well, not bad timing. I mean, um, yeah, I met. Well, Mrs. Bushcraft and I went to high school together, and then we graduated high school, and we went our separate ways. And it wasn't until like 25 years later. It was like 2016. We started talking to each other on the internet, and things worked out for us. And so I ended up moving back up to New Hampshire in 2017 to be with her. And then I was because I'd been skydiving for so long, I could make a full year's salary and only work 6 or 7 months, the normal season up here. And then but yeah, shortly after, then the Chinese AIDS kicked in, and kapow, that's it. Um yeah, put me out of business and everything. So we're kind of like well on our way to getting life established together after, she has a little misfortune in life. And um Jake, I'm doing all right, brother. How about you, my man? How's it going? I was just going off on a rant how government sucks and everything like that. Basically crashing my channel. I think YouTube probably shadow banned me after that little rant because yeah, now I'm down to like 8 viewers or something like that. Wow, yeah. That I don't know, might be wrapping this live up early tonight. Yeah, that's something else. That's probably the biggest lie I've been telling over the last 5 years. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Yeah. How you doing, brother? Actually, man, I don't even know anymore. I've been eating consecutive shit sandwiches for the last 5 years. I think I just got used to the shitty taste. And now I saw that crap about the COVID definitely came out of Wuhan, and the White House is confirming it and everything like that. Now I'm livid because that stupid government like destroyed my entire life, and I'm trying to sort it out. And it's like, build a YouTube channel, yeah, but man, that's hard to do unless you got a fat stack of cash and you got something to work with. Um, Oh no, Elsie, I think I've said the COVID 19 times. Like I've said it more than 19 times. I also call it the Chinese AIDS and people wearing their face diapers and a bunch of bootlickers and stuff like that. So yeah, I brought that upon myself, but it is what it is. What happened to my First Amendment rights? Yeah, big corporation takes them away from us every time we sign that terms of service, and we're subject to their sub constitutional rules or whatever. Like big corporation can censor whatever it is we say without a problem. Yeah, exactly. Adventure 50. Yeah. But I wanna keep the people happy. I want to create a positive environment. I'd like to go back to my old way of life, but I'm being a happy honky dory skydiver all day. But it's just I'm trying to find it here, and I'm definitely interested in doing this. I want to do this long term. Uh, yeah. Wow. I think I screwed up. So yeah, so rather than the evil government taking away our constitutional rights, which they can't do because the Americans will get pissed, they deal with people like that Zuckerberg. That dude looked like a stupid looking big bird. You know who I'm talking about, the fake book guy. They're paying off people like him, and now that they're releasing all kinds of information about how the government paid for like subscriptions of different. They basically financed all these news channels and stuff like that. So the whole thing was just like propaganda insanity and everything. And trying to make a comeback from that kind of life is, yeah, I don't even know half the time. Yeah, yeah, man, and totally like man, there's one channel I like hanging out at. They play just all kinds of different music and everything. Kind of like a video DJ thing with a live chat and stuff. Man, they be cussing up a storm, like cussing like sailors and stuff like that. Um But we joke about it, but I really don't care because if I were genuinely offended by their cussing, I could just go back to the main screen and find something else to watch. So yeah, I'm a First Amendment supporter for sure. If you don't like it, just move on, which I think a lot of people have at this point. So, but yeah, so yeah, those are some of the frustrations in life, and then yeah, the nonstop live. Oh yeah, I'm doing fine because who wants to be part of a pity party? Like, hey, pack your bags. We're going on a guilt trip. One way ticket to a pity party. Like, screw all that. That sucks. So you just kind of want to make face and make the best of it. But in reality, like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. Like trying to put together a YouTube channel with a zero budget. And actually, YouTube costs a lot of money, and all the content creators out there will tell you, like, yeah, you can get 1,000 stickers for $90, but they charging you whatever 59 cents plus the cost of an envelope to ship them all out. That shit gets expensive, man. Yeah, yeah. Anytime you speak facts, if you spit out the truth, yeah, that's when all the cowards just, no doubt those are the people like reporting channels too. They're like, you can't just like click on something else, move along. No, you got to be a little crybaby about it, and who knows? Maybe they'll give you a hall monitor participation trophy for being a snitch. um, who knows how that stuff actually works? But yeah, so yeah, that's how the algorithm works. First time on a Friday night, my live chat's crashing. Yeah, and we've had like 30,000 views and 25,000 views on Friday nights, but and like 100 and some people in there. But you start spitting out facts, and YouTube starts putting you out, and yeah, it just crashes. Yeah, yeah, Sleeping Thunder. That's how it used to be. Snitches get stitches, and they definitely still should. But I think now you can't even put somebody in timeout anymore. That's like psychological abuse. Yeah, you can't ground your kids. You can't do anything. But what you can do is take them out to play paintball, sign a waiver, and the guy that looks like he knows what he's doing, buy him a case of paintball and show him what the target is. Yeah, I'll see. That's how it used to be. But and yeah, if you didn't like, I don't know. I've always been like that. Like I've walked up to a group of people like hanging out at an event or something, and they're talking about stuff I don't care about listening to. So just kind of move away and find another conversation someplace else. But now everybody, it started with that political correctness crap. That's when it started getting really bad. Yeah, see, and then we did get the troll in here though, but we'll just get rid of you entirely. See you later. Oh, thanks, Full Fire. Yeah, we're gonna try to spit some facts here because um I'm tired of the fake world we're living in. I'm tired of the fake YouTube stuff, the uh the made up, like it's like a lot of YouTube's turning into Hollywood. It's a full blown production, has nothing to do with what anybody's doing. And that's actually what drew me into YouTube. Like I thought it was garbage, just a bunch of narcissists trying to toot their own horns until I discovered more about YouTube. And the small channels, the on the level, having conversations with people and stuff is what brought me in. I thought I just banned that sleaze bag. Who's that loser? That's hide user. The hide users, does that ban people? Yeah, Jeremy. This is a Silky Gomboy 240, the Outback edition. Yep, most definitely is probably my go to Silky Soft for outdoor stuff. Yeah, I think I banned them that time though. I'm not sure. If you hide them, you ban them, right? Because they don't really say ban the twit. Yeah. In fact, I was in a live chat earlier tonight that was talking about the BS knife reviewers, all the pseudo reviewers and stuff that are on. Um, like there's so many channels that are literally a QVC. Across any genre, you can pick it. Oh, Jason, how you doing, man? Yeah, man, that was a couple months ago, wasn't it? Like 2, 3 months ago, you broke that. Yeah, Jason's another one. Jason sees through. He reads between the lines. Yeah, if you guys want to hear somebody spitting out facts and truths, Jason's another one that supports the honest approach in the world, and is also sick of the crap. He's one of our Canadian cousins are up north. Eh? He'll tell you what it's all about. I'm just kidding. I know somebody's gonna, but fortunately, yeah, we can't. I can't even say that. Yeah, I don't know. Their stuff was crap, man, but it sure was fun back in the day when that's all you had. Any other insomniacs watch a bunch of like, here you can get 500 knives for 29.99. But wait, there's more. If you order now, we're going to include this big Bowie knife, and it was it was clearly made out of recycled aluminum cans or something, but it sure was fun to watch. And then if you went to any county fairground or a flea market or something, you find the people that get duped into buying that because they're at the flea market trying to sell all of it. Man, that was some good times. Good Bear, what's my favorite firearm? I don't know, man. Probably the one that I can't afford and I've never used. I would be a huge fan of like the H&K PSG one. That's just they call that the long range rifle in a box there. But I know maybe 20 years ago or something like that. I think it was like 10,800 bucks. That's probably my favorite. It's definitely, but yeah, my favorite sidearm probably the one I put the most amount of range, most amount of rounds down range, is without a doubt the 92 FS, the M9. That's probably my number one sidearm, and I'm just an AR kind of person. I like the M4s. Um, yeah, there's so many though. I'm trying more and more not to play the favorite game, because all my gear is my favorite. That's why I have it. I don't have a bunch of crap I don't like. I only have what I like, and I have awesome reasons for liking the stuff that I have. Yeah, Jeremy, we've all seen them. We've talked about them a few times. Those nice shows were priceless, man. Or it'd be like $100 for like 400 knives, but um, 5 monthly payments in 1999. Like infomercials are so fun. I love infomercials. I want to do infomercials. I want to do fake infomercials for fun. Like, you know. Oh, nice chaos. Yeah, reprofile on there. What are you using to reprofile it? Yeah, now he's trying to work. Everybody's got questions for him, man. Stop working. Answer us. Look at it. Yeah, so I think I should be more careful of what I watch before I get on YouTube. Um, yeah, watching the press secretary come out and make a national announcement that, oh, it's confirmed, like the whole Chinese AIDS came from the Wuhan lab is like, come on. And then I'm not sure that's the worst part is all the people that were like, oh, conspiracy theorists, you shouldn't say that. So used to have this. Oh yeah, yeah. The up after dark. Maybe that's what I should start calling this chat is the up after dark. Or the late night something. BC. JP Enterprises should be delivered tomorrow. I'm so excited. Nice, nice. All the frost cutlery stuff that's sold. Sir Bud now. Who was the Shammy Wow guy? That was quite the infomercial back in the day too. As I'm kicking stuff over. What's I think I had some stickers out or something too. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Yeah, hey, so LC, do you know where the CIA came up with the term conspiracy theory to discredit people that were talking about stuff that they didn't want them talking about? Yeah, look up the history of how the term conspiracy theory came to be. And the term conspiracy theory is just more propaganda to make people look crazy so that it discredits what they say. And it was promoted by the CIA. And I believe it had a lot to do with the JFK stuff and everything, but that became the thing to do. That's why the fake bushcraft term exists. Like bushcraft is bunk. Like bushcrafters used to be survivalists until survivalists became politically incorrect due to association with militia activity or whatever, all that stuff. So the survivalist thing was no longer politically correct, and it started adopting the bushcraft term, which was somewhat being used over in England and stuff. And that's why I came up with Bushcraft Rebooted because we're kind of like restarting the thing and looking at what it really is because there's so much crap on YouTube. And I mean, most of the bushcrafters aren't actually bushcrafting, they're reenacting. They're using like outdated, inferior crap, like going out there like Grizzly Adams and stuff. Like I personally am in my 50 years of life, I've never seen anybody toting around a haversack. I've never seen anybody toting around a bedroll, with whatever they got in the little pantry in the bedroll and all that stuff, like the cowboy roll or whatever. Yeah, maybe that was an 1800s thing, but I've never seen anybody actually doing this stuff use anything other than like a backpack or a fanny pack or a chest rig or um, Yeah, Jeremy, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to hide the truth in the open if you make everyone that says you are wrong is crazy. Yeah, just like that follows up the uh it's easier to fool somebody yeah, it's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. You got that line too, and that's how the brainwashing sets into everybody. Is yeah, they just fool people and then nobody wants to admit like, "Oh, I was a complete ass. I fell for that." Oh, stupid me, woe is me. Like nobody will admit to it. So they just want to stick behind their decision because heaven forbid you're wrong. That happens all the time. But some people are so self righteous and so arrogant and narcissistic and everything that they can't be wrong. Like, oh yeah, I was totally wrong about that. Like, my bad. Yeah. So yeah, it's much easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. And we got a whole lot of that going on. Yeah, Elsie, that's another one of the yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that because that really happened and that's legit. And yeah, that's another one. Like if you go down these rabbit holes of conspiracy theories, you'll find out that there's um yeah, they're usually more accurate than not. And you can get into the same thing with Waco, Texas, the gross misuse of government overreach and stuff. Yeah, yeah, there's been a whole lot of crazy. And look into some stuff. Oh, I wish I could think of the name of it off the top of my head, but it was when Kennedy was president, and the like government agencies were planning a similar attack to 9/11, like decades prior to, and it was supposed to take place down in Miami. And it was actually Kennedy that said, "No, we're not doing that." But yeah, they wanted to like take down an airplane off the coast of Miami and blame it on. It was during the Cuban Missile Crisis and all that, but they wanted to, black flag it or whatever. But yeah, they had a thing. It was recently declassified about how basically the U.S. government organizations were going to perform a terrorist attack on the citizens of the United States and blame it on Cuba so that that would allow us to go and take care of business there because much like 9/11 showed, the American people when needed team up, pull together, they set aside their differences to get the job done. And so that's what they were trying to do is get the United States people to support an invasion into Cuba and stuff. BC. Yeah, Jeremy, and there's all kinds of situations like that. But be careful, man. You go down that rabbit hole and you start learning. I mean, like not everything's going to be true. Not everything's 100% accurate, but there's enough, like you just got to look at stuff like the Tuskegee experiment. The US government did that. The Tuskegee experiment. And if you hadn't heard of that one, look it up. Oh yeah, graphene. Yeah, that's another conspiracy theory. Who wants to prove it's there? I think that they already have. They just censor everything off the interweb now. Yeah, yeah, Lyme disease. Another interesting study is in places where nobody's ever been vaccinated, there's no vaccination whatsoever. There's not a single case of autism. They can only find autism in people that went through that vaccination regimen as a child, like which is up to like 30 something shots or 20 something shots. It's insane the amount of chemicals they pump into a little kid. And now all of a sudden, like I said, if you go to a country that doesn't, like wherever, that does no vaccination whatsoever, there's never been a case of autism there. Um, yeah, they've never found a person with autism that wasn't vaccinated. Yeah, yeah. Plum Island was a thing. Lyme disease. Yeah, the Tuskegee experiment. There's all kinds of hidden stuff about the WW2 as well. If you go down that rabbit hole, um, I'm kind of glad my grandparents aren't here. Both of them are World War II veterans, and they would be rolling over in their graves some of the stuff that goes on with that. So that's the part that makes it awkward. But yeah, wow, yeah, I'm probably got myself in trouble tonight, huh? Yeah, other fun facts. Like here's a fun fact: the United States makes up roughly 4% of the world population, but yet we consume 50% of the world's pharmaceuticals. So kind of weird. Doesn't make any sense. And then we got all these people going crazy taking these medicines. Yeah, Sleeping Thunder. I'm definitely learning who my friends are, right? Yeah, I definitely thank all of you for hanging out here, and we definitely appreciate you. You're the real crew. Ground Fog, Chaos Theory, Sleeping Thunder, LC. Oh yeah, yeah, the Mandela effect. They're trying to teach us all to be crazy. Like yeah, like Fruit of the Loom and all these different logos changed, all the names of stuff changed. Oh, Jeremy, it's a good crew here, man. I wish more people would get to know us. I give all the credit to the guys in the chat that come here every week. Yeah, we've been doing this now what like 2 months. I started doing lives. My first live was December 4th or whatever. Yeah, Elsie, I saw that one. I'm like, there's no way that's totally not true. I know there was the cornucopia there. That was the cornucopia with all the fruit coming out. Yeah, that was there. Now they're trying to tell us we're stupid. We don't know what we're talking about. Oh, were they? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the deep fakes. And that's the other thing, the AI. Like you can't it's getting hard to tell the difference. And there's so many people using AI on YouTube. Um yeah, it's kind of different in and of itself. But yeah, I've seen a lot of that. They're doing that with a lot of the other stuff, speeches and everything as well, where they're doing deep fakes like the politicians or whatever. Oh, you got the materials for the collapsible camper? Ah, here we go. Those are cool, but you can't bring them to a gunfight. Yeah, that just shows your lack of education. As long as you're within 21 feet of a gunfight and you already got your knife drawn, then you can close the gap and take care of business like any CQB situation. Not too many people have rooms that big. But yeah, I'm not so random, man. Random. Like yeah, that's maybe goes without saying or something. I don't know. What's your point, guy? Yeah, Jeremy. The average statistic is you can close a 21-foot gap before somebody can draw a sidearm, and that's statistics all over the place. So yeah, and the other point is I wish I had a non-functioning pew pew, but we'll do this old school, right? Okay, so I got my pew pew right here, right? We'll pretend because I can't bring one on the screen because everybody knows I'll end the live within 5 seconds for that. But if somebody, okay, I got my pew pew, right? What do? You grab the barrel of it. And now you have as much control over that sidearm as the person holding it because they're holding the grip and you're holding the slide in the barrel, right? So you have as much control over it. Now, here we go, genius. Ready for this? I'll bring out a special knife for this just because it doesn't matter what knife it is. Go ahead and grab the end of this, pal. Grab it. I dare you to. You would be doing me such a favor by grabbing this knife. I'm not going to do it because this is a Phobos Calcula. It's razor sharp, man. But go ahead and grab this. Find out what happens. And then if you grab it and I pull it away, I'm probably cutting clear down to the bone and every tendon in your finger. And you just lost complete use of your hand. And now I have the advantage in the fight. But with a pew pew, right? Grab it and I can fight it. I can turn it away from me. I can do all that stuff. Little self defense here for you guys. But yeah, go ahead and do that with a blade. Forget it. We'll go with a bigger one, right? What if you did it with this one? Same thing. This knife, same thing. You grab it, you try to maintain control of it, you lost use of your hand. So bring a knife to a gunfight. I dare you to. Like you might be better off. And that's got to be one of those silly little statements from people talking with lack of experience. Buddhist, look it up, man. What are the chances? How many times have you seen even law enforcement rolling around on the ground with somebody? Either the cops got a hold of their barrel or the criminals got a hold of their barrel. The footage is everywhere, my man. It's everywhere. It can be done. It has been done. It will be done again. But when somebody try to grab the end of a knife, the business end of it, they ain't getting anywhere. All they're doing is slicing up their hands. Doesn't matter whether, even a little itty bitty knife like this one, right? My little piggyback knife, right? Go ahead and grab that. I dare you to. I mean, unless you're lucky enough to get into a fight with somebody who has a very extremely dull knife, or maybe they went full retard and they grabbed their trainer instead. In which case, I'd have to agree with you. But this is a non-beveled trainer, and it's designed to train for situations like that. Some basic martial arts schooling and stuff will teach you that back in the day. But yeah, so pew pew, no, because you can get a hold of it way too easy. A knife in a fight, go ahead and grab that blade. I dare you to. It'd be the biggest mistake you ever made. And at that point in the real world, you're probably going to lose a fight because once you grab that blade and pull away or something, you've lost a lot of function in your hand. It's not like Hollywood, Bruce Willis getting lit up. He's got 37 rounds in him and a knife sticking out his thigh and all that other stuff. And he gets up and beats up everybody. No, man, in the real world, that stuff hurts and it's going to change your game. Yeah, it's going to be an attitude adjuster. Yeah, yeah. There's all kinds of different techniques and everything like that. But that's usually my quick go to when somebody says pew pew over knife. My advice: carry both and know which when to use it. Right tool for the right job. Keith Nitz, yeah, I can see that message. That's the only other message I can see. So maybe but yeah, I can see your message there, Keith. Just that one though, or yeah, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, whoever just deleted their comment. Yeah, YouTube's been weird with that. There's a lot of like live chats have been randomly getting shut down for no reason. Comments aren't coming through more often. So it's been kind of weird. I've dropped a couple comments where I saw the comment in the live chat, but nobody else saw it. Yeah, house fire, and the old school saying, like if you can avoid a fight, you're better off. That's what a lot of people should be doing. Not looking for the fight, not looking for the best way, but yeah, de-escalating is a far more powerful skill than knives or any of that stuff. Yeah, whoever. I'm an avid cyclist. Been riding bicycles my whole life. Yeah, yeah, self-defense. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to. There's so many people that have gotten locked up for accidentally doing something during a fight. They only hit him once, but he fell down, cracked his skull and unalived him. So yeah, there's people serving like life sentences because they couldn't just walk away. Their ego got in the way. Yeah, and I think anybody that really knows how to fight is going to avoid it because they know the bad stuff that can come out of it. It's like a canine. Like if you have a canine, an untrained canine for protection work and stuff, is more dangerous than a trained one because a trained canine is taught when to use its skills and when not to based off a command. Where an untrained dog thinks for itself and decides when to protect you or it. So yeah, having an untrained dog is more dangerous than a trained dog. And likewise, people that are trained in self defense and stuff, they're it's fun to do, but nobody really wants to use it unless you're not right in the head. Okay, yeah, cool. House of Fire, yeah, yeah, I did see that one. I'll have to watch it after my live though. I'm not sure how that would work out. Yeah, Elsie, I've been a day or two off from time to time as well. Yeah, there was one time in the spring, I was always busy doing, putting gear in date. So I was working like 12, 14-hour days for like a month and a half straight, like 6 weeks straight. And I lost track. I knew the date, like the number date, but I didn't know what day it was. And then the wife showed up for the weekly visit. And I was like, "What are you doing here?" Like, that's awkward. And she's like, "No, no, really, it's Thursday." Yeah, Keith. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird when that like YouTube's been weird lately. Even the analytics on YouTube have been backed up since mine says since January 31st. Uh the number of views and stuff was underrated and the watch hours and everything was underrated. Yeah, yeah, house fire. That's how it happens. Yeah, because your day is 2 days at a time. Like you start on one date and finish work on the next date. So yeah, you go through 2 days at a time instead of one. That that'll mess with you after a while too. Yeah, your analytics have been off too, Keith. Yeah, yeah. How's the fire? From when I wasn't involved in YouTube for years. I avoided social media like the plague because I have a whole bunch of friends that lost their ratings because of social media. So I just avoided it. Um, I didn't get in. I didn't get into social media at all till like 2000, like right before 2020, like 2018, 2019. I kind of like watched some stuff. People tricked me into it. Um, and Yeah, but man, I've had like thousands of people tell me I should do YouTube, and then I just never did because I'm like, yeah, whatever. Um, and then I finally decided I was going to do YouTube for different reasons. Well, like once I understood YouTube, and I started getting involved with the live chats and everything. Oh, Barbie Chambers is at 289. You're getting there. 11 more to go. Yeah, Barbie, I might have thrown the whole night off. Yeah, I said a whole bunch of naughty stuff. And since then, I think YouTube pretty much pulled me out of the algorithm. Yeah, the lives are fun. I love them. They're I'm gonna keep doing them unless unless they take that away from me. Because I have a tendency to say the wrong thing at the right time, but I got the perfect questions in life. Man, I've gotten myself in trouble. Like in high school, I got in big trouble just for asking a question. Man, with the church, I got in trouble for asking the wrong question. They were legitimate questions. All right, here we go. All right, so like the Catholic Church thing, the whole "thou shalt not kill." So we were going over like Catholic history, and they got into the Crusades and everything. And I asked them, "What about the thou shalt not kill?" And they didn't like that, and I had to go in and talk to the priest, and that wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, but where I really screwed up was sophomore year in high school. Right now, keep in mind, I was in junior ROTC all 4 years of high school, and sophomore year in high school, we had a U.S. history class. B&A. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, I'm stirring the pot tonight. But okay, but I digress. So I'm in history class, US history class, sophomore year in high school, and we're discussing World War II and all the evil atrocities and all the things that happened bad during World War II, and which we can all agree upon a lot of bad things happened. One of the things that got brought up in the conversation or the lesson, it wasn't brought up in conversation, was part of the lesson, was Adolf's youth, because if I say the H word, I have a feeling they're definitely going to shut me down, right? So I'm in U.S. history class. We're discussing World War II, and they start talking about the Hitler youth, whatever. I don't care anymore, and how evil and rotten it was for the German party to brainwash these kids and make them wear uniforms and march around and train and all that other stuff. And so I raised my hand to the teacher and I said, "Could you please explain to me the difference?" Because it also happened to be uniform day. So I'm wearing my junior ROTC uniform, sophomore year in high school, listening to the teacher talk about the brainwashed Hitler use of the Hitler Nazi regime and all this other stuff. And all I asked was, what's the difference? I've been wearing this uniform for 2 years now. I was also in the Civil Air Patrol for 6 years, which is a U.S. Air Force auxiliary. And we learned drill and ceremony and all kinds of things about aviation. It's what really um, got me set off into aviation long term. But I ended up getting sent to the principal's office for asking what the difference was. If they were getting brainwashed, marching around and everything like that during World War II, and they're still doing it in the United States in 1990, um, am I being brainwashed? Are y'all trying to turn me into some psycho warrior or something like that? Because I started just as young as the Hitler Youth. I did the same things. I was on the drill team. I was on the rifle team. We learned drill and ceremony. I was excellent at it. We learned like survival and search and rescue and all this other stuff. So what's the difference? Is the United States brainwashing me to be some militant psycho, much like Hitler was doing to the Hitler Youth? What's the difference? Please, somebody explain. I've never gotten an answer. Nobody has an answer. But it's different. It's different when you're on the good guy team versus if you're pegged as the bad guy team. And historically speaking, the victors are the ones that write the history books. So, but yeah, those are the ways I get myself in trouble. And it doesn't make any sense. All I did was ask a simple question. What's the difference? Like, I want to know if I'm being brainwashed, like maybe I can, find a way out of it or fix my brainwashed head. But no, it's different when the people want you to do it versus when you're trying to make somebody look bad. Because they make Hitler look bad with his brainwashed Hitler Youth. Meanwhile, I started in the seventh grade with the Civil Air Patrol, and that ramped up to the next level of Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps for high school. So how does the math on that work, or am I just crazy? Yeah, Elsie, it doesn't it's pretty bad, man. I think if you saw it and when you're riding, if you take like a little sharp left and you're looking back at it, you can actually see the crack open up a bit. Yeah, yeah, there's no such thing as good guy team. Each team views war as business no matter who does it, and no matter who dies, yeah. Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, being wrong depends on perspective. So while they were bashing World War II and trying to set the narrative, yeah, the Hitler Youth, they were evil and rotten and brainwashed and all that. But when you're in the United States sitting in the class listening to that and you ask what the difference is, then yeah, I went to the principal's office and I never got an answer. I was just told I was being inappropriate. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I asked a question the teacher was too stupid to answer or didn't have the balls to answer properly. But yeah, so that's just a couple of occasions where yeah, I said the wrong thing at the right time and it went wackadoo crazy real quick. Yeah, Sleeping Thunder. There is no difference, and that's the point I was trying to make. It's just the good guy bad guy thing is narrated by those choosing to whatever side they're trying to brainwash you into being or whatever they're trying to get you to do. They're the ones that are right. And yeah, they'll yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I've never I learned to stop asking so many questions if in certain places though, or maybe not entirely because I've been talking some smack on here about some of the crazy stuff that goes on that we've proven. Yeah, yeah, my man, I am a veteran. Yeah, U.S. Army. Yeah, Elsie, it's a great looking bike. It's just, man, it's one of those things. I think it's past its day. Like even if I get the frame fixed on here, I have to find those goofy forks, or I got to pay a crazy amount of money for some other ones. But I didn't serve in any wars. Um, not all. There's a difference between a veteran and a combat veteran. Um, but yeah, I was fortunate to be in during a peaceful time like 93 to 97. We didn't have anything going on but garden stupid stuff and painting rocks. Yeah, Keith, typically people get mods after I've known you for a while. I got to be careful. I had one guy wanted to become a mod and just to ban people and ruin the channel. So, like most of the people that you see in here are either people I've known for quite a while. They have channels. Oh, you're welcome, Barbie. Yeah, thanks, Ralph, as well. Yeah, it'll happen. Just keep coming back, and yeah, once I get to know people and things are kosher, um, then yeah, I'm definitely got to be a little bit more careful with how I do that. Like I said, I had one guy wanted to ban people, and then I gave another guy uh, a wrench, made him a moderator, and he just spammed his channel on mine the whole time. So I'm like, I totally promote people like dropping their links and all that stuff, but yeah, when you're doing it like 3 times before it clears out on the top, it might be a little bit much. Yeah, full fire. Yeah, you're right. It's especially since the stuff in Afghanistan ended. Yeah, the which is good. We should really be focusing on guarding our own borders and let the other people sort it out for themselves. Like I'm all about helping a friend out and stuff, but you got to take care of your own first. And if you can't do that, then which they've proven to do over the last few years. Yeah, that's rough. I know a lot of people that couldn't get in for, one medical reason or another. That's just it is what it is, I guess, sorry about that. But yeah, not everybody can say and some people be careful what you wish for, you might just get it. That falls under a lot too. Um no, how's the fire? No, I'm from New Hampshire and I used to teach skydiving. Um I did a little bit of scuba diving, but it doesn't go with skydiving because I couldn't work for like 48 at 24 to 48 hours after scuba diving because I'd have to worry about getting the bins. So it kind of even ruined it for me recreationally, but skydiving is way more fun than scuba diving. We were still getting issued the M16A2. And for a while I was a saw gunner. I carried a saw M249. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of I'm lighter over heavier when it comes to that stuff. No, I haven't seen that one yet, Keith. Not that I recall. Yeah, I gotta kind of like limit how many. Like, I spend a lot of time watching other channels. Um, so I've kind of been trying to cut back a little bit. I still try to make my rounds and say hello to everybody and leave a like and support the community. But if I spent like 20% of that time working on my own content would be better. And that's something I'm trying to fix in life. So I got to take care of me. I got to take care of Mrs. Bushcraft. So yeah, I've been really trying to focus on working on my channel. The little green flashlight on the left. This one. This is just an Olight i3T EOS. Yeah, is that reversed? All right, Jeremy. Thanks for hanging out, man. Drive safe. Have a great night with the missus. Whoops. It's not going to go on there the way I wanted to. I think eventually I want to. One of the things I've been wanting to do is custom kydex. I want to do this setup in custom kydex, but I also want to start making my own custom kydex. Uh, that's something I'd like to do. I could offer through the channel and stuff. Is making custom kydex sheets. I mean, there's a learning curve to it. I've got to spend some time doing my R&D and test jumping. Yeah, testing it. My test jumping days are over. But yeah, I'd like to do this exactly in kydex and learn how to do it and everything. Oh, this isn't a flashlight, my man. This is an Exotac Match Cap XL, and it'll hold like a full box of the UCO Stormproof matches. It's waterproof, has a striker on the inside, and Exotac is out of Georgia, so made in the USA. The Exotac XL. So yeah, that's a it's a match cap, not a flashlight. But yeah, it looks like a flashlight. Not much different there. All yeah, cylindrical milled aluminum. Yeah, but flashlight I like using. I'm switching this out though from the Olight, but I've been using the Warrior Mini too. It's okay, pretty good. My big thing is I was looking for something with 18 650 batteries, but I'm kind of like not enjoying the Olight game, so I'm gonna probably switch over to Ace Beam. And they've got that Terminator M2 Terminator M2, yeah, GXGB. I don't know, blingity bling bling, some fancy nomenclature, but it's like a side by side. It um has a spotlight as well as a flood built into it. It also runs off of 18 650 batteries. So I'm looking to get into Ace Beam at some point. Hopefully, I've got a few of my knives sold, and once that goes through, I'm probably gonna. I've got a couple things I'm gonna do. I don't want to spill the beans on everything. Let there be some surprises for the channel, but that's my current plan. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how everything goes through. How would you feel personally if an 18-year-old from Australia enlisted to Ukraine front lines in the trenches? Well, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Zero shits given, my man. I don't really care what some civilian Australian wants to do and go off to Ukraine and fight for anybody. I don't care what. I don't know, man. I have no opinion on that whatsoever. Zero shits given. Good luck. Have fun. If you're, yeah, I mean, if that's what you want to stand behind, then rock on with your bad self. But I'd be thinking more about starting a business and making a life for myself and forgetting this government that doesn't care about you. Trusty Kills is just a guy in his kitchen just talking about random crap. That's awesome. Yeah. What packs out do I run? Honestly, I'm not a fan of rechargeable, stays bright till the battery dies. I prefer standard batteries. Yeah, House of Fire. Yeah, man. That's where I'm at. I totally agree with you. Rechargeable has its pros and its cons, and depending on how the rechargeable is set up, depends on how bad it is or how good it is. If you have something like for years, I used I use this as my primary flashlight. I know it's not tactical, but it's highly functional. This is a Night Rider Lumina 750 flare. This is what I use. It's awesome. It's everything that a tactical light is without looking like you're about to do some CQB. It has multi light settings, right? And 700 lumens is where it tops out. I think it's like a 2.5 hour runtime. It's very tactical because I also have a red fancy blinking light, so people don't run me over. This light, although with all the lights on, you can't tell, it has a red light. So if you're in your tent, you want to just grab something out of your backpack, this is absolutely perfect. It's actually designed as a headlight or a helmet light for your bike. your push bike, your pedal bike, whatever. This thing is a bomb diggity. Everything about it is awesome, except it has a built-in non-changeable USB rechargeable battery. So when the battery goes dead, it absolutely sucks because you got to plug it into a battery bank or something. It takes like 2.5, 3.5 hours to charge. And that's where rechargeable is garbage. And the same is true even going down to like a pocket light. Like if you were to compare these two O lights or even the other one, these two are USB rechargeable. And same thing, it works out pretty good. Um, you're not buying batteries for it. But when you use it, if the battery does go dead, you're stuck because now you got to plug it into the charger and wait however long, 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours. That's when rechargeable absolutely sucks. And I hate rechargeable for that reason. Um, and that's why, like this is just takes a AAA battery, right? So when the battery goes dead, as far as the keychain light goes, I just switch out the AAA battery and I'm back in business. And the same is true with rechargeables. Like I said, this one is built right in. You couldn't take it out if you wanted to. But the Olight Warrior Mini 2 has an 18650 battery, which when the battery goes dead, you can change it out. And that's the perk to it. It is rechargeable. And they've got some that are like multi-fuel and stuff. Uh like a cool flashlight that's a multi-fuel. It'll run rechargeable or double A is the Nightcore MT2A Pro. And quick disclaimer, they actually sent me this one for free, man. Like they sent me a little letter like, "Hey, do you want to check out our stuff coming out and do a little review on it?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." Like, cool, I'm going big time on YouTube. But I haven't heard back from them, so apparently I sucked at it. Whatever, I don't care. Um, it comes with this double stack rechargeable. This rechargeable sucks. The reason being is most of the stuff, like if you're carrying store cell or any of the battery storage things, are designed to fit like one double A at a time, not two stacked. So that's kind of inconvenient. They do have a single cell version, but if this does go dead, I can throw two double A's in here, which is easy to do, and then I can recharge it, and I'm kind of like less waste carrying less stuff as well. So yeah, the pros and the cons to the rechargeables. If it's a dual fuel and you can change out the battery, that's cool. But if it's a built-in battery, then yeah, I don't even want to look at it. Like I went through that with this thing, like traveling at night. Like I'm riding 2,000 miles and cycling at night, and this thing goes dead. Yeah, I've got a battery bank. I can sit on the side of the road and wait 2.5, 3.5 hours for it to charge. That sucks. So that's why I started looking for something with an interchangeable rechargeable, not a built-in. Yeah, that's why I'm going back to candles. Yeah, yeah. Some beeswax candles are probably more valuable in most situations, especially if you're going to do that fake hack with the 12-ounce can and make a little candle holder and use the pull tab to hang it from and everything. Yeah, that's who's done that besides YouTubers. I don't even think that was a thing. Like we had, oh, who was it? The what's that little candle, the little telescoping one everybody have? I owned like two or three of them, and I think I broke one and lost two or something. All right, Keith, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Hope you enjoyed the chat. Have yourself a good sleep. We'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, yeah, the UCO candles. Yeah, those things are. Yeah, you just throw one of those in there and not do the 12-ounce can thing, and it's such a bunch of bunk. Yeah, they're awesome, man. Their candles are pretty expensive though. The replacement candles, and there's some videos that tell you great places to get them for way cheaper. And I've seen some people even make their own because they're kind of ridiculously priced. Yeah, yeah, that's so you've done that out camping. Like did you do it because it's something, or did you do it because you saw it on YouTube? Like that's yeah, $6 a pound there. Yeah, and then yeah, a couple bucks for some wicks, and you're in business. Yeah, that's something I've looked in. I want to do like because like I said, YouTube costs a fortune. So rather than I don't know, I want to do some like fire starters, maybe do some beeswax candles. I've talked to a couple different companies about doing something like that, having some of that stuff made up, making it myself, really, actually making stuff myself and then selling it rather than. I've had some offers from different fire makers, they, like the commercial fire makers and stuff. And I'm like, why? Like, you're just going to have me hustle for 2.5%. Why don't I just make my own? But yeah, the working capital startup fee is expensive for everything. Mirror full of compacts. Yeah, I even want to find like a local like honey place or someplace, and I can buy local beeswax and make that a thing. Support a local company, make a product, whether it's fire starters or candles or something, and then have definitely 100% made, grown in the USA, and raise money for my channel by doing stuff like that. Yeah, how's fire? I'll definitely take a look at it. Yeah, whatever you've got for a recipe, I'd definitely be interested. But yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, so I want to do like custom kydex, some fire starters, basic candles stuff. I've even toyed with the idea of making stropping paddles. Um, it's not rocket science. Anybody can make them, and rather than importing them from someplace, I can make them with all sourced U.S. materials and made, homemade. Yeah, I've got a source for the tins already. That's a small business that's not Scamazon. That'll sell me like quantities that I need. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of legwork, my due diligence on stuff. But yeah, I don't want to. I definitely want to offer something for something. When it comes to like raising money for the channel, I know there's a lot of people that say like I gave in and I did the buy me a coffee thing because a lot of people will appreciate your content and the effort made, and that's their return. So yeah, throwing in a couple bucks for a coffee is a way of doing that. But I'd like to offer something for something, rather than just ask people for money or whatever. Like I can make products. I mean, I can build wingsuits. It's a small market, I know, but my brain capacity is that I can build wingsuits and parachutes and harness container systems. So throwing together some wax candles or some starter fires, fire starters. Yeah, wow, verbal dyslexia. Um, yeah, that'd be awesome. House fire. Yeah, I mean, there's some of it I've done, just on a small scale, my own personal level. But to make enough to be able to produce it and sell it and stuff and buy stuff in quantity, is kind of the problem I'm running into. Like I have no working capital. Seems like yeah, between losing my skydiving job and there being no work around here, and Mrs. Bushcraft has gotten two promotions in the last year at her job. But it seems like as soon as she gets that promotion with a pay raise, they come out with the next bit of inflation. Eggs went from 2.79 to $12 a dozen, and we just keep it seeming to break even. So I've got to do something that gets me a little bit ahead and gives me some working capital. Like I've got lists of stuff that I need to make fire starters and candles and all that, but it's having the working capital to go and do it along with the tools and yeah, paracord fids were huge for me. Yeah, House of Fire. That's yeah, man. You're totally right. And as soon as you come out with something, there's some Chinese company that's going to come out with it because they pay their labor 2 ounces of rice an hour or something, so they pay nothing for labor and all that stuff, and they just come out with it. Everybody knocks off everything. I mean, there's some things that like, different brands are different brands. Like, like there's so many sneaker companies out there, Nike, Adidas, Merrell, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have the same thing. There's going to be different fire starter companies out there with their own blend. There already is. There's that Pyro Putty and all that stuff. You're always gonna have those issues, those situations. Yeah, Barbie, that'd be cool. I think mine, they're not going to be scented though, because that stuff's during my research and in reality, these scented candles are bad for you. They just load up the air with chemicals, and I've noticed if I burn one too long, it goes bad. So, gotta re. Why does every coffee company have to have a death theme? Yeah, that's a good question. Um, yeah, why does every coffee company have to have a death theme? I don't know, man. That's a good question. That is a really good question. Doesn't make any sense. You know what's even sicker is parachute companies that every parachute is named after like a death thing or something. Like or the company itself, like Icarus Parachutes. Icarus is the dude that tried to like fly to the sun and the sun melted all the feathers off and he fell back and boom, it was bad. Why would you name a parachute company after Icarus? Makes no sense at all. Same thing, another company. I love the guy. It's owned by John LeBlanc. Is Performance Design Parachutes, but they're all named after something that can off somebody, or is a little off topic, like the Saber Two, the Velocity, the Katana. Like man, it's a parachute. Shouldn't it be like the Happy Lander, or the floated me gently to the ground? But no, they call it the Katana. Legendary blade, and it's off more people than we know. Every Adidas will have an Boba's ready. Yeah, Johnny, my bench looks like your toy box when you were was 11. Dude, you were one lucky dude. That's awesome, man. Um, if your toy box looked like this when you were 11, dude, I want to go back to being you when you were 11 because that's awesome. Oh, I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to get us. Yeah, it's not a light, my man. It's Dylan. It's a Exotac match case XL, match cap XL. It's like stormproof. It's a lighter case, matches case for waterproof for your matches. Yeah, sorry, my man, not a not a flashlight, but it would. I don't know. I'm gonna have to design a flashlight now off of this because that's a couple times it's happened to. But yeah, there's these stormproof matches. These are big fun. Lots and lots of smoke too. Quite a what is that like? Good 7, 8, 9 seconds. But yeah, anybody? We got any CAD guys in there? I think I'm going to design a flashlight based off of their Match Cap XL because that's awesome. We know that's going to sell for sure. But a good flashlight, a decent flashlight, the Olight Warrior Mini 2, isn't that like that kind of size range if you are looking for a flashlight that size? And it's a little bit narrower too, so it's going to fit in the pocket better. Get a metal lathe and turn one out. Yeah. Man, you know what? I probably could. And I'm stuck at that point of I have no working capital. Like anything that I had saved and or built into equity was I lost like 90% of my life over the last 5 years. That's why I kind of titled this live the way I did is yeah, I'm gonna make a comeback to this no matter what. I'm not gonna allow their Chinese aids and their government overreach and stuff to dictate my life because I almost sat in, man. In fact, you can talk to Eric Hansen, the owner of Phobos Knives, about this. I straight up, just I'd come to terms with I was never going to get my skydiving career back, and it was over, and I was just going to have to accept being a washed up has been, and it was already in my head like that's where my life had gone. It was just a matter of accepting it and moving forward until I just realized it's stupid. Like I'm not going to allow that to like really destroy my entire life. So I'm going to take another go at it and make it or not. Hey, it's all about the journey. Um, life is one big journey, and it is what it is. So Yeah, I thought about trying to do a Kickstarter or something like that. I have an awesome slingshot design. All you guys that are, this is the Simple Shot Scout LT2, not mine. It's Simple Shots design. It's a Scout LT2. I'm just using this as reference. But I have my own slingshot frame design that is next level. Um, what happens when a skydiver designs a slingshot is what you're going to get. It's an awesome design. I've run it across a few people, but it's just a matter of having the working capital to build some prototypes and test them. And um, well, Mohi's that's a katana's not a knife, my man. That's a sword. Mini katana when I was, but a katana's a sword. Unless it's a novelty miniaturized, I don't know. But a katana's not a knife; it's a sword. The largest knife that I have is the let me get it out here. Is the Phobos Knives Tier 1C. It's 12 and a quarter inches overall, 0.25 inches at the spine. It's made out of CPM 3V. And this is actually a one off custom one with a convex grind. It also has that bomber ferrocium notch. There we go. We can see it, this notch right here. So instead of just having a flat spine here, where'd my ferro rod go? Yeah, so instead of just having that standard, it's going to be a bushcraft knife with a 90-degree spine and it's flat. You can see the minimal surface contact you get versus the ferrocium rod, and the notch is sharpened to a 90. And this thing's a flamethrower. If you stick around long enough, make sure the old lady's sleeping. I tend to play with ferrocium rods in the house. Yes, John, I have jumped at Lake Elsinore. Man, yeah, I have. Geez, back in 2007, I jumped at Lake Elsinore. And right after I was done jumping there, I went over to Viva Las Vegas and worked at Skydive Las Vegas for the winter. And then from there, I went to Jumptown in Orange, Massachusetts for the 2007 summer season. And then back down to Florida because I don't like going out west. California, California is the only place I've ever been that has coin op showers at the campgrounds. So you find out after you get in the shower that you need a roll of quarters in order for that to happen. And I was like, that's just awkward. I already paid enough money to get in here. Now they're going to, it wasn't even nickels and dimes. It was quarters, man. But yeah, I've jumped. I jumped for a total of 27 years, 4 years in the army, and then the other 23 as a civilian. I at the yeah, right about the 20-year mark or 20 years ago, I'm an FAA certificated master parachute rigger. Keith Nitz, welcome back to the chat, my man. Do you prefer an MRE? No, man, I'm not a big fan of MREs. Not my favorite thing to eat. I have a favorite recipe that I am going to work on once we get to the outdoor camping. Chapter 2 is the plan. We're at chapter 1 right now, where we're doing getting to know the community. I'm learning what people's expectations are, or what they'd like to see from the channel, as well as letting people know what I'll be doing. But yeah, I also yeah, the only other place I've jumped in California is Lodi. But that place is just way too dangerous, man. Nobody can decide on a landing direction. Nobody can decide on an opening altitude or exit order or anything. Lodi is like a one gigantic death trap. Uh, jump there. I mean, it was cool back in the day. You can get 50 hop and pops for like $250. So like $5 a hop and pop to like 2.5. It's awesome if you're working on your swoop or your landing skills, canopy piloting skills, whatever. But even then, if I'm working on my canopy piloting skills, I'd rather do it more like a hey ho, than get more bang for my buck. I'd rather fly around for 20 minutes than for two. Oh, nice, Keith. Did you get anything, or did you get shut out? Yeah, just getting caught up on the comments here, guys. I want to make sure I don't leave anybody out. Oh, nice. Two Jags and one Cottontail. Yeah. There's a small chance I would know him. There tends to be, for some reason, there's that West Coast East Coast separation, and it exists in skydiving as well. In fact, when I went out west, they were like, "You're an East Coast jumper." Like, I'm like, I didn't know that, but yeah, I guess so. So there's some skydiving discrimination going on in the world too. Enslaver, I have a lot of favorite knives, man. Just almost all my knives are my favorite. This is one of my favorites right here. This is the Spyderco Sage 5 in carbon fiber. This was gifted to me by a guy in the knife community, so definitely a favorite thing. It's a really nice knife, and he just sent it to me because I didn't have a folder. And yeah, awesome guy. So yeah, it's one of my favorites there for that reason, because that right there is the definition of the hashtag do something kind for somebody. Whoops, which I just dropped. What a disgrace I am. But yeah, this is anybody knows Zach's stuff. The channel, he does a lot with Benchmade and stuff, but this is his little thing, DSKFS. Do something kind for somebody. So we're gonna extend the favors as the channel grows and stuff and changes. But that's one of my favorites. Um, this is one of my favorites, which is part of this kit. This is the Phobos knives. This is a custom set, the Tier 1C and the Tier 1 Mini, which usually I have that big fat ferro rod on here. And this is a custom set that Eric Hansen made for me back in 2019. I threw an Olight i5T on there and the Exotac Ferro Rod XL. And this is one of my favorites because this is the first not off the shelf, out of a box production knife I've ever owned. Like, this is my first dude straight up made that for me. So that's one of my favorites for that reason. And then I don't know if a multi-tool counts as a favorite knife, but this is one of my favorites because when my SOG broke, finally after like well over a decade's worth of use, Mrs. Bushcraft bought this for me as a Christmas gift. And she had everybody in skydiving used to call me Rigger Tom because I was a well-known parachute rigger. But yeah, she had this custom done, and she got me this for Christmas, which is cool. Also, along with the Leatherman Raptor. So that's a killer combo there. So those are kind of my favorites because they were gifts from Mrs. Bushcraft, along with the Phobos Nice Calcula. This one was a gift from Mrs. Bushcraft and the kids. Money was tight and kind of been eating shit sandwiches, but they all pitched in and got me this knife for Christmas, and it definitely a happy Christmas. So that's one of my favorites because it's another Christmas present. Hold on, we got more favorites. This is the Phobos knife Solaris. It's stock. It's CPM 3V, 0.2-inch spine, black G10 liners with ivory white micarta. And it's got the bow drill divot and stuff as well. And this is one of my favorites because this was a gift, Christmas gift from Eric Hansen of Phobos Knives. So definitely cool. Definitely one of my favorites. I love gifts. I can never get rid of a gift. That's a cool thing. I've had stuff stolen, but I've never gotten rid of a gift. Yeah, so that's that. Yeah, like I said, this is my first custom set. That's one of my favorites. One of my favorites is the Tier 1 BC because it's like a little brother to the Tier 1C with just a little bit more function. This is a full Magna cut, 11 and a quarter inches overall. It's also got that ferrocium rod, the ferrocium rod notch, which I've come to love. It's one of my favorite features. I know it's a knife and it's a cutting tool, but the ferro notch performance is like next level. And then it's also got the bow drill divot on it, and it's not like a chintzy bow drill divot. Some of the places will put the bow drill divot just into the scale, and then when you actually put a spindle in there and you start grinding some friction, it pretty much destroys your scale material, your G10, your micarta, whatever. But Eric's got his going all the way through to the tang, and it's rounded out in there. So as long as you don't make your spindle too wide, this is going to be a great Great pivot point. Yeah, gifts from loved ones are the best for sure, especially, yeah, when they know you well enough and they're getting stuff that you know you're gonna dig and enjoy for years. Um, but yeah, as far as like a one knife all the way around, I don't want it to be too heavy. I don't want it to be too light. I want it to have good edge retention. I want it to do more than just a knife because it's a, bushcraft survival situation, which is just me dicking off in the woods. Because I don't know, I bring a compass and I know how to use it. Haven't got lost yet. So yeah, this is one of my favorites as well because I'm just digging it. It's great. I love it, and it's so close. My previous knife that I used to use, and this is a knife I was looking to replace, was the Spartan Blades Horkos, which is this knife right here. Kapow, kapow. They're extremely similar. Um, the Spartan Blades is S35 VN steel, and I definitely love it. This knife served me well for like solid 5, 6 years easily on virtually a daily basis. It's great all the way around. The edge retention, everything is great about it. The company I can stand behind, Spartan Blades, is also veteran owned, veteran run, so I can definitely support that. The only thing that I didn't like about the Horkos is the scales. The scales are just kind of like they're there. I mean, I know it's designed as a military field utility knife, which is basic bushcraft survival, whatever crap you want to label it with. Go ahead, pick your own. Um, but the scales just weren't as comfortable. Like through use, I always had to wear gloves with them. And I was looking for something a little bit more bushcrafty, a little more out in the woods, kind of functional, less military, a little more civilian, maybe hard use type stuff. And that's when I originally saw the Tier 1C, which is the custom one that I have. But then he came out with this one. And this is almost like I love the size of the Spartan Blades Horkos, like big enough to be used a lot, but not, you know what I'm saying? It's a happy medium for sure. But Eric Hansen over at Phobos Knives, he's got the ergonomics and scale design and handle design is some next level stuff. It's a little bit wider, so it's going to carry a little wider. The Spartan Blades, the perk is it has a narrow profile, easy to carry, doesn't get whatever. Not that much of a difference, but overall, I love the Phobos Tier 1 BC. If it were going to be the pick one knife, that whole fantasy YouTube thing, it would be the Tier 1 BC. By far would be the one knife I would get. But I can't just grab one knife. That's why I have two connected. So no matter what, I'm getting two. Like if I just grab this one, the other one's coming with it. Uh, Scales? Hershey Gamer Pro, what's happening, man? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, that would be cool. Like, yeah, if somebody put a bearing in it, you could almost like I don't know, maybe knife design or something. You could cut a hole straight through and then get like one of those like the bearing sets for rollerblades or something and find a way to pop it in there. That would be pretty cool. You just said, "Wow, thanks, LC. I definitely appreciate it, man. You helped me make up for all the stupid things I said earlier. They weren't stupid, man. They were kind of like maybe not politically correct, maybe not. I don't know what they're calling that stuff nowadays." Yeah, Johnny Carpenter. That's the angle I use with Mrs. Bushcraft, right? Yeah, everybody, get out your notepads. This is how you get more knives, and make it okay with the old lady. All you got to do is, her kitchen knives, that block of knives, it's got the paring knife, it's got the 8-inch steak knife, it's got the bread knife, it's got all that. You just tell her that outdoor knives are similar. Like if I'm going to do some fine carving, I'm going to need a smaller knife, because I'm going to get in there and work it, make little notches and not have to deal with all that blade, just like her paring knife. And then, but sometimes you got some stuff to cut and it takes a little bit more work. So that's where your Tier 1 BC comes in. Maybe I got to do some light batoning. Maybe I got to do a little light delimbing on something. But yeah, there's knife number two. And then, no offense to the ladies out there, but typically you don't know about this stuff. So I don't want to use my dirty bushcrafting knife that I've been using to, maybe it's got a little pine tar on there. Maybe it's got a little dirty or something. So I'm going to need a cooking knife. I'm going to need a camp kitchen knife. and that's why I got this Alaris here. This is the camp kitchen knife on steroids. So you can trick the old lady into thinking, oh yeah, yeah, it's just like the butcher block of knives in the kitchen. Only yeah, that makes sense. If you're gonna go out and survive in the woods, you're gonna need some serious knives. Hi, I'm a starter knife collector. How do I get a lot of knives? Well, man, you work a lot of hours, maybe a little overtime, and you spend your money wisely. Um, yeah, if you're collecting knives, man, yeah, and it takes time, takes years and years. I'm not a collector. I don't collect knives. I really don't. Um, I turned 50 years old. I'm spoiling myself a little bit here or there, and it's not even me. Like, yeah, I haven't bought a knife since 2019. Yeah, that's crazy how that works. I must have been behaving or something. Or maybe they think I'm doing like a QVC and trying to sell stuff, and they're like, "Oh, we'll get more people to buy stuff." But I'm not selling anything, guys. I don't have any links. In fact, Exotac just like crapped out their affiliate program right before Christmas. So whatever's clever with them. Um, yeah, so I'm not selling anything. Y'all buy whatever you want to. I mean, like buy some cool stuff, buy quality. Buy once, cry once, get yourself something that'll last you a lifetime you can pass down as an heirloom. But other than that, like I'm not having another debate with somebody that's like, here you go. This will make sense to all these people out there that are logical thinkers. When somebody makes the comment that actually was the whole, yeah, no, we'll just use this one. Oh, what the hell's that little yeah, some dude was saying his SE Azula can do whatever this tier 1C can do. An SE Azula can do whatever a tier. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's stretching it awfully far. Yeah, House of Life. That's exactly it, man. I just turned 50 in December. I've had a long life, man. I've done all sorts of stuff, and I skimped out on gear all the time. Skydiving cost me so much. Sometimes I didn't have money for other stuff, or I needed a new rock climbing rack or new rope and stuff, and I didn't always have money for high end gear. And I tried to save money, and in the long run, I lost money because all that the savings on gear turned into broken gear, and I had to go out and buy new stuff anyhow. So I got sick of that replacing the import crap trinkets, little trinkets I call them. They look it, but they don't function like the real deal. So that was a huge game changer for me. Is I broke a couple of SOGs, broke a few other knives, and then I was like, man, they got to be making something better. Like, how do you do the cool stuff with trash or whatever? So no, not everything's American made. Like my axe is from Sweden, my saw is from Japan. Leatherman's US, Phobos is US. I use Atwood cord and stuff now, which is US made cordage and everything. But yeah, I don't it doesn't have to be made in the US. I buy like Helionox is made in South Korea, but they make a really good chair. Um uh Arkel is like I use bicycle panniers made by Arkel. They're out of Canada. AquaQuest tarps are out of Canada. The quality products is ultimately what I'm looking for. Granfors Bruks out of Sweden makes great stuff. And people, oh, well, I could get 8 Fiskars for that. Yeah, I used to do that too, but I didn't care much and I left them behind. I give them away to friends and stuff. Yeah, yeah. CRK is American made. Yeah, exactly. And I take a lot of pleasure in buying American made products. And I take even more pleasure in buying American made products that are made by veterans. Yeah, those if you're a US veteran and you got a product, yeah, I will show your stuff on my channel. No charge, nothing, nada. I want to promote US made products. I don't mind promoting other products, like I said, as long as it's not crap. Way too much crap being sold. And on the surface some stuff looks good, but when you pick it apart, it's trinkety trash. Ooh, Bushy Games Pro. What's the difference between survival knife and bushcraft knife. Marketing. They're going to call you, is this a bushcraft knife or a survival knife? Whatever the maker wants to call it is what people are going to believe. A knife is a cutting tool and it can have other features, but for the most part, it's all marketing. And if you ask me, and if you've been around before, bushcraft and survival are the same exact thing. There's no difference between the two. I don't care what anybody says. Go ahead and buy every bushcraft book made. Go ahead and buy every survival book made. Compare the techniques and applications within those books, and you're going to find out it's the same exact thing. It comes down to political correctness trash, like a paintball gun versus a paintball marker. It's all just labelings, political correctness, social acceptance, so on and so forth. And that's what you find way too much of in the knife market. Um, they'll get, like, is this a bushcraft knife, a survival knife? Oh no, that's an EDC knife. You don't know what you're talking about. It's a sharp knife. It fits in the hand. It's comfy. I like it. I dig it. It's got good edge retention. What specifics do you need in a knife? What are you going to be doing? And make sure that knife meets it regardless of what somebody wants to label it. Um, a great example is this knife right here. This is the Spartan Blades Frike. Awesome knife. Another S35 VN. Nice, skinny. Very sleek if you're going to IWB or just pocket clip it with some Kydex or whatever. Awesome knife. Um, if you look this up on Spartan Blades, they have it advertised as a fighting self defense knife, right? But I don't care what they called it. I cared what I needed. And what I needed was a knife that wasn't as big as my Horkos package, which is this. This is how I carried my Horkos. I had the Enyo piggybacked on the front with the Horkos and all that. And when you pull this at some social campground, they're like, "Oh no, one of them," those type. So it would send people running. But what I wanted was something. And then yeah, here we'll continue this so you understand where I'm going with this. And then on the front, I had this little Enyo. It's just a little itty bitty knife, cutty, and then you've got to chop a little paracord or something like that, or cut a little something. Perfect knife. You're spreading the use of your knives throughout multiple knives, making them last longer, staying sharper, because you're not using them as frequently as you would if you only carried one knife. But this one kind of like wigged people out. So I wanted a knife that was bigger than the Enyo, that would function for more stuff, but smaller than the Horkos without tweaking people out. And so I jumped on Spartan Blades because that's what I was buying at the time, and I bought the Frike. And like I said, they advertise this. This is you can look it up. You can check their website. I'm pretty sure it still says about the same thing. This is a fighting knife, a self-defense knife. It's awesome for that, I guess. Never got into a fight with it. Never even trained with it. Never even asked about buying a trainer for it. But it fit that mid-sized knife where when I took this out, it wasn't evil, it didn't look like Rambozo. And but it wasn't so small that when you're trying to cut like some summer sausage with a little Enyo, you're like trying to cut around it. It's like using a bow saw cutting a log. It was stupid. And that's how I got into the Frike. I don't care don't get me wrong, Marcus and Curtis, Spartan Blades, everything about them is awesome. Their customer service is awesome. Their product is awesome. Their quality control is awesome. Everything about it is awesome. Only I don't care what their opinion of what a knife should be used for, because a knife is a sharp edged tool. And so long as it fits my cutting needs, it's the right knife for the job. Um, and that's how I got the Frike. And that's kind of where I was going with everything. And now I've kind of switched over to Phobos because rather than buying a knife for compactability and concealability and all that stuff, I wanted more comfort in the grips, because the Frike, like I said, it's an awesome knife. It's a great knife, edge retention with the S35 VN. You guys know all that stuff. Um, but it has these super flat scales, highly concealable, like I said. But if you're starting to use it, other than a fighting knife, like if you're going to do some carving and do some feather sticking or something with it, it's got some hot spots. It gets uncomfortable. I know I'm not using it as a self-defense fighting knife. I'm using it for something different. But that's my experience with the Frike. I still enjoy it. I'd probably still carry it, but I'm not really using them anymore. And I actually have those 3 knives sold because I don't keep old gear sitting around to deteriorate or anything. And that's where I got into what I now my modern 3-piece set, which is kind of like this set here. Um, Only Phobos knives gets a lot more into the ergonomics of the grip, the comfort. I've You don't get any hot spots with them. Um, but yeah, so this was the three-piece set, and you can kind of see where I redid it. Like I said, the Enyo is a little bit smaller, which is you got to keep in mind too. If these are designed for military guys, they're not just carrying some knives, a saw, and a hatchet. They're carrying 210 rounds divided between 7 magazines plus a few extra in the pack and all the other stuff that they got to carry: NVGs, thermals, smoke, bangers, whatever you're doing. You got a ton of gear. So less in the knife department is a little bit more, but I'm not carrying any of that stuff, and neither are most of you. Um, so I got into something more comfortable, more ergonomically correct, something that I can use longer without gloves. Um, and that's how I got into Phobos knives. And this is what I'm going to run for quite a while. I don't have any Safe Queens. I've never owned a Safe Queen. I never buy anything with the intention of not using it. All my equipment gets used. It's just been a little short with the past couple of years. And like I said, this one I just got for Christmas and stuff. So I really haven't had time to use it, but you can, with experience, you can put it in your hand and know that you're doing well with it. So that's a thing going on there too. Um, yeah, I have half face blades. They're out of Australia, right? Correct me if I'm wrong there. I think so. Oh, do we have somebody trolling? Yeah, that guy's a complete moron. Yeah, Elsie, you weren't kidding, man. You brought the troops in. Thank you very much, my man. That is awesome. Yeah, full fire. I like getting out there using it. I like my stuff kind of remaining in some pretty good condition. I used to spend a lot of time down in Florida, so that's why I'm big into PVD and DLC coatings and definitely Cerakote and stuff. Samuel, yeah, we got the sling shooting. We've got the simple shot Scout LT2, which is gonna at some point be upgraded to the pro version, which is a full metal bottle, but full metal frame. It's aluminum CNC milled frame and whatnot. Yeah. Like LC said, yeah. I've got this set of knives going, and these ones are still. My Spartan blades are still like fully serviceable. They're great. I just don't keep a lot of stuff sitting around, and I actually have a friend that's buying these. We're just sorting out the details. I don't know. I think he's going to do it off his tax return or something. So yeah, these are still great knives, but I see no point in keeping them around because I'm not going to use them. I'm going to be using these, and I really don't see me going back. It's nothing personal. It's just progression. Yeah, that's cool, Chaos. Yeah, if you know who the trolls are, man, bounce them. Um, yeah, we don't need trolls here getting us in trouble because I do a pretty good job of that on my own. So if anybody's going to get me in trouble, it's going to be me. Yeah, the silky Outback, silky saws in general are awesome. And the Outback is like a silky saw on steroids. The blade's a smidge thicker. It's a little more robust. It's also coated, so anti-corrosion and everything. And if you've ever used any high-end Lecky poles with the corked end Lecky poles or something, that's the material on for the handle instead of the standard rubber. Which I like the rubber too. It's good stuff. Yeah, I've actually got a few silky saws. Um, yeah, this is the Gomboy 210 with a straight edge, um, and the medium teeth, and this is a Gomboy 240. They only make the Outback version in the 240, but the standard version they have different versions depending on teeth size and everything like that. But yeah, you can get it in the 210 or the 240, which is the nice middle size. And if you're going to be doing like a lot of processing, I would go to the next the next one up, which is whoops, the Big Boy 360, which that's compared to the 240, and they also have an Outback edition of the 360 as well. So yeah, definitely awesome, awesome. I mean, Silky's the way to go, and that's not. And what are you using your knife for? What are you using your saw for? Here we go with this one. Um, so my introduction to Silky was working and apprenticing as an arborist under a world champ arborist. I think he's still on Instagram, John Greer. But he was multi world champ arborist, and when he sold his arborist business to become a pilot, and that's how I met him. He became one of our jump pilots, and we were talking shop, and he ended up, as a rock climber, he was like, I climb trees, and I'm like, oh, that's so cute. And then I found out he was an arborist, and I'm like, kind of a Richard Cranium. But yeah, that and so rather than being a YouTuber trying to sell you silky saws, about 15 years ago, I was doing arborist work using silky saws, doing disaster relief. And then if we had some time, we'd go do some tree pruning because, swinging in a tree with ropes and stuff is always fun no matter how old you are. And it's even more fun when you have a chainsaw. So that was my introduction. In fact, I've dated it. I was using silky saws long before the Canadian pimper, the Canadian prepper started pimping them. How's that? So yeah, I used them professionally as an arborist, not just like, hey, look at my YouTube video, I'm cutting something with a saw. No, we were like using them. And there's a reason why the world champs, the best in the world, use silky saws, because they are the fastest, best cutting saws in the world. If there was something else, the guys competing for these titles would be using it. Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah, the blades are going to flex a little bit more than if you're using a bandsaw, but that just comes under practice and technique. A lot of people don't know how to use a pull saw, and they'll try to jam it through. The biggest mistake that people make with silky saws, or even the Baco Laplander, I'll trash on that thing all day long. I don't mind. If as you're cutting through your material, right? Like the edge of my fingers is the edge of your material, or the log or whatever. Don't pull it into the cut. Leave it outside the cut. And if you constantly work it like that, it almost eliminates the chance of you catch like kinking the tip and breaking it. So if you use it like that, you're all set. Like I said, the common mistake is people pull it in and they go to push it and it kinks, and they're trying to cut on the push rather than on the push cut. The only thing that should be happening is the teeth should be removing the sawdust from the cut, and then is clearing the cut. So when you cut on your back cut, it's got straight wood you can work on. Left knife. The left knife is the Phobos Knives Calcula. Yeah, yeah. Who's looking for Bless? Yeah, Bless Knives has a channel. He's a very cool dude. Donnie is an awesome dude. I highly recommend him and his work. Where's me Rambo? Yeah, we don't do Rambo here, just Rambozo. Yeah, this is the Phobos Knives Calcula. It's S35 VN steel. Nice. All it's like right in the middle. It's kind of like for me, it's at the larger end of an EDC knife, and it's at the smaller end of a outdoor bushcraft survival geek knife, whatever you want to call it. But that's where it is. It falls right in that happy medium between. Yeah, you could EDC it, or you could use it if you're not planning on, if you're not going out there playing Mr. Bushcraft YouTuber and you're not batoning and you're not doing all that stuff. But you're going to use it for basic field utility. You could even use it for feather stick and all that stuff. But great knife all around. And I just got this like Christmas time, so I haven't had the time to like extensively use it yet. But when I do, I'm not a knife reviewer. I'm not reviewing a whole bunch of knives. This is just the crap I own. Like I'm not into owning 100 different knives or reviewing it, because I don't think you're really getting an honest review on that stuff. Um, in fact, when you doesn't matter who it is, go ahead and take a look at whoever's reviewing the knife, and then go back 6 months later and see if they've actually used that knife. And it tends to just be an unboxing and a show you here it is and here's the link to buy it, and then the next day it's another different knife. and the day after that it's another knife. And there's a lot of times you don't even see the same knife twice. So, but not here. We know we're not a knife channel. We're not knife collectors. We're knife avid knife users and lovers. And I found the stuff that I like, and that's what I'll mostly be sticking with. Yeah, I was fire. You should delete that before somebody reads that, man. You can't have too many saws. You can't have too many knives. Maybe I can, but no, no. I could have too many knives. I think sometimes stuff just gets in the way. But yeah, I mean, if you want to be public about that, about you have too many saws, I don't know. I don't know. I'll let you make that decision on your own. Thoughts on Bark River? I don't have too many thoughts on Bark River. Just there's some rumors out there, quality control issues. I don't know. Um, I guess, roll the dice or, find some content creators that specialize. No, well, that's the whole thing. I think when you find, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I've never owned a Bark River. I've looked into them, but I found a lot of questionable things going on that made me look elsewhere. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Yeah, but sometimes people get new gear house fire. That's what I'm going through. I'm literally going through the process of a lot of my gear was old and beat up and obsolete. Unfortunately, some of it I've literally thrown in the trash. So it's hard for me to show. I've got some older stuff because it's still good. I'm not going to throw away perfectly good stuff. I'll find a new home for it. But a lot of my gear is looking more new than used, and it's going to kind of like be that way for the next month or 4 to 6 weeks maybe. So it's kind of hard to, and I think like that. Like I'm used to, like, you can take any parachute anywhere in this country. I've never seen it before. You can bring me halfway across the country, show me a parachute, and I can tell you by the wear on it how many jumps it has. I can tell you how old the line set is and how many jumps the line set has. What the life expectancy is remaining on that. So I'm definitely familiar with wear on gear and how to prevent it and how to maintain it. And also, when my gear starts getting worn, I tend to get rid of it and start anew, or replace it with the same exact thing. And I've been burned on that a couple times too. 375 Raptor, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. There's no membership fees. Um, there's no meeting fees, and we're just hanging out, geeking out on gear. Um, Having a good time and yeah, trying to establish a YouTube channel as a full-time thing for me because things things have gone a little bit crazy in the world. Yeah, I know people that are like that, but I think I would have been, but the fact that I moved every 6 months for over 20 years prevented me from being a pack rat. Like traveling like a skydiving carny, you know? I would go where the work is, a nomad, whatever, not a carny. But so if you're moving every 6 months, you realize how expensive it is to like ship a bunch of boxes from Maine to Florida and then Florida back to New York or something. And so rather than wasting money doing stuff like that, I just reduced the amount of stuff that I would own constantly. And I got in the habit of, if I'm not using it, I'm just gonna like I have stuff I wasted. Like I shipped it like 5 6 times, and I'm like, I've just spent a fortune shipping this, and I haven't touched it in 2 years. What's the point of keeping it? So I'd get rid of stuff, and that's kind of where I have the minimalist thing. It wasn't until that didn't change for me until 2017, like spring of 2017, and that's when I settled down with Mrs. Bushcraft and started doing. She's been working aggressively at domesticating me, although sometimes not so good at it. But so a couple of things I own I've just bought to be like, oh, I can have that extra one or I can have that extra two or something and not worry about the shipping game and everything. So yeah, Mrs. Bushcraft just laughs at me too. She's like, especially when I'm hanging out with you guys or in the live chats and stuff, like, what are you guys geeking out on now? It's like you guys are still talking about knives. The first couple of overnight live chats I did, I would start the live chat at 8 o'clock, and then she'd get up the next morning and be like, "You're still, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, we're just hanging out and having a good time, geeking out on gear, and life is good for all of us, so that's what we're doing." But yeah, I get all excited. I'll show her whatever, like, "Hey, check this knife out," or check out this 10 or something. Yeah, yeah, we just and man, now I'm gonna get in trouble for this because I'm actually gonna bring this up, beat it up. I'm gonna beat it up for sure. Um, but women always think we're hanging out talking about breasts, and we're really not, except for now. Now I just did. But I'm talking about breasts in the sense that we don't talk about it. Like it's not what we hang out. They think for some reason we just hang out for hours and that's all we talk about. But really, except for me mentioning the fact that we don't mention it, it never really happens. It's just always geeking out on, hey man, what kind of scales are those? Like I could get that. Dude, did you actually get the screws on that knife Cerakoted? Like that's more the conversation that we have. Or what do you think? Big saw, little saw, big knife, little knife, piggyback, one or two, two is one is none. What kind of matches do you like to buy? I mean, that's the kind of stuff we're geeking out on, but women always think we're talking about their boobies, and we're really not, which is actually quite funny. So yeah, it never gets mentioned except for the fact I mentioned that we never mention it. So under that rare circumstance, it's been mentioned, but yeah, I think as men we need our hobbies. We need that whatever's bothering us in the world, we have our little side thing where we go and decompress and like sharpening a knife might not be the funnest thing in the world, but it just you're focusing on what you're doing. There's something to be said for mindless, monotonous work sometimes. It's like cool, I'm being productive and I don't have to think too much about it. So I think that's yeah, that's what it is. It's just our little reality break, and like we have to be productive as men, so we're just being productive passively or something. And that's how the cookie crumbles. Um, I used to use my Spartan Blades Horkos almost daily, for like 5 or 6 years while I was bike touring. But when I stopped bike touring, I really haven't used them since. So I haven't really used those knives in like maybe 5 or 6 years. Used them a few times. That's it. It's actually like I said. All three of my Spartan blades, I gave um I gave a good deal on them, and they're these are actually sold. I'm just waiting on we're just sorting out the payment options, and these are sold. So I'm gonna be back down to like 7 knives altogether if you include my folder. But yeah, so they're still great. They're highly serviceable in great condition, and I was able to find a new home for them, where hopefully he'll use them more than I'm going to because I have these knives to use now. Yeah, yeah, very true. Chaos. Yeah. Oh, I don't even. They make a Horkos in 3V. Yeah, this one is uh S35 VN is what these are made out of. So yeah, I know they changed up their game a little bit. They have like that bronze line or something, like a budget line. I've never owned any of those, and those I bought before. Yeah, they're S35 VN. I know they're making some of them in S45 VN and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know, but even CPM 3V, if is it 3V or CPM, I don't know. Has good edge retention as well. My tier 1C is CPM 3V, and that's pretty good all the way around. I wouldn't say it doesn't have quite the same edge retention as you would find on like S35 VN, but it's still really good and manageable to sharpen as well. Just even stropping is You have a Horkos and Magna Cut? Yeah, I didn't even know they make a Horkos and Magna Cut. That must be something new. Yeah, first I've heard of it, my man. I don't know. I know a lot of the game is in the heat treatment, so that could be it. I don't know. If you're having that much of a problem, call Spartan Blades and ask them. They will most definitely hook you up. I don't know. Yeah, almost there. I don't know what happened, LC. That's the algorithm. Maybe I was doing something right there for a second. I was behaving, but then I think I started not behaving again, and um, I'm my own worst enemy tonight. I think it's coming across that way for sure. But hey, we've been guys, hold on one second. I'm gonna grab a quick coffee. I'll be right back. Say hello to everybody. It's that midnight time. Refill your cup, get another bowl of popcorn, get some tomatoes to throw at me, whatever's clever, but I'll be right back. You know this is quick. All right, did anybody time me on that one? That was a quick one. I'm really getting good at this. It's my plan B. If YouTube most definitely fails, I am gonna get a job at Dunkin' Donuts or something because I am getting super fast at making a coffee, and I think accurate as well. Definitely accuracy counts. BC Jerbs, you're back. How you doing, brother, man? How you holding up tonight? Been bouncing around the live. Is there a lot of lives going on, or kind of hard to keep track? Yeah, that's weird, man. I've had good luck so far. Like I said, I haven't used my knives extensively yet. They're all relatively new, getting worked into rotation, as well as, like I said, I got some skydiving injuries that just kind of prohibit me from going out in the extreme cold weather anymore. I can do it, but it hurts for a while. So I'd just rather not torture myself to for that. I figure I'll just do this from here for now. Ate a pound of bacon and 3 egg omelet. Yeah, you cannot go wrong with that. 5.4 seconds. Actually, 5.4 seconds is the amount of time it takes to go through 1,000 feet at 120 miles an hour. SC Knife Monkey, what's happening, man? Everybody say hello to SC. Uh, yeah, he got a new spider coat today. He was happy about it. Um, yeah, nothing like a kid in a candy shop with a brand new spider coat. Awesome short live you did today, man. That was a lot of fun. That is awesome, though. Yeah, I just going through the chat, see what I missed. All right, yeah, we're caught up. Yeah. The Scandi grind is great. The flat grind is great. The convex grind is great. Yeah. Once you get application, what do you use it for? Like if you're batoning, convex grind is gonna rule. But I think as long as I'm gonna kind of stick with that. As long as it's sharp, it's a blade, it cuts. It's gonna pretty much do anything. Um, Once you get away from there's way too much marketing. That's just capitalism. That's the United States. That's just marketing. They're gonna target people that they think are gonna. I mean, that's how they pick their color options and everything like that. So, yeah, like it's just yeah, knowledge with a knife and how you apply it. But yeah, I'm kind of like I'm a little bit burnt out from the YouTube gimmicky stuff. Like it's not a bushcraft knife if it doesn't have a 90-degree spine. Like get out of here, man. You know how many ferro rods come with the little scraper with it? You know, check out Uberleben. You know, like they all come with a little scraper, a little bungee. You scrape. You don't even need a knife. You don't need a knife to work a ferrocium rod. So why is it that the brainwashing of this knife thing is if it doesn't have a 90-degree spine, then it's not really a bushcraft knife? Yeah, kind of like burnt out from listening to that nonsense. And they're the ones with the brand new knives that go right back in the box, and then they go in another box with a shipping label to go to the next content creator, reviewer, influencer to do the same damn thing with it. Like that stuff's got to stop. Like, I mean, people give me a hard time because I got a few knives that aren't like exceptionally well used. They're not abused. But man, I go to all these other knife channels and they've got stuff that's never been used with no intentions of using it. They're showing it to get you to click a link so that they make a percentage of it off of their Amazon or whatever. That's all they're really doing. There's one guy, I'm gonna look it up. I'll have the information ready for you next week. But there's one guy that I was talking to that has a channel and got involved with those pass around things, you know, where they're not allowed to use it. You can't carry it in your pocket. You can cut a piece of paper, but you really, please don't get it dirty. Please don't scratch it. Make sure that the next reviewer has another brand new nice knife to look at. Um, he wasted $5,800 in 1 year on shipping fees alone, playing the pass it around knife game. He got nothing for it other than a $5,800 bill for shipping knives around. I know people are going to hate me for this because this is why I exist, is to point out this kind of stupid nonsense. But why spend $5,800 shipping around knives in 1 year to do reviews on these knives that you can't even use? So you're just saying, oh, it looks pretty, it feels good in my hand, so on and so forth. That's all you're doing with it. And then at the end of the year, you have nothing to show for it. Why not take that $5,800 and you can buy yourself a nice little fleet of nice knives that you can use over and over again instead of spending $5,800 spending shipping around $30 Chinese trinkets. Like I know some of the knife people are going to get upset with me, but it's the truth. Like where's the logic in that? Where's and what do you, what all it's the modern version of QVC. That's all it is. And the same thing, and there's a lot of other communities that are doing the same thing. But yeah, that's just kind of like maybe you get some experience holding in your hand and it feels a little different from the last one, but how is it when you're actually cutting it? You know, how is it? McDonald's French fry, what's happening? How you doing? What's crack-a-lacking with you tonight? All right, Barbie, go ahead, smash it. Where you at? You're at 290. Barbie Chambers is trying to get to 300 subscribers, at which time she's going to have a giveaway. And she's almost there, so that's close. She's also for Valentine's Day, she's having a girls only, women's only. Although we don't know the definition of a women anymore in this country, but I do, you do, we do. Women only Valentine's Day giveaway at Barbie Chambers EDC. I'm off the chain today. McDonald's French fry. We are chilling. We're talking about some stuff. We're trying to avoid getting scammed. We're talking about gear, geeking out on gear, having fun with gear. Yeah, SC Monkey, you're getting closer to 183, trying to get to 200. And as I look at my numbers right now, I only need I need 95,461 for that silver play button. So let's get me there. I need a silver play button. I think I earned it. I'm deserving it. I'm working on it. But these are the good times we're gonna have. Nice, nice. So we're for sure 9 to go. Oh, sweet. Which one? Which one did you end up getting? McDonald's Bushcraft. I mean McDonald's French fry. I got Bushcraft on the brain. Oh yeah, didn't you get the tier one BC? Oh yeah, I imagine that knife monkey. If I get the silver play button, we're having a party. We're having an inappropriate kind of fun party, but not grossly inappropriate, just kind of silly inappropriate. Yeah, sweet. This one right here, right? This is the banger. This is my all-time like I know it doesn't have a Scandi grind or a 90-degree bevel, so it's not a bushcraft knife, but I would bushcraft with it. I would definitely, and in a survival situation, I guess I'd kind of be stuck using it because this is what I'd be carrying. But all around, awesome knife. I'm gonna really put it to the test. Yeah, and it's so much better in hand than it is on video, right? Like that's one thing I've noticed about a lot of things. Like especially when you got like horrible lighting and stuff like I do. But yeah, yeah, the in hand on this is like 10 times better um than it is on video and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot bigger in hand. Yeah, not the weird part. I've got small hands, respectively, so I should be making knives look bigger instead of smaller. Would be the concept. Like I got some straight up like Sally McSally size hands, which is cool if you're a rock climber. It's awesome if the higher graded thinner crack climbs that usually are harder for people when you've got small fingers, it's makes it way easier. So it's definitely a game changer in the rock climbing deal. Yeah, Barbie needs 9 more to get to that 300 and then somebody's going to win. Yeah, Barbie, you're doing the Valentine's Day for the girls no matter what, right? Like that's on a subscriber landmark thing for you. That's just a Valentine's Day thing, right? How many? Oh, for the silver play button there, Knife Monkey. You need 100,000 subscribers to get the silver play button. So I was just playing. Yeah, it's my slightly different sense of humor sometimes. Unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes I just yeah, 9 more. And now usually yeah, sorry Barbie. Usually there's a lot more people in the chat and we usually get a lot more people going through, but man, I've been like spitting out stupid all night randomly, so I think YouTube's been randomly punishing me for I'm a truth speaker or something, whatever they want to call us, conspiracy theorists, you know. But yeah, I loved it. Like I said, I was watching the going through the shorts, checking out the knives, seeing what people are flicking and having fun with and all that good stuff. And then I randomly came across the White House press secretary um, did a briefing where they have officially confirmed it's no longer misinformation or disinformation that the Chinese AIDS, which is the CV-19 whatever you want to call it, actually came from a lab in Wuhan, which upset the living hell out of me because we were all called conspiracy theorists and whatever. But that stupid Chinese crap ruined my whole life. So I'm a little bit flustered today, a little bit upset. See, they're punishing me again. There goes the subscribers. So either there's people around here that don't like hearing the truth and reality, or YouTube's booting people. I don't know. Bushy Gary might have a Log VXL IS1 Commando full tang knife. Yeah, I'm guessing that's full tang, not full tank. Karambit Nice, nice. Yeah. I don't know about the Sog Seal Strike. I've never had one of those, but I know the original Sog Seal and the Sog Seal 2000. I broke both of those. So yeah, they looked the part, but they didn't hold up to much. Yeah, I've had a couple other knives that I've recently broke. Somebody gave me one a couple years ago, and I went to notch out a stick to throw a line on it, and just barely tapped the knife a couple times with it wasn't even that big, and the knife ended up breaking in half, and I was like, broke right at the hilt. That seems to be the common place where a lot of knives break is like right at the hilt, right at the handle. All right, McDonald's French fry. Thanks for stopping by, man. We'll catch you on the next one. Next one will be Sunday morning. We do Sunday mornings, 8 a.m. Eastern. Just like quick coffee. How's everybody doing? Meet and greet kind of thing. Sunday mornings from like 8 to 9:30. I did a pop up live this week. I'll probably do another one next week as well. I'm really trying to get the watch hours up and everything, and the sooner I can get it monetized and stuff, the sooner I can get out there doing more. I mean, like everything costs money nowadays, no matter what. So, got to finish off some gear stuff and everything, and should be good. But yeah, we were up there. Got it back down to about 34. We were up close to 100, but down to 34. I don't know. I guess that's why people don't talk about politics. They don't talk about religion because somebody get butthurt about something, and I think definitely when it comes to talking about the events of 2020 and after, I think there were so many people that got fooled. Now they feel like the fool when they hear about it because nobody wants to admit to being the fool. Have I made any bushcraft project builds? I plan to. I've done some. I used to back in the day. I had land that I could work on, all the way through like junior high, high school, and then usually the private airports that I worked at, or the places I worked at, were private airports that had property around it that they would let me go and use. Um, Most airports are surrounded by woods, not the urban ones, but skydive ones. So I used to do a lot, but now I'm finding out that, unless you got private property, you can't do anything. And even on private property, you got to be hush hush about it because whatever city, town, or rip off government you're living under will come around and fine you for not having building permits and stuff because you built a lean to or a dugout in your backyard and you don't have engineering blueprints and everything. So you actually get in trouble. So that's why I'm really now getting into bushcraft as bunk. Like all the, and especially the ones that there's obvious ones, where they're proving they got the tractor trailer marks going alongside their bushcraft village or whatever, their primitive living. Very few of those channels are even remotely legit. And most of these bushcraft channels are bushcraft bunk. They're straight up selling you a fantasy. You can't just randomly go off in the woods and build a lean-to or a dugout. You'll end up at minimum paying fines and most likely end up in jail. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Barbie. Uh, any channel swag or anything like that? Yeah, send her an email. And Barbie, you just got stickers in or something, didn't you? So maybe yeah, if you're looking to do sticker swaps, channel swaps, and shout outs, it's a great way to get your channel name out there. All right, Elsie. Yeah, I'm giving her all I've got, Captain. Um, yeah. So, but I'm fresh out of give a because yeah, man, they ruined my whole life. Like, they ruined my skydiving career. So, and I don't know those damn face diapers. But yeah, to find out it all came from Wuhan, that I'm butthurt over that because people were saying that, and then everybody was just called conspiracy theorists. And what's the other crap terminology the wackadoo puppet came up with? The DEI hire there, disinformation, misinformation. That's just the modern version of conspiracy theorists. They're trying to discredit people that know what they're talking about. And it, yeah, Make house in the wilderness with solar power. Yeah, I would like to too, man. I'm totally all about that. I want to make some off the grid thing. I mean, I've lived as much off the grid as I could for over a decade while I was skydiving. Um, I didn't spend a dollar on gasoline. I rode a bicycle. Unless I lived someplace where I couldn't, I would literally live in a tent. I don't care. I was traveling I was living my dreams. Yeah, cross country mountain biking, backpacking, whatever you want to call it, riding your bike 2,000 miles with a bunch of crap on it. And then for work, I would skydive all day and do stupid stuff like that. Um, for a few years, I like my winter job, my Monday through Thursday winter job was R&D and test jumping wingsuits. And that's the kind of life I lived in 2020, like 2 weeks before they grounded the country. Um, I was working down in Cape Cod at Skydive Cape Cod. And 2 weeks to flatten the curve turned into 2 weeks to flatten people's lives. Hunting for hookers outdoors. What's happening, man? Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, it's a little rocky tonight there, hunting for hookers. I've been naughty all night. Well, off and on. Not anything, not vagrantly vulgar or anything like that, but just spitting out those truth bombs, firing for effect, bitching and moaning about the stupid political system that destroyed my life. um, but yeah, cornbread. We're still hanging. We're still in there. We're gonna make it though, my man. One way or another, we're pulling out the other end. I probably should start behaving and make sure I don't cross any of those conspiracy theory, misinformation, disinformation lines. And I can't talk about in the land of the free under my First Amendment. I can't talk about the Chinese AIDS, the COVID-19, stuff like that. But it's all true. It all really happened. I'm not a hooker, chaos. No, he's hunting for hookers. Cornbread, hunting for hookers outdoors. It's a hobby. That's I still love that's one of the best YouTube screen names I've seen. Hey, cornbread man, have you ever just been randomly timed out or something because of your screen name? I'm like really curious about that. Like somebody, I know when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, I don't even know what to think of this, but yeah, most trolls aren't going to have anything to do with the outdoors, I don't think. So that threw me off, and I like, what's the deal with this guy? Is he legit or what? But yeah. Hunting for hookers outdoors is legit. Cornbread's legit. So please, guys, don't time him out. Yeah, in fact, yeah, I think that's why I gave you a wrench so quick. I want to make sure people didn't time you out or ban you or something. Oh, is he the connection going to trash as usual? Yeah, I've noticed there's been massive amounts of issues with YouTube like the last 2 weeks solid. With live chats and just live chats getting shut down, or you try to start it up and it'll go for 5 or 10 seconds and then crash again. Um, and there's been a lot of buffering. The spinny thing he's been out there, something harsh. And it makes sense, though. I can only imagine. I can only imagine the demand, like whatever the processing power that's required to run YouTube on a Friday night. Oh, hey Rob, what's happening, man? Extra cheesy broccoli. How do you fix that? Yeah, it's some of the other crazy stuff that's going on. Because all their politics, all their scamming caused like this massive flood with it within the homeless community. Like people just losing everything over those political lies and stuff. And now their solution is just to criminalize all of them. I need to clear the app cache. Yeah, I would. I'd have to get on you with Discord or something, Rob. I don't know how to do that. Why is it? Is everything tweaking? Oh yeah. Well, I'm not using the app. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to. I could jump on the laptop at some point. I'm not even sure how to do that. Joel, what's happening, man? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing this evening? Yeah, Chaos. Everything's working for you. I see. That's exactly how you do it. Go to settings, go to apps, go to YouTube app, go to storage, go to clear cache. Oh yeah, it's only like an 8-step process. Yeah, I got to start getting a notebook out on the side here. I can start taking notes while I'm doing my live chat because I miss out on a lot of stuff. Like I want to do it, but then I just can't remember what it was. Yeah, yeah, but Rob, it hasn't been just me. It's been like tons and tons of other people. Like and weird stuff going on. Like the other thing that's been happening is people's comments not showing up. Like it'll show up when you type it, you'll see it, but nobody else will see it. And even if you switch between the top chat and the live chat, yeah, there's been a lot of weird stuff going on. And then the even YouTube's backed up. Like my stuff hasn't been I know they take a week to update everything, but it's specifically stating that it's been underreported since January 30th. So there's tons of views which relates to watch hours and all that stuff that hasn't been kept up with. No, these are Phobos knives, for operators by operators, not tops. Yeah, we do have one tops knife, but it's Mrs. Bushcraft. She's got the tops Lioness Elite in purple that she's never used because um, I thought it was a good gift, but apparently she didn't need a field knife. So, what would be the perfect logo for me? I have no clue. I actually want to talk to Bluminati Ninja about it. Like he does that stuff, but once again, it costs money. So I'm kind of waiting on something to give. And yeah, there's just so much. Like if I sit down and think about it for 10 minutes, I'll get a headache. Like there's some, I mean, just oh, I got to buy stickers. All right, well that's like $100. Buy a whole bunch at once, but then you got to ship them out, and you got to pay all that shipping. Same thing with giveaways. Like I want to start doing some giveaways, but I don't have the money for it. So I mean, like, damn, I'm coming up on like 5,000 subscribers. I've done one giveaway, and that whooped me so bad. I was almost like, I don't think I want to be doing those because it was just the whole thing about it was awkward. Yeah, it's showing a red dot next to watching, and from what I read, it's traffic. I'm just gonna do. I think I'm gonna stick with something similar. I kind of like the little matrixy thing going on. But I'm not a graphics designer or anything, so I really don't know how to like it. It probably took me all day to. I think it was like all day, and then once I thought I had like a decent little logo going, I had to change it for the avatar and change it for this and change it for that. And but yeah, I would definitely. I don't know. I was even thinking maybe I'll have a little competition or something like, see who wants to design the logo or something, and I'll use the logo that people stick with. And when I get some merch or something, I'll send that person some free merch with their design, my logo, their design. Yeah, Martello, definitely knife life for sure. How are you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, Bushi, that's not the smartest thing to do. Yeah, you might yeah, definitely don't do that. Treat it as if it's actually loaded, and blanks can do more damage than you think. Yeah, that's definitely a stupid game to play, man. I would highly recommend you don't do that. Yeah, Elsie, that's the whole thing. I really have no clue what I'm gonna do for a logo. So to design it, I mean, I have some thoughts on it, but not too much. Yeah, I thought about doing the parachuting thing, but some type of parachute something. But then I'm like, nah, I'm really kind of done with that stuff, and I really don't think I'm gonna be doing anything on the channel with it. So for me, in a way, that kind of seemed like a little clickbaity. Not really. Maybe I don't know. I even thought about maybe putting the rigger wings, like like you have parachute wings. Same, the riggers have their own little set of wings as well. And I thought about having a rigger's wings, but I'm not really sure how relative, other than my ability to inspect sewn products, really. But a parachuting bush, that might get a little awkward depending on how it actually came out. But yeah, you can. It's interesting, man. You can the topics of discussion control the channel for sure. Like if I talk about the wrong thing, it just completely drops off. But I'm wondering how that works out. Is that like YouTube having an effect on it, or is that just people not wanting to deal with reality? And I think that's why we're in a lot of the predicaments that we're in, is because people just don't want to deal with the reality that we all got duped, and governments around the world screwed everybody over, and now we're not allowed to talk about it. It's kind of driving me batshit bonkers, and I definitely feel there's like thousands, tens of thousands of Americans alone that lost their businesses due to their scam, and now we're not even allowed to talk about it because they don't want the truth getting out. With a survival shovel, that sounds cool, man. We'll have to check that out, maybe. But yeah, only in America can we join a platform where we agree to sign away our constitutional rights, and they really enforce it too. You say the wrong thing, you get punished. I'm not digging that aspect for sure. Yeah, Elsie, I would definitely be interested in taking a look at that. Whatever you come up with, I'm not really. Um, it's something I haven't really put any time into lately, just because like you see what other people are doing, and the reality is, it took me like all day to come up with the stuff that I have now, which is mediocre at best. And when you see what some of the other people are coming out with, I couldn't even imagine how to do that. So it just makes more sense for me to pay somebody $30 or something when I got the money to do it. So I just haven't put a lot of time into it. Um, so yeah, I guess realistically, people aren't lying when they say your channel's dictated by your conversation. But you think people would be interested in that, talking about stuff like that, because that's been a lot of the motivation over the past few years for the bushcraft prepping survivalist community is, Putin's going to do some mass drop or China's going to attack us. And then you need to take your YouTube fantasy inch bag, your bug out bag, your I'm not coming home, but whatever you want to call it, and run off in the woods and live off of Bambi for and reestablish society based on the 47 products you had in your backpack based off of the doomsdayers. I mean, YouTube content creators, influencers recommendation. So I guess all that stuff comes into play. So yeah, it might spark people's interest to like don't listen to everything you hear because sometimes even the most knowledgeable, they're sure of it. Government officials will screw us all over. So yeah, sorry about that. How's everybody doing? Anybody need a refill on the coffee or anything like that? Thoughts, opinions, suggestions, questions? Wow. Then I think over the next couple weeks, I may do some random lives just to see how everything fits into the schedule. You know, I know there's some people that aren't available Fridays or Sunday mornings, so maybe we'll do like an afternoon one. The late night ones are definitely fun. The insomniac ones are the bomb. They're absolutely awesome. Yeah, I've even thought about using like safety wire and stuff, and looked into the JB Weld and everything. But yeah, like I said, my man, this bike is kind of like at its it costs more to fix it, or it's a high risk to ride it without fixing it proper. That it's just kind of not worth it anymore. Yeah, it's got a cracked frame. I mean, basically, all I need is a frame and forks, and I can get that for like 800-900 bucks. Versus and I'm so broke, I'm not wasting a nickel on anything. Like if it's not a permanent fix, I just I mean, if I really have to, I'll ride this bike, and if that's that much of an issue, I'll just hike. Maybe Mrs. Bushcraft can give me a ride somewhere, drop me off, do a little stealth camping. But yeah, this bike has just hit the point where I've put more money into that than I could keep track of, and it's at the end of its life. And even if I figure out, like I've got two problems: the forks and the frame. Like that's the heart and soul of a bike. So it's just kind of like I don't even know what to do anymore. So yeah, I'm still deal. Maybe that's just caught up to me a little bit. You know, like life isn't always okay. Life isn't always peaches and cream. Sometimes you're just sitting there going, "How the hell did this happen to me? What can I do to change it?" And the harder you try, the worse it gets. That old one step forward, two steps back. You know, when you spend 8 months looking for a damn job and it just doesn't work out, like you're just not qualified or overqualified, or they're not hiring right now, or we'll put your app on file, or whatever it is they want to say. And the worst one you'd have to speak Spanish because everybody on the roofing crew speaks Spanish. So because I don't, I'm not qualified for the job. So I've just about had it with some of that stuff. Like, yeah, go evict all the people that shouldn't be here. If you're here illegally, I really hope they get you, and I really hope they kick you out, and I hope you go back to just nothing but shit. Like, yeah, yeah. When you're seeing homeless veterans on the street that served our country, but illegals are staying in five-star hotels, yeah, it's time to revamp the whole system. In fact, hell yeah, I mean, technically, if Miss Bushcraft hadn't been through everything along the way with me, I would without a doubt be homeless right now, because of what the government. I would have gone from pro skydiver to like homeless because of the crap the government pulled. So, and I don't care. I don't care if left, right, Republican, Democrat, whatever. That old left wing, right wing, same bird, left cheek, right cheek, same ass. It's all the same. But yeah, I think I've officially killed the chat in here. Sorry tonight, guys. Buy the coffee. I like it. Good caffeine, kick butt. Yeah, yeah, I definitely I do the coffee. I drink blackout coffee. The medium roast. Yeah, Elsie, we all got screwed, but some of us got really taken for a ride. Like, yeah, a lot of people get screwed. But if you were self-employed during that time with a small business, yeah, you got the shaft and then some. Like you qualified for a one-time shot, like $1,200, and the hoops you had to jump through, it wasn't even almost worth $1,200. Meanwhile, people that weren't making squat for a living were taking in like $600 a week. But because you're when you're self-employed, you're technically not unemployed. You can't fire yourself or whatever. So it was a complete screw over. Um, Yeah, and that's literally the way it worked out. Like if you had told me in 2019 that any of these things were going to happen, I would have laughed in your face. But now I'm like, wow, and now I've even thought through it a million times. Like, how could you have been prepared for that? Like that just came out of nowhere. I'll never forget the day. Mrs. Bushcraft is the one that came home that day because I was not working. I had the winter off. I was waiting for the season to start off, and I remember her telling me about it. I'm like, no way, you're joking, right? And then she got into it, and I just sitting down going like, wow, this is unprecedented. Like nothing like this has really ever happened, and how was this going to go down? But yeah, that whole 2 weeks to flatten the curve turned into, meanwhile, Walmart, Target, all these big box stores, all made a fortune. And basically, yeah, they're cutting out the middle class. You'll own nothing and be happy is what they're trying to force upon everybody. And that's about where it put me. Like I've sold, like I said, I've had to sell like 90% of the stuff I owned just to get by, which is another reason why I don't have some of my gear that I would have. It's because it was still good, and I ended up selling it for whatever I could get for it. And then yeah, it's trying to start up a YouTube channel. It kind of it's complicated because some people straight up like, you're a knife channel. It's like, ma, I like knives. I'll show you knives. I'll show you what I have. But no, I'm not a knife channel, or I'm not now. Might not even be a bushcraft channel. I'm a camping outdoors. Come have it. Like this is what I know. I want to share it with people, and I'm motivated to show people because of what happened in 2020, and so many more people are becoming homeless, and maybe I can teach them some skills that'll help them. And it's yeah, it's all derived by the system. So my motivation is to help people to show some skills and change things for me. Kind of a bit of a legacy even. If I can make a few products and stuff, if I get kids, I'd like to leave something behind. Not I don't want to leave this world with my kids saying, yeah, my dad he was a pro skydiver who turned into a washed up has been and never went anywhere after that. I don't think that's how I want my story to end. That's definitely not how I want my story to end. So maybe I can turn tragedy into triumph. I don't know. I'm giving a go at it, but I don't know how well I'll do. I have no problems telling people to take a hike or go pump sand. So bit of a problem. Yeah, Elsie, that's how it works. I wish I lost a lot of my contacts and stuff too. It's amazing all that technology, that little micro SD card that fits on the tip of your finger that can hold like 512 gigabytes. Yeah, you just one little flick, that little micro SD card's gone and you've lost everything. Or your phone breaks or something, you lose all the information. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of technology because it's created as many problems, if not more, than what it ever solved. So, yeah. Yeah, I wish I can get in contact with a lot of people. I have no way of doing it anymore. And I know for me, like a lot of people left skydiving for good. Like it got that bad, and a lot of people still working in it aren't even doing that well. It's not what it used to be. 2020 virtually destroyed the skydiving industry from what it was, and it's going to take them like a long time to rebuild from it. And they're not going to be able to rebuild until the economy is good because people just don't have enough expendable income anymore to go, tandem skydiving or doing that stuff. The numbers are way down. So that not only do they don't need as many skydive centers as they used to, and they don't need as many employees or workers at the skydive centers that still exist. So they basically decimated that entire industry, which is sad because it does flow over into our military. The civilian skydivers are the ones coming up and updating gear, making it safer, and then transferring it to military use. It says more pros and cons. Well, that yeah, the all the technology and stuff, it's created more pros and cons. I've even I'm getting close. I think yeah, my actual watch time hours for YouTube right now is like 2041. And with the way some of the live chats work out there, I might just start doing like massive live chats for like 2 weeks or something just to get me there. And once I can get some working capital, like I don't want to make money for me. I want to make it for the channel to grow the channel. Um, and whatever I take out of the YouTube channel, it's not specifically for the YouTube channel, is just going to be so that Ms. Bushcraft can have a break because she's been a trooper. She's literally that woman has been working her ass off for quite some time to help keep things together. So I'd like to be able at some point, or at least get us out of the paycheck to paycheck thing or something, or here's some money. Don't stress about the bills for once. We've got it 100% covered. We don't have to do the borrow from Peter to pay Paul crap and then have to sort that out later too. Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's easy to say. I should have a secondary job for backup. You're absolutely right. The problem is where I lived and my previous occupation, there's no jobs for me. In fact, my YouTube channel would be banging right now, but I spent like basically 8 months around the Concord, New Hampshire area looking for a job. And I got nowhere. I mean, I either get the overqualified or we don't need anybody right now, or they want to hire some college kid, or even Mrs. Bushcraft was talking about getting me a job where she works, but they don't allow the fraternization thing. And because she's in management, and it wouldn't work out well, so I couldn't go to where she works. And it's just this nonstop vicious cycle of I got turned down from a job because I don't speak Spanish. At that point, I think you and your crew should go to wherever they speak Spanish. Um, Whatever. But hey, discrimination is okay if it's against white people, and I'm a white guy, so you can discriminate against me all day long. I'll never get anywhere with it. And then that's a lot of what we got going on. And New Hampshire's like they're turned into a blue state for the. I think there's a couple of red spots, but I'm not seeing them. So yeah, man, I would love to have. In fact, I would have a third job. I would have a fourth job, and that's kind of what I'm working towards with YouTube. I mean, you've got YouTube, but then I want to do stuff that, like I'd like to start making like custom kayaks and little stuff for camping. Some fire starters, some stropping paddles, some things that I can make, and rather than us, like I'm even about ready to burn my stropping paddles. Like, how hard is it to make? I know how to make one of these. It's super easy to do. And I'm just at war with this one. With the two that I have, I've got two stropping paddles that I use, and one of them I've got compound on one side, whatever. But my point with these is the reason why I'm starting to hate these is because these are made by Beavercraft, which is a Ukrainian company. And I think that the United States has given the Ukraine more than what they deserve. So I'm about ready to just throw these away and just make some because I'm not tired of politics and crap. And I have no desire to support Ukraine, any of the Middle East countries, nothing. Like, just stop supporting them. And not only do we support them with our tax money, but then we also support them with products. And so I'm about like Beavercraft sent me an email like wanting to talk about products and stuff, and I'm like, but their offer sucked so bad. I was like, you entitled little shits. Like, no, no, I'm not going to be your shill, and I'm not signing over my rights to my videos and stuff. Because you're going to send me a knife that retails for $50 and wholesales for $30, and you want to own my. Like, I'm not working for that kind of money, dudes. And so you can take your entitled little shit attitudes and stay in Ukraine. I got no interest in helping you people out. So screw Beavercraft. Yeah, another thing I turned down because I'm not going to be a paid shit. These were actually bought for me as gifts, and that's why I probably haven't like torched them or thrown them away. It's because they were gifts, but I have no interest in supporting Ukrainian-based companies or any companies I don't really want to deal with. But yeah, man, I would love to. It's the same thing in skydiving. Like skydiving, the more ratings you have, the further you get. So if you're like a USPA rated coach, you get to do those jumps. If you're a USPA rated AFF instructor, you get to do those jumps. If you're United Parachute Technologies tandem instructor, you get to do those jumps. If so on and so forth. So it's not a matter of, you kind of have multiple jobs, but through your ratings. Same thing with being a parachute rigger. One of the huge perks to being a parachute rigger is when it's raining out and you can't go skydiving. There's still parachutes that need to be packed and repaired and maintained and all that stuff. So on those rainy days, you're still making money, and on the nice weather days, you get to go out and jump and stuff. So, but yeah, yeah, man, I would love to get a job. Like if I had work tomorrow, I'd be doing it, but I don't. And the only thing that I have any control over is how much time and effort I can put into YouTube, and that's virtually unlimited at this point. As far as the time goes, I just don't have the money to invest, and eventually that'll happen someday. But Ukraine is great, and instead of surrounding their fighting, small is fighting bigger. I'm not sure what you're saying there, but I don't know. Yeah, man, if you want to think that Ukraine is great, they're the one of the biggest money laundering corrupt countries on the planet. So look into that stuff too. And meanwhile, our politicians have been laundering money through them. So in fact, a lot of the goods that have been sold to Ukraine have been found on the black market all over the world. The firearms and stuff that we ship them to help them with their predicament, they're not going to the front lines. Most of it's going to the black market, and the politicians are raking it in. They found Zelensky and a bunch of his like minions with like $10 million, $6 million cash hiding in their house, all U.S. dollars. So yeah, Ukraine's not great. They're one of the most corrupt countries in the world. It's not my opinion; it's a fact. And the corruption is continuing, even with the. So yeah, I'm not impressed. Ukraine is great. Not in reality, but under the brainwashed mainstream media, that's would be the answer. Yeah, chaos. Yeah, there's not one in Concord, and I don't drive a car, so that's another part of my problem. Is I've ridden a bicycle for the last 18 years, so getting around in Concord winters and stuff on a bicycle is not logical, especially when it's half broke. So yeah, I've looked into the closest one is like in Manchester. So it's 20-25 minute drive. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the like you go there in the morning and they give you work and stuff. Yeah, there's not one in. Yeah, the closest one is like 20-25 minute drive minimum, and then they want to. The average they pay is like $10 an hour, and then yeah, but yeah, chaos. I've looked into that for sure. I mean, like, I'm not a snob. That's the whole thing. That's part of the problem. Is it's not like, oh, I'm a pro skydiver and I'm only going to take a pro skydiver job. It's I'll take anything. They're just either saying you're overqualified or we're not hiring or we'll put you on application, and I don't know. And I don't meet any of the DEI requirements, so that doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it all. I mean, hell, I just turned 50. I'm sure a portion of it is age discrimination. Because who wants to invest in somebody that's getting too old to work anyhow? Although I don't see that as a problem. I'm not too old to work. I can still work hard. Um, but yeah, a lot of places are like that. Oh no, chaos! I definitely appreciate it, man. And literally, like I said, I spent my summer walking around. I can show you the worn out shoes, and I didn't any place I could stop at. Like I talked to the hot dog vendor. I talked, if there were people painting a house, I know how to paint. And I'm not afraid of heights, so I'd be great for those jobs. But yeah, just nobody's hiring, or they're barely getting by themselves, and I mean, I worked for like it's not like I haven't worked in 5 years. I worked for quite a while doing flooring installation, like carpet and stuff like that, floating floors and everything. But the guy that I was working for was subcontracted through another company, and he had some nose candy habits and some other habits, and he lost his contract, and when he did, I lost the job. So kind of shit rolls downhill. That's exactly how that went. But yeah, I don't. I learned how to install floors at the age of like 47 or something, and I was banging it too. I was doing a good job. Kukris. Yeah, man, I love kukris. I think they're great. They got that heavy set chopping thing. Yeah, they're world famous. They're a great tool. I've played around with a couple. I've never owned one. I'd like to, but yeah, kukris are the bomb diggity, my man. In fact, I've looked at the Extrema ratio ones. Those ones for some reason tend to catch my eye. Maybe someday I'll try them out. Maybe I won't. But yeah, man. Yeah, if you're down with the kukris, I'd say go for it. There's no reason not to. And if you get a couple extra extremer ratios, I'll test them for you, no charge. That'll be my angle. I'm gonna offer free professional gear testing at no charge. I get the video rights though. Yeah, I remember that question for sure. Yeah, you bought a Spanish hunting knife. How is Yeah, don't they got some pretty good steel there, don't they? I've heard some good stuff about them. Spain makes some good stuff. I don't think I've actually owned any Spanish steel stuff. It's like the Japanese. The Japanese make awesome steel. I'd if their knife steel is anything like the quality of the steel they use on their saws, man, I would love to try out some Japanese knives. I've even looked at some Japanese. They got bench chisels as well as some little carving tools. I'd like to check out as well. I can't remember the name of the company offhand. It's one of those ones I can't pronounce it. I don't think. But yeah, even now, I'm not even. Wow, that's so lesson learned. See, you live and you learn. I now know not to talk about certain things because it will destroy your YouTube channel. Like this is officially the most awkward Friday night I've had, and this is like the ninth one in a row. But yeah, you talk about, and this is the first time I've talked about a few things, and it shows in the algorithm. So censorship is real, and I'm probably going to get censored more for saying the censorship is real. But it was my dumbass that signed up for it. I agreed to the terms of service, so I guess I should. I don't know. Maybe I got to work on that. I'm doing good, better about the trolls though, or the less than desirables. Yeah, the Japanese they definitely run a tight ship. Um, for them, I think quality control is a way of life, which is impressive. I'd like to see more people everywhere doing that, um, rather than turning out stuff that will predictably break in a year and a half or 2 years. The planned obsolescence there. But yeah, if you could smash the like button and stuff, it'd be a huge help. If you haven't already, yeah, smash the like button, share, subscribe. But yeah, that is yeah, I definitely learned something. See, that's part of the growing pains with YouTube too. Is figuring out what you can and can't do and what people are interested in and not interested in. LC, I'm a couple hours away from the White Mountain National Forest. That's about 2.5 hour drive north. There's really nothing in southern New Hampshire anymore. And then even then, you gotta with all the laws they passed on what where you can and can't shoot video, if it's used on social media, because social media might be profitable, and you can make money from it. So yeah, I think they've still got all that permit garbage going on with national forests and everything. Which one of those would be best for a home invading chump? Any of them. It depends on your level of training and your understanding of what you're using. All of them are completely useless if you don't know how to use them. And so, if you're going to look for something for self defense, then yeah, get the training for it. Yeah, Elsie, that's something I want to do with some gold painting too. But yeah, man, I've just been put in such an economic crisis in life that I don't even think about spending money anymore. Because like in order for me to pull that off, I've got to. We'll assume I ride my broken bike to the White Mountains. I don't have the money to buy like anything for painting or anything like that. Yeah, it's just I've never been so like, man, I feel like so isolated from the world, and it's just straight up due to economics. Like everything you do in this world right now costs you money, and if you haven't got the money to do it, you just don't. I don't have a solid. I got more like an ouch pouch going for a medical kit because it's all I've ever really used. And for water purification at the moment, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Uh, I use a Grail Ultra Press. This is a HSGI like bottle holder. It's adjustable. It'll fit just about anything within reason, you know. But yeah, this is what I use right now as my primary because it's just about day hikes and stuff like that. I do want to upgrade this to the titanium version at some point, but I got this years ago, and yeah, definitely convenient and all that. But yeah, the Grill Ultra Press is what I'm using for day for longer stuff. I would use the Katahdin Micro Pocket Filter would be the way to go if you're looking for like buy once cry once tier one kind of gear. Oh, Sean the Survivor, you just ordered one? Yeah, man, they're awesome. You're gonna. Which one did you get? I love this thing. I think it's great, and this is a perfect match. I know some people are like, "Oh, get the bigger 24-ounce one," but most of us are carrying like 1 liter stainless steel water bottles or titanium. So these are perfect. You fill it up twice. You've topped off your 1 liter, and then you could fill this up again, have 1.5 liters of water. And it's purified too. It's like 100% good to go. Unlike some of that other stuff that doesn't, like the Sawyer doesn't take out viruses and stuff, which is kind of stupid. I know it's popular because it's compact and stuff, but yeah, GeoPress in the sling bag. Yeah. Um, yeah, they've got some cool carrying options. I know they came out with the fanny packs or something like it's 1985 again. But no, I'm a huge fan of like butt packs, fanny packs, whatever. Um, yeah, I use a Sawyer Mini with two. Yeah, the platypus bags. Yeah, but from what I understand, that like the Sawyer doesn't take everything out. Some of those the fiber ones don't take everything out. Like they only go down to like point zero microns, and a lot of the viruses and stuff are below that. And I know a lot of people are throwing that dude Dan Becker under the bus for kind of promoting it as much as he did, and it's not as safe as he said it was. Kind of like what's the other one that big Berkeley filter? They got thrown under the bus in the last couple of years because water tests prove that they're claiming their thing can do more than it can. So yeah, there was the Berkeley one and the Sawyer that I've noticed. I have an MSR pump filter that I used just because my last Katahdin micro pocket filter got stolen. And I needed something quick, and I went and got like a whatever it is, the MSR. It's got the side handle that cranks. It's kind of like buried right now. I'm not exactly 100% sure where, because I've been mostly just using the GeoPress when I get out for hikes and day walks and stuff. Yeah, now I've heard of Dave Canterbury. Yep, sure have. Yeah, he's another one of those Discovery Channel guys. Um, yeah, he's Dave Canterbury, whatever. Yeah, I stopped buying the Pathfinder. I have a Pathfinder water bottle, the stainless steel water bottle that everybody has, and then I bought his titanium one. I was actually going to get a second one, but he's always sold out of stuff, and I really don't watch his channel too much because it kind of turned into a nonstop QVC. But only his products, and his products are always the best. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Dave Canterbury. I think he's a figure in that community who sets a lot of terms and stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, you got the Dave Canterbury books. Buy some other bushcraft books. Buy some survival books, and you'll notice that they're all the same. It's all the same, my man. Yeah, yeah. Being sold out, not answering. Like when you ask, hey, when you getting more of these in stock, and never has the time to reply to an email. Yeah, I'm not buying any more of his stuff. I don't care either. Like I just, um, yeah, he's kind of like a YouTube celebrity status, and he got his fame by being on cable television, and we know how real that is, and how dramatic it was with his, Mister. I'm not going to wear shoes in the middle of the snow. Like for some reason, that dude, hippie dude, there was above like physics, and he figured he couldn't get frostbite or anything on his feet. So that was just another moron television show that happened to have Dave Canterbury on it. So, in fact, that Melissa Backwoods, right? I went to her channel and started scrolling through her videos, clicking on the videos and going through the comments and everything like that. And she's always showing but nothing but brand new out of the box freaking knives. And I couldn't find one comment saying, "Hey, those knives don't look very well used." Because I seem to get it every single time I do a live. Somebody says it, usually three, four, 5 times, and I'm just wondering why. And it just goes to show what Melissa Backwoods is all about. People aren't watching her for knife information, and it's one of the few Joe X videos that I enjoyed because yeah, he was Joe X was speaking his mind on that stuff about how Melissa Backwoods and what does she really know about knives and who's really looking at the knives. There's a new Survivor show coming out with Pathfinder gear. Yeah, that's awesome, man. If that's all you want to do is market gear, then yeah. But how credible is that? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I know I've just seen enough crap on TV and YouTube. It's kind of motivated me to make a channel to say, hey, Grizzly Adams, it's not 1800s anymore. Nobody's using a bedroll. Like that's just who's doing this crap. Like most of these people are just selling people a fantasy, like the fantasy of SHTF apocalypse. My gear will save your life. No, man, this is my gear. And I've said it before and I'll say it 100 times again. Buy whatever you want. Don't buy what I buy. I can give you my opinion on it. I have no affiliate links. I have nothing to gain. The only person I'm pushing an affiliate link with right now is Blackout Coffee. And Blackout Coffee hooked me. I had 0 videos, 0 subscribers, and I know I'm in a financial situation. So trying to figure out how to raise some money to like buy the microphones and the lighting and the rest of the equipment to go off and show some stuff is all expensive. So yeah, John Santos of Blackout Coffee with no subscribers talked to me. We exchanged some information, and they set me up as an ambassador, like an affiliate for Blackout Coffee. And that's what I really wanted to do, because that way there I can say, hey, with all the digital begging and the digital panhandling and all that stuff going on social media, I'm trying to raise some money, but here, I can offer you something for something instead of something for nothing. So you can get yourself a great bag of coffee, and I can make myself, $1.50 or something. And if you decide you don't like my channel and you didn't waste your money donating to my channel, you get yourself a good bag of coffee. But I just haven't really angled that or worked it or done too much with it. So yeah, chaos. So it's a win-win for you, man. You got a sharp knife and you get to work on your first aid skills. It's not too deep, man. You don't need stitches, do you? I just want to know what you think of this. In one of his books, him or someone in the past said people go out to soothe it, not rough it. Yeah, Gamer Pro. Yeah, the sponsor thing is tight because it's not what people think it is. It's usually there's a whole lot of trash. I've turned down a lot of people because I'm not interested in selling or promoting $30 Chinese trinkets and stuff. No interest in it whatsoever. My philosophy, my wow. Once more in Engledy, um, the way I've been going at this is if I wouldn't spend my money on it, I'm not going to talk about it, and that's why I've told a couple of companies like, no, I got no interest. Um, there's a couple of small knife companies that specialize in budget Chinese knives, and I'm like, no, I wouldn't buy that. Why would I want to? If I'm not going to buy it, I'm not going to tell somebody else to buy it. Or their deal is so that like they almost take over your channel. Some of these people, yeah, knife monkey, we're in it to win it, man. We're not into quickies around here. We like the long term stuff. Oh, no, nothing but a scratch. Yeah, you can fix it with a little super glue. You're good to go. But yeah, and the unfortunate reality of modern YouTube is you got to sink some money into it. Um, Tactical Llama was talking about it earlier. Like he's not really you don't really make any money for quite some time, at least, because there's so much going on. Like I said, just the simple act of getting stickers made. You got to get. Most of us aren't graphic design experts, so you got to pay somebody to design it, and then you got to pay somebody to print it. And then once you get those designed and printed stickers, now you got to ship them out. And if it's 75 cents or something to ship an envelope with some stickers, some swag or whatever, and you're sending it out to 100 people, it's 75 bucks. If you're going to send out 1,000 of these, it's $750. Mailing's not cheap. It's extremely expensive. I've had to ship mailers for businesses before, like dealing with an event or something. And skydiving, our parties, we call them boogies, like skydive boogie. You can Google it. Um, and we would send out like notifications to all the people, all the locals, people that were there the previous year, and I would get involved with a lot of it. New Hampshire Mountain Girl, woohoo! How are you doing tonight? Awesome to see you. Did you guys go live again tonight? I'm gonna shout out New Hampshire Mountain Girl, and but I'm gonna try to do this as elegantly as I can. Um, they play a lot of music, and it's a good time. They fortunately for me, they have a good sense of humor. Um, I wouldn't quite call it PG-13, maybe PG-16. I don't know by nowadays. Um, but they have a good time over there, just jamming out to some. Gen Xers are gonna love their music. I love their music. They're a good time to have. Um, yeah, I'm gonna and of course, she's New Hampshire, so gotta hook the sister up. New Hampshire Mountain Girl, you should have a wrench if you want to drop your link, and that would be awesome. Yeah, not I've not been behaving tonight. I should have been hanging out with you guys. Maybe that's what it is. I'm easily influenced, and I've been going off at the mouth tonight, like just bitching and moaning about this, that, and the other thing. Not really. That might not be the best way to term it, but I've been saying stuff about the Chinese aids and the face diapers, and the government screwing us over with COVID and government conspiracy and conspiracy theorists and all that stuff. Um, so yeah, I think yeah, YouTube's been punishing me something fierce tonight. Usually my Friday night lives are like way more happening. Yeah, and I appreciate you too, definitely. We'll be hanging out, jamming to some tunes sooner than later. Maybe what you doing any lives tomorrow? That would be awesome. Definitely, definitely. Yeah. What time are you doing your lives there, Mountain Girl? What's are they? I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out myself. So you're actually kind of answering for me. I noticed that they're kind of random, but I noticed like evenings, Eastern time, like between like 9 and 12, they tend to be 10 and 12 or something. Am I right? Excel Slim on Phenom. What are you doing? What? I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, sniffle riffle, I do, but as we all know, if you bring them on the channel while you're live, they kill your live. So I'm not sure if you don't see it here, it's not coming out because then they shut you down in like 5 seconds. I've seen it happen to a whole bunch of channels the last few weeks. So yes, I do, but no, nothing comes on the channel because um, I have enough problems trying to keep myself in line. Forget about breaking the laws blatantly like that. Laws, rules. Excel Slim, nothing fancy, nothing worth really talking about. Yeah, Sniffle Riffle, I'm gonna go ahead and call you out on bullshit on that because I know two YouTubers and I'll give their names. It was uh EDC with MPG and the Night's Edge, and both of them got community strikes warnings because they brought their pew pews out during a live. So I'm not falling for that. And if your friends are getting away with it, more power to them. But I think you're full of shit. So, but thanks, no thanks. Have a nice night. See you. Wouldn't want to be you. And that's where I'm at in the world. Yeah, yeah. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Fuck around and find out. Who's the potty mouth now, right, Mountain Girl? No, I haven't had any experience with Tour Knives, but I definitely would. I love their stuff. In fact, they've even got Tour Knives has got a Marlin spike. I would love to get my hands on too because I'm a huge fan of Marlin spikes. As a parachute rigger, I use them for untying knots, not for what other people buy them for. Yeah, yeah. I think it's like might even be titanium or something. But Tor Knives has got a really sweet Marlin spike, along with a bunch of other designs. Oh, Mountain Girl, no way. I'm not. No, 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 no. You're not playing the victim card. Woe was me. Um, you're an enabler. You've influenced me. I told you I was easily influenced, and no, I don't go fishing as often as I used to. I would love to, but I traveled too much, and and I was typically living out of state, and out of state fishing licenses are insane, along with shipping fishing gear all over the place. Some I would like to get back into, but more on the bushcraft survival fishing. I am dying to get my hands on an Exotac X reel and put the little hobo thing to the test. um, but yeah, yeah, and I've done tons of fishing, man. Yeah, all kinds, like shore fishing, canoe, kayak. Um, my dad was one of those fishing extremists. He's a weirdo. He's not right in the head, but he had $125,000 fishing tackle box. Um, yeah, it's uh, made by Triton, and it had a giant motor on the back and a little motor on the front, so you could do like 200 miles an hour all the way across Lake Winnipesaukee to get to your spot. and then you drop the trolling motor and do like 1.5 miles an hour and compete with other people doing this. And the whole boat is designed off of a tackle box. Like everything you pick up is either fishing rods or plastic baits or whatever, the whole thing, and all that to enter a tournament so that you can catch the fish and release it. I've done all like from tournament fishing to whatever. I've done some ocean fishing down in the Keys and everything as well. I like doing casting nets for the key shrimp. Love shrimp down in the Keys. I got some good shorts of when I went out pew pewing. Nice. Yeah, I would have to see. I got to get on your channel and check out more for sure, Mountain Girl. A Tor push dagger or a Benchmade SOCP for EDC. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for straight up self defense, I guess that's the way to go. The push daggers and stuff. But I tend to just be a regular knife kind of guy. I just figure any knife is if you needed to self defense. In fact, most of the crimes and self defense and all that stuff committed with knives are actually kitchen knives. People aren't going out like committing crimes with their $300-400 knives. It's always the kitchen knife. But yeah, I'd like to bring some fishing on the channel. I kind of want it to be well rounded. In fact, I do the fishing and survival hunting in the two levels, which is common. I'm not inventing anything here. It's a proven method. But you've got passive and active fishing, and you've got passive and active hunting. Like you can hunt small game with a slingshot, which is something I'm wanting to get into. So like squirrel, rabbit, quail, pheasant, all that stuff you can get with a slingshot. And this would be your active hunting, small game emergency. And then you can carry around, a dozen snares and have passive where you go and set up a bunch of snare traps. Same game, different game. Or same food like squirrel or something, but instead of active, you have passive hunting. Um, and then same thing with fishing. You've got the yo-yo traps and that speed trap versus like using a hobo roll or a hobo reel or something like that. So that's yeah, stuff I plan to touch base on and do. It's fun to do. Yeah, New Hampshire Mountain Girl. I'd subscribe to her, but I wouldn't date her. I think she'd be a handful. Yeah, she's a fun girl. We've been hanging out in some of the lives the past couple weeks and having a blast. It's a good time. I know, right? I think my honest button got stuck in the on position tonight. I used a knife on my Leatherman super tool when backpacking. Yeah, man, and you can totally get away with that. You're absolutely right. Man, your super tool, I think that if you're genuinely looking for like a pocket size survival tool, like a Leatherman, um, yeah, like the Super 300M or whatever, the Surge, they got, yeah, man, you got a saw. I like the Surge the best, and the reason why I ended up with this one is because it's got the replaceable saw. So, and this is like just the perfect size if you're notching little traps and stuff like that. And if it gets dull, it's just a lot easier to carry some spares and replace it. So, yeah, man, you totally can. And hike, I know through hikers, they're minimalists. They carry very little. You don't need a lot of stuff. It all depends on what your game is. Yeah. So backpacking, like if I'm just out backpacking, trying to cover distance and stuff, I might like just carry my calcula as a fixed blade as long as I don't cut myself with it. Yeah, and that would be more than enough. You could even get something a little smaller. Um, yeah, like this is the Phobos Tier 1 Mini, and this is what I've been EDCing a lot lately. Um, yeah, and if you want to lighten this up a little more, you could actually get the Tier 1 Mini as a fixed blade. Pow. And yeah, same thing. Or a similar size blade. That's all you really need. I mean, yeah, when you even through hiking, what are you really cutting open? Some mountain house meals? Yeah, you might cut a little cord when you're setting up a clothesline or something, but try not to cut it because you might need it later. Yeah, XL Slim, and that was the selling point with me. Like I said on the Surge, was the fact that you could easily replace the blade. They yeah, the parts that wear out quick if you're genuinely using them are like easy to carry a spare and easy to replace. So yeah, yeah, and a belt knife. I mean, I think the old school general rule that was followed was a a folder in the pocket and a belt knife, and that's I have that stuff every single day. Um, like my primary EDC has been the Spyderco Sage 5 with carbon fiber there. This has been my goes in my pocket. And then this also goes in my pocket, but it's a belt knife. I do have a leather sheath for it for the belt, but I like the easy clip in the pocket. Also, some of my cargo pants have got like that weird cell phone pocket at the top of the cargo pocket, and this fits right in there. It's dead center. I just said dead. Can you say it? It doesn't matter tonight. We're breaking all the rules. We've been hanging out with the cool kids, my man. And this is I do click the button. It's supposed to be 18 plus. So, but yeah, and then you throw the surge in, and you kind of got like the little EDC trifecta of I could handle most problems just with this stuff. Like I said, sometimes I do lighten it up a little, and I'll carry the mini instead of the mini. But and the cool part is they both fit in the same sheath. So whichever one I feel like grabbing is the one I carry. But mostly I've been doing the tier one mini, the bigger one. Um, and this one stays on this sheath as my field knife setup. So I got like my on the pavement urban carry, and then my off the pavement uh woods, in the woods, bushcraft survival, whatever you want to call it. No, it's not really concealed. It's the top half is out of my pocket. This is the easy clip right here, and this will slide into my pocket. So this portion is in my pocket, but the handle and everything is exposed. And I don't even know what New Hampshire concealed carry laws are for knives. I really don't care. They don't. I mean, yeah, if you're walking around looking like some hood thug and carrying a big knife or something, and this isn't a big knife, yeah, the law enforcement's going to harass you or whatever. But if you pull your pants up, tuck your shirt in, shave, and act like a big boy, they typically don't leave you alone. And when they see like bright orange or something, it looks more like a hunting knife than anything else. So it's not like with bright orange being on there, you're not really trying to conceal it. And just look like a decent person, get treated like a decent person. You shouldn't have a problem. All right, yeah. Well, I appreciate the honesty, man. Um, that's funny. Yeah. So yeah, and if I'm going out in the woods to play stupid and have a good time, yeah, there's stuff like the bling bling kitchen knife. But this is a camp knife. You can use it for way more than cooking. It's CPM 3V and like 0.2 inches at the spine. So it'll definitely get some work done. But I consider this one as like the camp kitchen knife on steroids. Um, and out of all my knives recently, in the last 30 days, this has been the knife that gets the most amount of attention, believe it or not. I've been using this in the kitchen, left, right, and center, cutting onions, cutting peppers, cutting ribs. It doesn't matter. Steak, chicken. I've been cutting everything, and like not just like cutting the meat. I've like chopped off a few chicken wings and chicken legs and stuff. Nothing super heavy duty, but I'm really not eating much more than that when I'm out in the woods anyhow. But this has turned into my number one kitchen knife. Just having a great time with it. So yeah, New Hampshire Mountain Girl. Like I was saying earlier, I was out of New Hampshire for like 25 years, from like 1993 to 2017. I wasn't in New Hampshire, And when I came back, I couldn't believe the difference. It was insane. Like all the places I used to go camping and have a good time, and we had campfires and would whittle up our little bushcraft geek stuff, make a chair, make a table, whatever. It's all been like completely overrun by the homeless. Like the homeless population in New Hampshire just completely exploded. It's almost like, how do you deal with that? It's insanity. Um, yeah, they're all beauties. Yeah, Phobos Knives, four operators, by operators. Eric Hansen is the owner. He does an absolutely amazing job at everything he does. Uh, but that's kind of like what you would expect. Like these Green Beret guys just only know one thing, and that's like get it done right. They do some awesome work, and Eric Hansen lives up to that. And after he was a Green Beret for active duty for 22 years, and so he brings all that experience. Plus, before that, I know him. He's hunts and does all kinds of outdoor stuff. He's also into mountain biking and everything. So yeah, he takes all of that experience from like standard camping to the things that Green Berets do, and all those decades of experience, and puts them all into his knives. And I've never been happier with the knives that I own. And I might even get a couple more, and we'll call it a collection or something. I'm not. No, I won't. I'm lying. I'm not going to call it a collection. I'll have a backup. I don't think I'll ever have a collection. Yeah, platypus. I don't mess around, my man. When it comes time to getting the job done, I want to get the job done. I'm willing to put in all the work it takes in YouTube to make this a productive channel, an informative, productive, squared away channel. We'll get some special effects too, or something. I don't know. I got to talk to some guys about that. We'll get a cool logo going eventually. We'll get some T-shirts, some coffee mugs, some hats, some pens that say, "Hey, I've been here." We'll get some custom shirts made up that, like, I almost went skydiving with Rigger Tom, but all we did was hang out on his YouTube channel. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. See, Jeremiah, that's why I need you here. I'm easily influenced, and when my friends show up and say, "Hey, man, you should play with fire in the house. We know Miss Bushcraft is sleeping. Like, get on that." Then that's what I do, and I do it right away. So yeah, we're gonna do the ferro rod thing. I just got to move stuff out of the way. I maybe rotating or like a table, or like no. You know what would be awesome for doing a tabletop YouTube channel? The little slide thing at the grocery store. You know, the little conveyor at the grocery store at the checkout. That's what they need to do for. That would be the ultimate tabletop creator scenario. Is the conveyor belt, and everybody? Yeah, that would be awesome. All right, hatchet. So, anybody got anything exciting planned this weekend? Um, any fishing, hiking, hunting? If you don't have anything planned for this weekend, then definitely get together with New Hampshire Mountain Girl, and as I like to call it, it's the late night potty mouth crew. um, I'm so easily influenced. Yeah, but no, they have a good time. Listen to some Gen X era music and stuff, and just have some general laughs in the chat. It's like PG 15 or 16 though by today's standards. We like to get the potty mouth thing going. It's fun, and good times are had by all. Where's the ferro rod? Jeremiah, you were there. Yeah, you were there this week when I was doing the matches, right? Like I discovered that little thing with the Exotac and the UCO Stormproof matches. For some reason, these things will not light on the bottom. Like this bottom portion here, I'm not going to waste more matches. They just kind of like wear it off, and then they fall apart. But yeah, these are the bomb diggity. All right, ready? We're going to see what the average time is. So from the second you see this light, everybody count it, and then put your count in the comments, and then we'll just figure the average of it. Because I think these things burn like I don't know, 8 to 10 seconds. So that's the plan for this. All right, ready, steady, go. Hold on, ready? Oh, there we go. They are cool. Make sure I don't melt my phone or something. And what I've noticed too is when it gets to the end of the sulfur, it almost puts itself out, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, there's still a little bit of flame going, but it kind of puts itself out when it gets to the end of the sulfur. The stick itself never wants to burn. So that's some 799 matches. 21 seconds, was it that long? Yes, yeah. So the big thing is the striker on the bottom of the Exotac Match Cap XL doesn't work on UCO Stormproof matches. For some reason, only the inside striker, which is smoother, is the one that works. But yeah, I tried a few times, and I thought the matches were like just dead, no good anymore, like expired. And it wasn't that. It wasn't that the matches that for some reason the UCO Stormproof matches don't light on this bottom striker like at all. And I went through a few matches trying to figure it out. And then I was like, oh, they have the secondary striker inside in case this one gets wet. You have the one inside. So I was like, I'll try that one. But they're a different texture. Yeah, I might have ruined it on the bottom already. It's almost working. There we go. So yeah, this match got beat up a little bit on the bottom. That's why it wasn't working. But yeah, we're playing with fire now. Fire and smoke. It's what the cool kids are doing, man. This is like ghetto pyrotechnics on your startup YouTube channel, you know. I can't afford special effects, so I just smoke and mirrors is with matches. That's all we can afford here, man. So yeah, so that was kind of the match thing. And then the ferrocium rod. Now this is what I'm talking about. Like I think this is going to destroy that 90-degree spine thing based on everybody's. It's not a bushcraft knife if it doesn't have a 90-degree spine. Well, I'm going to say that those are no good. It's not a bushcraft knife if it doesn't have a ferro rod notch, because these things are the bomb diggity. Like compared to like the normal 90, you get like minimum contact, but with the notch, you get way more coverage on the ferro rod, and it's and the sparkety spark is 10 times better. It's just usually you do this on the ground. This workbench is like well off the ground. Kind of doesn't get old either. Yeah, so this is back to, another YouTube crappy comment is some dude in the comment section on one of my shorts or something. This is like 3.5 inch by 1/2 inch ferrocium rod. It's a good size ferrocium rod. And some nitzel nuts in the comment like, oh yeah, sure, 2 to 3 weeks and that ferro rod's garbage. What are you gonna do after that? And I'm like, dude, 1/2 inch ferro rod gonna last way more than 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't plan on being out there that long anyhow. In a survival situation, typically it's 72 hours. They rescue you or they recover you. Very, very rarely does it go beyond that. So yeah, but that's the kind of like YouTube comments you got to deal with sometimes. I've been wailing away on this thing for weeks now, and I've hardly made a dent in it. And it doesn't get old. It's always fun. Getting it on the camera is a little tricky, though. Yeah, and then the other week we had we were making little piles and stuff. This stuff burns for quite a while. Like if you scrape these ferro rods, and for some, I think it scrapes so much, some of it doesn't catch, and you end up with a decent sized little pile. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the winner there. Yeah, this just doesn't get old. So great way to practice your, your ferro rod skills and stuff too. But yeah, and of course, the bigger the pile you make, the more you're gonna get. The other way, excuse me, guys. The other way I like to run a ferrocium rod is, I guess this is called the shotgun method. I don't know who's naming this stuff, but they keep naming it. I'll roll with it. But yeah, when you do the little, pump and stroke thing here, that's kind of a cool way. But you kind of create a lot of breeze and stuff with it. So another way to run it is run your finger across the top of the ferrocium rod, and then you can, and it'll drop the sparks right onto your tinder without your knife creating all the breeze blowing your tinder away. It's pretty good modern technique. And that's how you do that. All right. Yeah, Mountain Girl, we'll catch you tomorrow for sure. Thanks for stopping by. And yeah, we'll definitely keep up with you. Yeah, Maker Mike, that's what I say too. Yeah, you keep a knife specifically for your ferro rod, or your ferro rod came with a striker. I know a lot of them do, like Uberleben and stuff. They come with a striker, and I'm just kind of like, anti-YouTube propaganda is kind of not kosher. So yeah, the whole like most of what defines something in modern society, especially with modern influencers and stuff, is nothing more than marketing garbage. I mean, yeah, it's helpful, but it doesn't, to say that because your knife doesn't have a 90-degree spine for striking ferro rods doesn't mean it's a bad bushcraft knife, doesn't mean it's a bad survival knife. I really don't think there's a difference between the two. All it means is that you can't strike ferro rods on the spine of the knife. It doesn't really disqualify it. And if you really do care about your knife, and that stuff doesn't bother you, yeah, just get a ferro rod that has a striker attached to it. Exotac has like the Poly Striker and the Poly Striker XL. That's got like a little built-in striker. Like I said, Uberleben has, there's ferrocium rods come with a striker, and there's a bunch of others. I mean, the standards that people are coming up with some of this stuff is just so, it's gimmicky marketing crap, and that's all it is. Yeah, or yeah, I'll get all the hate for this. Use one of these. Watch. I'll show you a secret technique for starting fires. This works like a champ. Hold on, if it goes out, here, check it out. I'll do it again. This gets hot enough to combust other items. So yeah, you can use the Bic. You can buy yourself a fancy lighter for $70 and be disappointed with it. Spent $70 on this, and I'm a little bit butthurt because, for $70, I want it to match my other gear that I bought from them, and I bought it in olive drab, but for some reason they sent it to me in lime green, because this is not olive drab; it's more like a lime green. So yeah, I'm not too happy about that. But yeah, $70, or I don't know what's a bit going for. I don't know. I usually get like a 5-pack of them for like $5 or something, 5.99 or whatever. So. And then I am a fan of the Exotac sleeve though, because I used to play that, you wrap your lighter in duct tape and you put some fishing hooks, but then you try to take it apart and it ends up being garbage. So I don't play that, put the zip tie on, put some duct tape, look at my survival kit. Yeah, I won't waste your time with any of those videos. There's plenty of them out there already. But what I would suggest is a waterproof container. So go ahead and get you one. If you want, if not, don't, use a little Ziploc bag if you want to, but I do like the Exotac, it's fire sleeve or whatever they call it. Yeah, Jeremiah, or like, yeah. The problem I have with Zippos is they leak and they dry out. You can fill it up and come back a few weeks later and have to fill it up again. And that was my draw towards the Exotac Titan Light, is there was a gasket in here, but I've also found that if it's not perfectly positioned, and it'll get caught in the threads and it cuts the gasket. And so now you got to order more gaskets from them for an extremely expensive price. Um, So yeah, versus I don't know, I don't even know what to think of this one anymore. And before I used either of these, I got in touch with Exotac and I was like, "Hey, I bought a couple of your products. I'm not looking for a deal. I'm starting up a YouTube channel. Alls I would like to do is exchange these for the ones that I thought I was buying, you know?" And there could be a lot of people seeing this, and I can either say I had a little problem with the company because I think for $70 it should come the way it is, and I'm not guessing. I own enough of their products where I can tell you what color they actually are. You know, this is OD. The Fire Rod XL is OD. Um, the other striker that I have is OD, but for some reason the Match Cap XL, and I ordered them both at the same time. The Match Cap XL and the Titan Light came in like this lime green. Like you can see the color difference. And so I notified them and said, "Hey, it'd probably look good on your behalf if they matched up and there was some consistency in your product." But they kind of told me to pump sand, so I was like, "All right, whatever. I got no problems telling the truth either." Um, so yeah, that's kind of where Exotac went. Is yeah, if you, I don't know, I'm not happy about it. I don't think I wouldn't buy another one. Um, for that reason. I mean, I don't know. I'm still gonna buy the X Reel though. I'll roll it. Maybe it'll come in lime green. Maybe it'll come in OD green. Maybe it'll come in some like baby poo green. Who knows? But I like the concept. I like the design. They collaborated with Grim Workshop and made these cool little survival coin things that'll go in the X Reel. So I'm gonna give that a go. But I would, if I had to rate them, I would say like a 3 star. Because I gave them the opportunity to save face, and I pick up on details like that. When I originally got it in, I wasn't really doing a YouTube thing, so I figured I'll just roll with it. But when you figure $70 and like $37, so $107 of disappointment. So yeah, maybe just get a big lighter and do something like that. I have a Zippo lighter in Ace lighter. Yeah, it looks like the chat's actually picking up a little bit. We'll keep burning stuff. That seems to be trendy. The chat's picking up when we burn stuff. That's a thing around here, and we always have this special indoor campfire for you guys. Um, because normally this would just be a candle, but because this is a bushcraft channel, that is a indoor emergency campfire scenario. You can cook some hot dogs on it if you wanted to. I might someday. Maybe we'll try that. That'll be a nice little indoor experiment. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe not that candle. Like, but something clean, like a beeswax one or something. Cause I'm not really digging. I don't think I want to cook a hot dog in chemicals. That tastes bad. Like, you ever cook a hot dog on a Zippo? Anybody out there like out camping and be like, I don't have the time for a whole fire. I'll just cook my hot dog with a Zippo, and then it just tastes horrible. Is that knife from Pakistan? No, no, it's from the United States. It's from Tennessee, man. Not from Pakistan. Yeah, Maker Mike. I mean, yeah, when something comes in and it's what you perceived it to be, yeah, it's easy to be happy with it. I mean, if it wasn't, man, this is a double whammy though. Um, I was disappointed when it came in and the color was that far off, but that's one thing, you know. But I was like grossly disappointed when I tried to rectify it with them, and they gave I didn't have the boxes anymore. Um, and so yeah, they kind of like they just told me no, and I'm like, what? And they have the fine print on the other page on their website that says you have 30 days and it has to have all this and that, and but I'm like, yeah, it's not really, for $70, and should do I really need the little box? The boxes are little and pathetic. And I was like, well, if the box, maybe they wanted the box to resell it. So I made the suggestion of, look, if you want the retail packaging for resale, just take the one out that you're going to send me out of the box, and put this one in, and I'm sure they get screwed over all the time. I offered to send it to them first. They can inspect it upon receipt. This stuff was completely unused. Um, and then they could send it to me. So that it's not like I'm not trying to get another one for free. I just want the shit that I thought I was gonna buy. Like, not the crap that you sent me. Like, fix your quality control, my man. And yeah, it's a little bit me because I'm a parachute rigger. Are you down with OCD? Yeah, you know me. Quality control is a big thing as a parachute rigger. But yeah, so I was double disappointed. A, that went through their quality control, and B, the way they handled it afterwards. And I was very polite and said, look, like, I'm going to put this stuff on YouTube, and it's going to get talked about. And they just didn't care. So I'm on the fence with them. And the other thing is that they randomly got rid of all their affiliates type thing. So if you go to Exotac and it says become an affiliate, it'll bring you to Advant Link or something like that. And they no longer service. It's like a third party affiliate thing, and they no longer. I don't know who canceled what, whether it was Advent Link that canceled Exotac or Exotac that canceled Advent Link, but anybody that had an affiliate with them, it's now done and over with. I sent the emails, and um, but yeah, these matches are addictive. They're kind of fun. It's like a little sparkler on a budget. You can't go wrong with that. Whoop whoop. So yeah, my advice to you is if you do decide to buy something from Exotac, make sure you thoroughly inspect it upon arrival, and if you have any qualms, contact them immediately. Don't let it sit for 5 minutes, and maybe they'll fix it, maybe they won't. Oh, Mike, that sounds cool. I would definitely be down with that. Not sure where you get it, but yeah, I would look into that. Little tabletop campfire. Yeah, that's why I just ordered all my stuff in FTE. Yeah, it's kind of what I was trying to do with Exotac. Everything was going to be OD, and they got it right on half their stuff, and they got it wrong on half their stuff. So, but for the price, and like I said, I tried saying, hey, look, like, I'm trying to be the good guy here and save your face. Like, I'm not trying to make any money off you guys, or trying to get a free product. I just want my shit to match, and that would be awesome. Like, I want what I paid for in the way it should be. I didn't order lime green or greeny apple green. I ordered OD green, and like I said, this is the color difference. Like, it's hard. It doesn't show up as well on camera, but you can kind of. This is OD green. This is not. Like, I don't care what planet you're living on. I'm not changing colors because you want to. Oh no, that's the new OD green. Piss off, man. OD green is OD green. I'm not playing your pronoun game, man, with your paint or whatever. Like, not happening on my shift. I lost half the match case. Yeah, I was actually Burkle Cerakote. I was thinking about sending this stuff to Burkles, like as a set, have them Cerakote everything. But that's expensive, man. Um, yeah, I kind of find out how much it costs per piece, and I'm like, ouch. All right, Thornton. Yeah, yeah, I hope I didn't put you to sleep. Hope you're just tired. But yeah, we don't discriminate, man. You can watch while you're sleeping. That'll be a good subliminal thing for you. Just let it run. I need the watch hours, my man. Yeah, I actually wanted to suggest that to Exotac when I get this. I know there's some companies that make some little, like, CNC milled fuel bottles to refill, like, Zippos and stuff. That would be a great accessory. Like, maybe even have a little slot on the side to put a couple of flints or something, a little wick, and then have the center part with a little dropper or something, but have it like CNC. I don't know. That would be a cool addition. Is like cool little fuel bottle to carry some fuel. But yeah, that would be a nice little addition. But yeah, overall for the money, I mean, when you break it down, this is some pretty expensive stuff. So, and yeah, the only thing I'm missing, I want to get the Nano Spark as well and throw that in with my stove kit. So I just got to use a little sparker for the isobutane, whether I'm using an MSR stove or jet boil or whatever. But I suppose I could just use my Bic and just not hit the thing, not hit the flame. Doesn't matter. Yeah. So, and that's why that is the reason why sometimes U.S. companies have a hard time. It's because they're charging top dollar for their stuff, and then when it slips through, it's like almost like I'm supposed to be grateful for your mistake and happy about paying for it. No, not really. Y'all handled it like a couple of Richard Craniums. It was a simple. I was honestly trying to look out for them. Like, hey, man, here's an opportunity to fix this and make it look good. Because I'm an OCD dude. It's all about quality control. It's been most of my life. I picked it out quick, and other people are going to pick it out, and I'm just going to be honest about it. And that's exactly what I told them I was going to do. Is when they declined to work with me on it, I was like, all right, then I'll just be honest about it. I have no problems being honest about it. So yeah, think twice before you buy Exotac. I don't highly recommend them. They have some quality gear. They have some quality control issues, and that boiled into customer service issues. And for a $70 lighter and a $37 match case, you shouldn't be dealing with that. You should just be happy with your product. So that's one of the places American manufacturers go bad. Kit can always get expensive for sure. Yeah, yeah, it does, and I don't have a problem. Like I'm a quality guy, uh, quality over quantity any day of the week. I will spend the extra money on a USA made product, and but I expect quality. Like Phobos knives, you get a Phobos knife, and they're human. They could make a mistake, but I assure you, if you call up Phobos knives and say, "I just got my knife in, and I got a question about this," and if there's something, he's gonna fix it like lickety split quick like a bunny. That's part of what you're paying for. But Exotac gave me the runaround and kind of treated me like a Richard Cranium. So my attitude towards them is I might finish buying your stuff. I might find an alternative source because in my eyes, I wasted $107 on it's not what I wanted to like. I don't know. Do y'all think I'm being too picky, or do you think that that makes sense? Like, like a little consistency in your anodizing. I know there's going to be variables depending on batches and stuff, but they know how to get it right. But when they get it wrong, they make it your problem, not theirs. Drew, which company? Gaby, hi, how you doing? I think first time here for a couple of you people. Yeah, Jeremiah, like a little spray bottle or something. I thought of that, but you got. I guess it depends on what type of fuel and what type of plastic. Some plastic just straight up melt when you get a fuel source to it. Yeah, Fox, that's what it was. Zero accountability for a bad batch. And like I said, this stuff it was unused, hadn't touched it. And in fact, the match cap comes with a little extra striker and an O-ring, and that was still inside like they put it. I hadn't touched the stuff, and I called them in the concept of like, hey man, I'm gonna probably show this stuff on YouTube because this is the stuff I use. Would you like to fix it? And their attitude was like, no, you're stuck with it. So zero accountability for your lack of quality control. And that to me is kind of like I don't know if I want to or like I said, if you do buy their product, make sure you inspect it right away. And the same day, if you got a problem with it, call them because if you wait any kind of time, you're not going to get anywhere with it. And it's not the first Exotech products that I've owned. I own I own the Match Cap XL I've used for years. Um, Another little rip spool in black. I was originally buying stuff in black. Um, and it all went. This is like an expedition little case that I've been robbing stuff from for the past couple of years. I don't really keep it all together anymore. This is part of my old kit, and I forget this. Yeah, this is a. I think it's a Maxpedition fatty or something. I don't know, but this size fits perfectly in an Arkel trunk, and so you can. Did a little survival kit with this, and then I would put it in the trunk of my bicycle, and then if I wanted to go wander off in the woods, this is something that I could quickly pull out and uh, and throw in my bike. So yeah, whatever size this is fits the Arkel. And then yeah, like I said, I've taken tons of stuff out. I used to keep some hand warmers, fire kit, little sharpening thing. Um, didn't really have to use it. Fresno lens. I had some Tinders in here. I also had a Write in the Rain notebook. You know, just some basic stuff. I could throw in my pack. I could put it on my Cannondale. I could put it in my backpack. Either way, handy dandy little kit. But I'm rebuilding it. Kind of a little bigger, a little tighter, a little cooler, a little faster. Ash, if you're going out camping, having a campfire, that's when you're going to use those products. And some products you buy with the intent that I hopefully never have to use it. But if I need it, I have it. Like yeah, there's take a hunt safety course, take a hiking safety course or something, and that's going to be a common thing. Is not everything you carry is because you're going to use it on a daily basis, but you're going to use it when you need to. So if you do any camping, you start any campfires, you know, fishing, maybe you do a little cooking. Um, yeah, Jeremiah, you should be able to. Yeah, what a fox. That's exactly it, man. And that's why I called them. And I was extremely polite. Like I dealt with companies my entire life. Like I can go through a list. You know, Bonehead Composites makes carbon fiber skydiving helmets. Um, Performance Designs, owned by John LeBlanc. They're a parachute making company. I dealt with them for decades. Icarus Canopies, another parachute making company. I dealt with them for decades. Sunpath Products, Mirage Industries, a couple others that all make harness container systems. I dealt with them for decades professionally. Like I can call a company and talk to them, and I talk to them the same exact way and just said, hey, look, this is what I'm doing. This is what I've got going on. This is the discrepancy that I found with your product. I'd like to switch it out, even Steven. I'll pay the shipping. But it's something I've been using your products for years. And part of my YouTube is I only want to promote products that I use, or I'm only going to show products that I use, or you know, prior to, not like, oh, you got a YouTube channel, we're going to send you a bunch of stuff. No, I don't do that. Um, and so I gave him every benefit of the doubt, every opportunity to rectify it, and the end result was like, "No, you're stuck with it." And I was like, "All right, well, I got no problems telling the truth." And it would have been great. Now everybody think about this for a second. Now, if I were talking about Exotac and I said I did have one problem with them, it was about their anodizing and the quality control, and I called them up and they were like, "Oh, sorry about that. Send us the old one so we can verify it." I did send them pictures, so it wasn't that questionable. But if I sent them the old ones and they sent me the new ones, and that would be awesome. That'd be a great story to tell. And what a fox wouldn't be like, I'm going to stay away from that company. It'd be like, no, it would be the exact opposite. It would draw people to them because they're human. Mistakes happen. It's how we handle those mistakes that make the difference. And they handled it like shit. So, yeah, if they had just done the right thing and stood behind their product, a lot of people would be like, well, that's awesome. Mistakes happen, but they rectified it. But no, mistakes happened and they told me to pump sand. So that's the story that you get. That's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I've got the emails and receipts and stuff to post it if anybody's really going to be that way about it. But yeah, what a fox. That's exactly what I'm saying too. Like, here, we'll give you an exact opposite story. What, yeah, no, that's not even worth it. Um, Y'all know Right in the Rain? Right in the rain. They make all kinds of products now, and I had a similar situation with them where there was a minor quality control issue, and just because they put some Velcro on there like crooked, like it was crooked, and I was like, that sucks. Like I don't want to show this. I don't even want to own it. Like I'm a parachute rigger. Like people are gonna be like, "What are you looking at, man? You cross-eyed now or something?" It was actually bought for me for parachute rigging, and I didn't make a fuss out of it because it was a gift. It was a present from actually Mrs. Bushcraft, and so but I called up right in the rain and I said, "Hey, look, same situation. Like I've got your product, and there's some discrepancy with it. Could we fix it? Because I'm changing my life from skydiving to YouTubing, and I'd like to be able to show your products and stuff." And they did the same thing. Like, could you send us some pictures? So I took some pictures and sent it to them, and they were like, "Wow, we're sorry about that. What's your address? We're gonna ship you out a whole brand new one." And I'm like, "Well, you want me to ship you the old one first?" And they're like, "No, you can keep that if you want to." Um, but yeah, they fixed it like lickety split. Yeah. So right in the rain, like two thumbs up, winning. Like they did it right. But Exotac, I'm still disappointed, and I probably could have gotten those things. The two pieces I'm missing from Exotac is the X reel and the little sparky thingy bing. I probably could have bought that 20 times over since all this went down. But my money's not wanting to go in their direction. I'll spend it on something else because I don't want to deal with another headache and then be told I'm a fool. So yeah, exactly. Pragmatic. Yeah, same thing. Even back in the day in the army, we were carrying the damn things. But yeah, I actually got a couple things. Where's the other one? Yeah, man. So like right in the rain, 3x5. I've carried one of these. I've gone through more of these than I care to count. Awesome product. Same. This is cool. I dig this, man. This little index card holder fits one of those little mini Fisher pens. I think that's a right in the rain one. But it opens up. You can hold a whole bunch of index cards on the inside, and then it's got some little elastic corners to keep them down and stuff. Like awesome products, man. Um, this one right here, this is like one of those compact binders, but this is the one. This is the one that's good. The other one, like the Velcro here, was like way crooked, and they had caught up a bunch of the material. They had pushed it through the binder, and so I was being a parachute rigger, I knew how to talk to them about sewing, and they knew enough about sewing to understand what I was saying. And what had happened is it gone through the binder, they had pushed it through too tight, and there's a like plastic insert in here to make it somewhat rigid, and that had have it all warped and wobbly, and it just didn't look good. Still functional, and this was bought for me so when I was packing main parachutes in the hangar during the day, I could keep a log of my pack jobs and all that stuff, and a little bit of books, financial money owed, and everything. But yeah, it was the other one. I'm not even going to show it. The other one was just a little bit off enough that you weren't getting the value. And this thing is around $80, $90 empty. So it costs a pretty penny, but they fixed it right away. Like, sorry about that, dude. I knew what I was talking about, fortunately, and they were like the customer service was second to none, first rate, what we would expect for paying top dollar for a damn notebook. But yeah, that's kind of that's why I'm almost like I'm not sure if I want to deal with companies anymore. But yeah, you deal with right in the rain, it's golden. You deal with Phobos knives, it's golden. The one time I talked to Phobos knives about, I mean not Phobos, sorry, Spartan blades. Um, I ended up fixing the problem myself because they wouldn't let me pay them for it, and it was my fault. So, but yeah, they're like, "We'll replace it." I'm like, "No, dude, doesn't need replacing. Just needs a little touch up front." And they're like, "We'll either fix it or replace it." And I'm like, "Well, how much is it? I should pay for that." But yeah, totally cool, man. And then Spartan blades are high, and same thing. I've never had a problem with Phobos knives, but I know Eric Hansen, and I know if you were to call him up and there was something wrong with your knife, he's gonna fix it no matter what, unless you were like an asshat about it, you know. Like if you get a brand new knife and you're like, spend 10 hours trying to reprofile it and screw it all up, and he'll fix it for you, but he's not going to replace it. If it's your fault, he'll fix it. So he'll get on there and like find like retune the apex or whatever needs to be done. But yeah, he's going to take good care of you. And that's one of the things I expect when I'm buying like quality expensive products. And one of the reasons why I'd rather buy them than be a YouTuber because or be given it as a YouTuber because I think a lot of YouTubers are given like um things that have gone through quality control very well. But when you're the customer, sometimes you may not get that, and that matters to me. So I would rather deal with a company without being a YouTuber and get an honest like this is what actually happened. Like I ghost ordered from Blackout Coffee for months. After after I had set up my ambassador, my affiliate thing and everything like that. Um I just we ordered coffee under another name and kind of like even changed an order to see what would happen and yeah, same thing. Blackout Coffee, like second to none, first rate customer service. Yeah, awesome to work with, and that's what you want when you're paying good money for products. So yeah, and that falls in right in the rain. First rate, Phobos knives, awesome. Blackout Coffee, another awesome company. Um, Exotech, nah, not so good. Top dollar for a little bit of headache. I don't know. Maybe you got a couple codeine kicking around, that'll fix it. But all your blades are obsidian. How does that work out, man? I would always be like afraid of breaking like you're talking the glass, right? That black glass, volcanic glass or whatever. That stuff, like that's the sharpest stuff in the world. Like they make scalpels for surgeons and stuff out of obsidian. But I mean, how does that hold up in real world use? Like yeah, in a controlled operating room, I could see it. Yeah, totally being the bomb. But what I mean, like, what if you sit down and you forgot you had your knife on your hip or something? I mean, do you break it in half? Yeah, if all your blades are obsidian, that's what I see. Yeah, it would break. I've seen people like napping those things out and stuff, but yeah, yeah, you've never actually used it. I wonder if it's like those ceramic blades too. Like ceramic blades were all the bling for a while, but I guess they're almost virtually impossible to sharpen at home. Who's at the Outdoors 55 guy did a awesome review on that stuff. And if you drop it the wrong way, you break your knife. Like the knife just, you drop it on the floor, the knife will break into pieces. So yeah, I don't think I want a knife that's gonna shatter if I drop it. But yeah, that's been some of my run-ins with dealing with companies trying to get this YouTube channel going. Even just like I said, not even looking for free products, just like, hey, I'm trying to make you guys look good. That was the part that was mind-boggling to me is like, I gave them the link to my channel and it wasn't big at the time, but I gave them a few credentials and stuff and they weren't having it. So, yeah, I'm on the fence with Exotech, which is awkward because at some point I almost want to order you can get the replacement ferro rods for these things. They're threaded in. So yeah, there's quite a few threads too. So I don't think it's randomly going to fall off. Still going, still going. Yeah. Um, I love the design. I love everything about it, but it starts getting difficult for me to deal with companies when they got that go pump sand attitude. Um, especially yeah, when the way things work out for YouTube, it's weird. Um, no, that shouldn't happen. I don't know. I ruined the flint on mine, or the flint wore off on mine. I haven't used it since. I don't think that should happen. I mean, it's kind of like a Zippo as well. Maybe the wick might be too short, or you didn't put enough fuel in, and it's the wick's not pulling the fuel through. So yeah, there could be a few variables in there. But yeah, and like I said, the other thing is there's an O-ring that goes on here that's what keeps it airtight and stops all your fuel from evaporating. But it shifts around and it ends up getting caught in the threads. And if you don't babysit it and you throw this on, which is why there's no O-ring on here right now, the threads just cut it in half, and then you're looking for another O-ring. We can do it two more. Oh, you guys are talking about likes and stuff. Yeah, I think that's around Mine says 97. Yeah, I think that's what it would take, Chaos Theory, is some nicely worded emails to say, hey, like, um, this is what I know, or is this something you guys fixed? And I don't know. But yeah, I mean, they could be making another 200 bucks off of me, but I don't see it happening because like the X Reel's like 100 bucks. The Nano Spark is like another 30, and then some replacement ferro rods, like the X. I'd like to get a replacement. I think it's like 25 bucks for the XL rod replacement. So, but yeah, so and I even wouldn't mind, trying out the Poly Striker XL is like a, throw it in a bug out bag or something cool in the bottom of a tackle box or something. That would be cool. But yeah, once a company gives me that go pump sand attitude when I really didn't deserve it, I just look elsewhere. So trying to get a few things cleaned up here, guys. We'll throw the layout back out. Is anybody else? I know one guy for sure has some Exotac stuff. Anybody else running any Exotac stuff? Like, what do you think of it? I know it's extremely popular, like all the way across the board, like hikers and hunters, and you know, the bush crafters, the survivalists, like they're extremely popular. But that's been my experience with them, and I bought, like I said, I had a couple other pieces prior to. I also have the little keychain version, which I think is a pretty cool design. Um, the Nano Striker XL, nice little backup keychain, or mini micro survival kit, whatever you want to call it. It's cool. It functions. It's a small ferrocium rod that you can use in a pinch. Um, so, but yeah, I've got a couple of these actually. So yeah, I've spent my money on Exotac, but it doesn't take much when you're buying. Yeah, I granted they're not like $5,000 or something, but as far as like you can get a little match case all day long for like $2 to $10. So when you're buying something that's three times, almost four times the common price of a product, you expect the quality in return. Yeah, chaos. Like I said, I've got a couple of those as well. I love them. The fire sleeve, and it got me out of the habit of wasting tape and zip ties and all that goofy stuff. It's a waterproof case. It has other functions. But yeah, overall, and it's enough. It's buoyant too, so if you do drop it in the water, it's still going to float and keep your lighter dry. And this one's been bashed around my pocket for a few years as well. And the only thing I've noticed is over time it does kind of loosen up a bit. There's like this little extra flex to it, but that's cool. Just it's buoyant. It's still waterproof, so yeah, I'm digging it. And they're like these have gone up in price too with like inflation. I think they used to be like 15 bucks. Now they're up to like 20 bucks almost. Um, and then if you wanted they came out with the limited edition OD and black one, and Miss Bushcraft got it for me. But I don't really think they charge $5 more for it because the bottom half is in OD. That's kind of like a gimmicky. I don't think it costs $5 more to make the same piece in green as it does black. But yeah, that's how they roll. Yeah, Kerber dime all day long. The Spirit Systems GP tactical pouch, is that kind of like a admin organizer or something? Is that what that is? Whoops. Well, you know what the weird part is this part here is relatively clean. You guys, man, I make such a mess throwing stuff around, trying to show it to you guys. Like we got stuff all over the place. You like that special effects? That's what we call panning. It's a new well, it's a new technique for me. We're gonna work on doing that some more in some of the other lives. Is panning. No, I'm just kidding. That's horrible. Yeah, chaos. That's and it works great, doesn't it? Yeah, their stuff works pretty good. Like I said, the only thing that's been is that anodizing and something's off with that Titan light for the price to be just the O-ring shift and you chop it and I mean they should send you a little baggie with like 50 O-rings with the lighter. I mean for $70, why not, right? I'm just trying to get a few things straightened out here, guys. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Getting caught up back on some of these you know like you screwed a cookie sheet down to attach my device to it. Oh, what device are you attaching to it? Mr. Understandable, what do you do? What's your channel all about? Anything sorry guys. Excusez-moi. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Something, something. It's just about like you and your friend. Yeah, I don't really know anything about your content, man. So maybe next time, like, I don't want to get burned because I know people do some pretty wonky stuff on YouTube, and I would hate to like refer somebody to your channel and have it be a little bit on the weird side because there's plenty of that on YouTube. So yeah, man, hang out if we get to know you. I don't recognize you from any of the chats, um, from any of the other knife channels or anything like that, or outdoor channels or slingshot channels. Yeah, I don't think anybody here, no offense, my man, like best of luck to you, but at 13, I think most of the people here are kind of like a little more adult orientated, clearly into knives and things like that. So yeah, man, maybe and I've found that some, especially when you're starting out a channel, to just grow it, mix it up a little, see what people are interested in, and kind of go from there. Well, that's kind of how I did it. Just kind of started touching topics and Well, thanks for hanging out, Mr. Understandable. At least you live by your name, man. Thanks for being so understanding. That's a tribute that's gonna um, take you far in life, my man. A sense of wonder. What's happening, my man? How are you doing tonight? Did you guys go live tonight? I wasn't I've been doing my live thing tonight, so I didn't make it over there. Well, I really have made a mess out of things, haven't I? It's all good. We'll get it sorted out, son. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it's 2:25. Um, but yeah, typically I would totally be digging this as part of my kit. Maybe we'll leave it here. And the sweet thing is, I could get it all Cerakoted with Berkels. But yeah, that's going to be an investment there sometime down the road. I should be getting a knife pretty soon that I want to have anodized. Actually, I have the knife that I want to have not anodized. I'm sorry, Cerakoted. I should be getting a PVD coated blade that has black G10 scales. I mean, black G10 liners with OD scales, and then black PVD finish on the blade. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these red and black scales off and put it on the other one. And then this blade that's satin finished, I want to send this to Berkels and get it Cerakoted OD. So it'll be like OD Cerakoted blade with black G10 liners, and then OD Micarta scales is going to be the plan for that. I wonder how I should put that. And good times were had by all. Elsie, what do I think about paracord bracelets? They are definitely a trend. They were a trend. They're cool. If you wear a bracelet and you want to wear one on a paracord, that's cool. The only advice I'd give on like the paracord bracelets is don't buy the stuff that's got like the fancy paracord that's especially the stuff with the wire. Like once you knot up paracord with the wire in it, it kind of turns it into a giant mess. But yeah, if you're running like straight paracord, depending on what size, it could be usable. Um, they're cool. Yeah, to each their own. I'm not a big fan of wearing. I don't wear jewelry like necklaces or bracelets or anything because it just in my world it's what we call a snag hazard. Yeah, it is. It's getting early, huh? Yeah, I think I that's what I always try to make my rounds in the lives. I try to get to as many as I can. There's like so many awesome channels out there that are doing cool content. Just it's not even just about the cool content. Sometimes it's just some good people hanging out with good people, and the chats are awesome. People are like genuinely good in the outdoor community and other communities as well, not just them. So sweet, we hit 100 likes. That is awesome. Thanks to everybody for smashing that like button. It's a huge help to the channel, and it doesn't cost anything. That's the best part. So yeah, on like a small exoskeleton knife, yeah, the paracord wrap is pretty cool. It does take a little bit of practice though. The first couple times I used to Strider knives back when they used to do the paracord wrap was the big thing. Um, and that was I used to the first couple times I rewrapped mine, it came out like poo poo. But yeah, once you get it down and depends on the knife and how it fits and all that, it's a bit of a work, but yeah, any amount of cordage in any situation can be helpful. So I mean, you can kind of never have too much, I guess. Yeah, sense of wonder. Yeah, I'm the same way. Sometimes I just can't stick around. Yeah, I've been heading out the door like, hold on, let this live chat start. And I would leave a like, and actually a couple times I just leave it running, just running to the store or something. And yeah, rack up some watch hours while I go shopping. That's awesome. Um, Charlie, what's happening, man? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing tonight? Up late, hanging with the cool kids. It's what the cool kids is doing, man. Honest, honest. I'm actually surprised that this live picked back up because, man, for a while I think, man, I thought for sure YouTube was going to shut me down, man. Because yeah, we were see, and that's why you get bright colored stuff because I can't find my silky saw, guys. It was here, honestly. How about a good pair of gloves? Who carries gloves as part of their kit as well? I think everybody should. And I think for the money, the well, they've gone up too. Like, you used to pick up mechanics the impact gloves for like 20 bucks all day long, but now they've made their way up to 30 bucks. So maybe not quite the deal they used to be, but they're still pretty damn good. I've got like two or three pair of these. But oh wait, special treat. Maybe. I know somebody's gonna be like, dude, looks like you don't even wear gloves. Here's the older pair, and they match my Cannondale, and they're a little bit beat up. They were more beat up. I tend to find that the middle finger and the index finger are the first ones that wear out, and when they wear out, I just cut the fingers off of them, and I kind of keep using them. Same thing, yeah. The For me, the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger are the ones that wear out, and I end up cutting them off. But these are fairly well used. The pair before I did throw away because they was falling off my hands. Um, I don't know why, but when it comes to gloves, man, gloves and sneakers, for some reason, I wear them till like the gloves got to be falling off my hand, and the shoes got to be uh, either falling off my feet, or if they're not falling off my feet, they're held on by like 10 layers of duct tape. No, I'm not quite that bad. But for some reason, gloves and shoes, I wear them out, and then yeah. So nice worn out pair here. Uh, with custom modifications. If anybody is interested in custom modifying their mechanics impact gloves, this is how the pros are doing it. Or I don't know, maybe not. But I always, partially due to my job as a parachute rigger, man, I am big on gloves because once you beat up your hands and get cuts all over them, then it's irritating. And packing parachutes, you just end up reopening those wounds and getting stuff all over people's, $3,000 parachute. So I'm a huge fan of gloves. Bush Games, have a good morning. Impact with the tips off the thumb and pointer out of 100. Yeah, chaos. That's tough, man. Yeah, it's tough to sleep with a shoulder injury. I had a torn rotator cuff, and I ended up like in the lazy boy with an arm sling was the only way I could sleep. I couldn't lay all the way down and be comfortable. I just like sit up in a chair and lean a certain way and have my arm in a sling. And yeah, man, shoulder injuries are rough, my man. Charlie's carrying an old timer knife. Nice, man. Yeah, I tend to, like I said, man, it's the first place it wears out for me. Like you can kind of still see it a little bit. I didn't cut it all the way down, but they're still worn there. But that's where they tend to wear out for me first, is the thumb, the index, and the middle finger. So I just end up chopping them off. And yeah, being like, you know how the cobbler's always going without shoes. I probably should have rolled them back and sewn them and stuff, but I never get around to that stuff. So yeah, I guess yeah they do. They sell a version of that that's basically yeah they call them mechanics framers. Yeah, yeah, I guess so. But mine aren't stock. Mine are custom. So custom is always better, right? Isn't that how that old theory works? Yeah, a cup of Folgers coffee, most definitely. In fact, I'm about ready to whip myself up another cup. Because where are we at now, time wise? Yeah, we're at the 6.5 hour mark. So I think I might go grab another quick cup of coffee. Yeah, chaos theory. I'm totally with you. I've seen it. I've totally seen those, and they have like more like a natural leather palm look to them and stuff. If I remember right. Yeah, Jeremiah. Yeah, totally. The other gloves I like. I don't have any right now, but I like those. They're like the fingerless gloves. I mean, there's all kinds of companies that make them. They're the fingerless ones, and then it's got like a mitten that folds over. You've got like a mitten that folds over, usually a little Velcro on the back of the hand, and you can fold it back, and then use your hands or half finger gloves. And then when you're done, you can pull it back over, and because it's a mitten, it keeps your fingers. It warms your hands up way quicker. Yeah, I'm also a huge fan of those. I don't have any right now. I probably haven't owned any in years. I got rid of a lot of that stuff because I didn't do winters anymore. I did Florida instead, and Florida is so much better than winter. Yeah, totally. Yeah, Carhartt makes some. I think like Arc'teryx makes some. North Face. There's a ton of companies. Marmot makes some as well. Wow, chaos. That's a whole keg of sucks, man. That's beyond a case. That's a keg. Yeah, I was really lucky with when I tore my rotator cuff. It was pretty much just a few cortisone shots and 6 months of uh, not being stupid, and it took a little while. Yeah, it was yeah, shoulders just man, it's one of those things. It's hard to explain. It's so uncomfortable. Like yeah, even but like a torn rotator cuff to grab a can, like a 12-ounce can and lift it is just not worth doing. It's weird, and then it'll start feeling better, and then you'll go to grab something, and it'll just be like a screaming pain that goes like right from the shoulder straight to the brain, you know? Sweet, yeah. Yeah, I love that, man. I've been rotten lately because there's a lot of people like, oh, I need 12 more subscribers to get to 200 or 300 or 500 or another 20 and I hit 1,000 and um I'll throw in mine like, oh, I only need 95,452 to get that silver play button. Yeah, I'm rotten sometimes. I got a weird sense of humor that some people don't find funny, but I just find it funny, like everybody. There was a lot of people doing it, and then I just, 20 to get here, 15 to get there. It's like, cool, I only need 95,000 to get that silver play button. Like, share, subscribe. Cool. Thanks for playing. Yeah, sense of wonder. Hey man, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you, man. Like every little bit helps and that's why I run these live chats is so if you're here, there, and everywhere, and everybody can swing in, say hello. Sometimes the topic's awesome, sometimes it sucks. But hey, it is what it is. But thanks for stopping by, man. We definitely appreciate it. All right, guys, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go run the coffee again real quick, top off the coffee, and make room for more. So I'll be back lickety split, quick like a bunny. If you don't mind hanging out, I definitely appreciate it. All right, we're back. That wasn't my fastest time, but it wasn't my worst time either. I also started another pot of coffee because Miss Bushcraft be getting up pretty soon, and I'm sure she'd like a fresh pot of coffee. Because if she doesn't, she's kind of like maybe a little bit psychotic without her coffee. No, that's a bad word to use. You know what I'm saying, though. She cranky bitch without the coffee. So I made her a fresh pot of coffee because last couple of Fridays and she's gotten up early for work. What happened to the coffee? And be like, I drank it all hanging out during the live chat and stuff. So yeah, CNA Charlie, you're not the only one. There's been a more than a few times where I've been in a live chat and I've seen the screen name like dozens and dozens of times over months. And I'm like, hey, what's up, dude? How's it going, buddy? How are you, pal? Good to see you. And then that you find out that it's actually a woman, and you're like, oh, my bad. Like your screen name is no, there's no giveaway, there's no hint. Like I thought, hanging out with the knife guys, it was, typically a dude. I mean, like some people you can tell like they've got their Kathleen or Pam or whatever their name is, but some of them be like, just there's no knowing, for sure. Right? Yeah, yeah. Likes are free. Hook a guy up. Yeah, and that's exactly how this channel is going to be built. That's how it's going to grow. It's going to be more off of likes and shares, and it's going to be off of dollars and dimes. Um, so that's just it. It is what it is. But yeah, either way. Nonetheless, I'm still having a good time doing it. I'm looking forward to things in the future. Some of the outdoor stuff for sure. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, yeah. That's a hey, bro. How's it going? It's like I'm a chick. I'm not. It's in the chat. And it's all awkward today now because everybody's got special pronouns, and you try not to be offended. But whatever, we don't care. Like, just maybe they should have a little designator, like a male logo, or no, no, because then somebody's gonna get all freaky with it, and they got to have like 8 genders on there or something. No. So we'll just get it wrong once in a while. Say I'm sorry. I'll try to do better in the future. And I don't know, Jeremiah. I haven't really gotten any traction. I don't know. Maybe when the I think it works for Rob because his Rob's channel is like 4 or 5 times bigger than mine. But yeah, I guess I mean I try to check it, but there's not too much activity on there. I actually think I get more traction on Instagram. Like there's more people involved in Instagram than there is Discord. But yeah, is Groundfog still here? I know he's got a lot more going on his Discord. If you've got Groundfog's Discord, that would be awesome. Patrol Syndicate. This is Exotac. It's the Fire Rod XL by Exotac. But if you're seriously interested, go back and watch some of the previous live. That's where we went with this. There's some ins and outs we've been talking about. Yeah, it's actually Exo Attack. Like man, no, I'm not. I'm typing like a moron. Anybody? Any other two finger typers out there? Yeah, that's what she said. Patrol Syndicate. I don't know if I can say that, but I did. Yeah, it's not that. It's a half-inch ferro rod, half-inch diameter, and threaded. It's like 3.5 inches, so 3.5 by half-inch. It's not that big. The problem is I got some like Sally McSally hands, so I probably make it look a little bigger than it actually is. Um, but yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles, my man. It's not huge. It's probably a good size. But yeah, it's a great ferro rod, man. I love it. And it's threaded, so you're not throwing your fancy handle away when you're done. So yeah, it's threaded, you can take it. It has something like 18 inches of 1 inch Gorilla Tape or whatever on it. So you could use that as tinder as well. Repairing your poofy down jacket, your sleeping bag, whatever. And it is has a capsule in the end, and it fits like it fits like 4 of their tenders. You can put a couple cotton balls in there. You can put a couple fishing hooks or something. Whatever you like to use the capsule for. Us old guys, maybe someday I'll be filling this with my nitro pills. Who knows the way things are going. So yeah, it could be it's a great little rod. It's I think 65 bucks, $67, something like that. It's a bit on the pricey side, but it's pretty good quality. Definitely, check the anodizing when you open the package, though. Right on, man. Always happy to help. Always happy to share information. And for the most part, we don't really have any affiliate links or anything like that. I'm kind of doing the odd thing and moving away from those because it's just gotten a little quirky. So yeah, whatever you Google it, whether you buy it off of Amazon, I know Exotac, for everybody, they do have a thing that pops up if you're like a first time purchaser. They've got a pop up and they offer you like 20% for your email. So, if you give me your email address, you can get 20% off. So you'd bring it down to like 50 bucks, 52 bucks. Yeah, yeah, Jeremiah, you're right. That's like 20 bucks, but um, I don't know. Man, woman, vegetable, mineral, nobody cares. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're all done with that woke stuff. I never picked up on it. Um, I'm a horrible person like that. I'm not buying into your mental health issues. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just watch that now. The chat goes back down because I start talking about like, yeah, I don't support people's mental health issues. Not on that end, man. Like that's shit's gone bonkers. And like, yeah, yeah. An 8-year-old can go and get a life-changing operation, is what they're trying to say, without parental permission. But you got to be 21 to drink a beer. Like those people, so stupid. I'm sick of hearing their nonsense. Yeah, yeah, that's what we should be doing. Just make an absolute mockery out of it, Jeremiah. I would have come up with better stuff than that, but I know you're a much more proper conservative man than I. Yeah, yeah, always something you inherit, something that was family and heirloom is always way more collectible than anything else. Like we were talking about earlier, my favorite knives are the ones that people typically gifted to me, and that's like somebody put their hard work and labor and effort into making the money and acquiring that. And yeah, I always appreciate gifted stuff like so much more. And fortunately, I get to love it more than half of my stuff because a lot of my stuff was gifted to me by either family or friends, Mrs. Bushcraft, the kids, something like that. So yeah, it's always something a little extra special when you're that fortunate. I know it's unfortunate that your brother passed, Charlie, but it is fortunate that you have those things that you're talking about, those knives that have meaning for you. So in that aspect, that's what I meant. Um, yeah, I can be an idiot sometimes. I try not to be a jerk. I am empathetic to people. Just uh, I'm not the best person at showing empathy and sympathy or whatever. Just because I watched so many people bounce skydiving for so many years, it just became part of life. Like people pass, we move on. Um, you know, there's been billions of people on this planet, tens of billions of people, but no, I've never met anybody that's 200 years old. So inevitably, our time ends, and I just maybe probably dealt with it way too commonly, way too frequently in skydiving. So, but I really try to do. I try to do it. Like it's in my head. The intentions, the feelings are there. I'm just not good at conveying it. Caden, the biggest knife that I own is my Phobos Knives Tier 1C. Get it out here real quick. This is the biggest knife that I own. 12 and a quarter inches overall. It's got a 0.25-inch spine. It's made out of CPM 3V steel, and it's got some heft to it. It's a great little chopper. It's which is why I got this. I was looking for something with those abilities and stuff, but this is the biggest knife I have. Anything bigger than that, and then I get into a hatchet or a saw. I'm kind of like the right tool for the job kind of guy, quality over quantity. So thanks, Charlie. Whoops. I definitely appreciate it. I think I kind of try to explain part of getting to know the community as trying to get grow the channel and getting to know the community. That's part of getting to know people. So um, I'm sure other things will come up in the future, and the more people that understand me will understand that so somebody might get upset by what I said, like well, that guy's a heartless jerk, and they're like, no, he's just been like desensitized from a lifetime of watching his friends bounce. So yeah, the more you know, the more you understand. But yeah, that's the biggest knife. Currently, I got a hatchet. I don't really. The hatchet and the axe is probably the least used tools in my kit, just because of the way things work. Everybody's a little different. But yeah, once the knife isn't big enough, I go to a saw. I've got bigger saws. I've got the Silky Big Boy. Yeah, about 330, 360 millimeter is the largest I go with a saw. I might go bigger. Yeah, like if I actually had some crazy bushcraft YouTube project going on, like building a dugout, I might get like the Katana Boy 500 or 650, which is 500 millimeter or 650 millimeter saw. I would never buy the 1000 millimeter because I just like 1200 dollars for a handsaw is just ridiculous. At that point, I'm dropping 600 on a chainsaw. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Charlie, and uh, yeah, unfortunately, but at least he passed away peacefully in his sleep, and from what I understand, but no, I don't hunt anymore. I don't own any private property, and public land and stuff is just gotten out of control. And I spent 20 years traveling, over 20 years traveling. I moved every 6 months. So maintaining out of state fishing licenses and out of state hunting licenses and having to take all their courses, I just didn't have the time for it. And now there's so many idiots on public land. I refuse to go out, like for safety reasons. I'm not going out there anymore. If I were to come up with land or I had a friend that had private land that I could hunt on, I would most definitely get back into it. I like archery. I'm long pew pews are. I love them all. I like archery. I even gonna do some small game hunting with the slingshot once I get good at it. But yeah, and then you got to be careful what you can and can't post on YouTube. So I know there's a whole ton of stuff that you cannot post. So I gotta kind of play that game. So yeah. Um. So yeah, that's my current standpoint on hunting and fishing. Definitely get more into fishing, but it'll probably be more like a catch and release thing. Yeah, because you can't even put like the processing of game, small game and fish and stuff. You can, but they demonetize you and shadow ban you if you're not playing their by their rules. So yeah, I suppose, man, you could probably use a sword hunting down in Florida and stuff now. The wild hog problem has gotten so out of control down there, and there's a bunch of guys running around with big field knives and stuff, just jumping hogs in the bush there and taking them out. Pretty wild stuff. Nice, nice. Yeah, Mossberg 500 there is a classic. 22 AR-15. Yeah, hey, cheap money to blink all day long. Although I think even 22 ammo has gotten out of control. They've kind of some wild stuff. Yeah, what kind of bear you hunting? Black bear? You East Coast or West Coast? Well, it's 3 o'clock officially. Bush games. Use your shoulder on backwards. Yeah, I haven't been much on the market for ammo past few years. Like I said, I traveled so much it just made maintaining those things virtually impossible. Like I moved every 6 months for over 20 years. I worked in the Northeast spring, summer, and fall, and then winters I would go down to Florida. I've worked all over Florida, like Rocheron, Texas, California, Arizona, Nevada. So I traveled around quite a bit, and especially when you're going through certain states, Massachusetts, the mass holes. Yeah, there's just no room for leeway. They don't care if you're out of state, and so I just got out of the habit of doing a lot of that stuff just out of sanity, which is crazy because I was busy skydiving, 7 days a week. But I think that's why they play those games, the back and forth games with the, oh, you can't have this stock, you can't have this barrel. Oh, you can. No, you can't. The Brady bill is unconstitutional, this and that, the other thing. I think they do that just to mess with you. And there's some states that make it impossible to do. Like when I lived out on Long Island, I worked for two skydive centers owned by the same guy, Skydive Long Island and Skydive South Shore, and we would literally fly the plane between the two, and I would work at both. But I have to go through New York City and deal with all the New York democratic laws and everything like that, and of course, guy like me, they're gonna, I'm gonna get 20 years. Meanwhile, the other guy who actually used it, an illegal firearm, to commit a crime, is out walking. So, but I know if I got caught riding, which I did. I actually I carried on my bicycle for a few years, but man, I would get stressed out about it to the point like if I got caught in this state, I'm getting like 5 to 10 years just for not doing anything other than in possession of a firearm, which I could legally do, but not in their state without the proper permit, or like some places like New York City, you can't even go there. So yeah, I think that they really play that game, and yeah, man, it would stress me out traveling. Like, wow, if I get caught with this, I'm looking at, 5 to 10 years and I haven't done anything wrong. So maybe it's not worth carrying. You even gamble rolling with knives, depending on where you're going through. Like, some places only allow you to have a 3.5 inch blade. Like that's all you're allowed to carry is a 3.5 inch blade. And this is a 3.5 inch blade. That's the legal limit of the law. So there was some places I was going through where I was not legal for a knife. Forget about it. I don't even want to know a firearm and stuff. So yeah, yeah, Pennsylvania's three, and I worked in Pennsylvania for a while. I worked in Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Not It's like far northwest of like Philly, west northwest of Philly, decent ways out. Yeah, 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 freedom. Yeah, the lie that we all grew up on and believed. Unfortunately, that's the sad reality. Yeah, Charlie. Um, yeah, it's the Silky Gomboy 240 millimeter. It actually, when you open it, it doesn't fit too well in the screen. And again, I messed it all up earlier with my special effects. But yeah, kind of give you an idea. It's got some really aggressive teeth. And this one is the standard silkies are a black rubberized handle and then a satin finish blade. But this actually has like a black tin coating for corrosion resistance, and it's a cork handle. If you've ever, some trekking poles, I know Lecky makes a lot of like corked. It's like a synthetic cork or something. But it's really good stuff. I like it, and I use the Lecky poles enough with this with the same material, the same handle material that when Silky came out with their Outback edition, I was stoked about it. It's more rugged. It's less apt. The rubber you can rip and stuff. That's why it's replaceable. But the cork is definitely a much more rugged, robust material to have on there for scale handles. Yeah, the it's actually a hatchet, not an axe. But yeah, on your screen it probably looks even smaller. But this is a Granfors Brooks Wildlife Hatchet. It's 13 and a half, yeah, 13 inches overall. And these are hand forged in Sweden. Excellent quality craftsmanship. And the cool thing is you get the actual blacksmith that hand forged this head. They stamp it at the end with the Granfors Brooks logo, and you also get the initials of the maker that actually made it. Pretty cool stuff. The leather mask comes with it, and the leather's pretty good quality all the way around as well. I wouldn't say it's super great, but it's definitely highly functional. I don't think you're gonna have a random failure with it. But yeah, and Sweden's been getting their axes and hatchets and things right for quite a long time. So yeah, Granfors Brooks out of Sweden is some great quality kit. Yeah, Chaos, you won't be disappointed with it. And just if it's your first time using a silky, just man, take your time. Focus on making nice straight strokes with it. And yeah, stay within the means. Usually I size the saw should be like twice the width of whatever it is you're cutting. So like if you're cutting like 3 to 4 inch, you should have like a 6 to 8 inch saw. And that way there you've got enough working room. There's no point in doing those short little strokes. It takes forever. So yeah, the right tool for the job. And if you need something bigger, jump up to the big boy. And if you're looking for something smaller, they've got a 170 millimeter pocket boy as well. AOS. Yeah, Gamer Pro. I had a friend that was an arborist who used to compete as well, and that's the guy. I think it was like 15 years ago or so. He's the one that introduced me to Silky. I was using a Baco Laplander at the time, which I found out is absolute trash compared to a Silky, just in performance all the way around and stuff. Yeah, it's getting late, huh? Um, yeah, you never want to short stroke it, but hey, I'm in it to win it. It's all about speed. And this one time at Skydive Camp, yeah, but it was actually a guy that was a retired arborist and got into became a pilot and started flying jumpers, and that's how I met him. And come to find out, he's world class arborist and gave me a whole lot of mentoring. And man, he's the one that introduced me to the Silky Saw. And as soon as I tried it, I was like, "Get out of here! This is like better than anything I've ever used." And it makes sense when people try to argue, like, "Oh, the Balco and this and that." It's like, man, if those saws were that good, that's what the world champs would be. The world class guys would be using. That's awesome, LC. Yeah, chaos. That's how it works out, man. Yeah. Are you wearing a hat? I don't get it. What. That's pretty random, man. What angle are you trying to work there? Spamosaurus? Yeah, yeah. You don't even try to hide it. Some of these guys. It's funny though. Go on, rock out with your bad self. Yeah, Cass. What do you have? The 210. Yeah, the next size down for Gomboy would be the 210. Um, I've got this one with medium teeth and a straight blade. Um, yeah, just better for if you're notching certain things and stuff like that. Yeah, but this is the 210 versus the 240, and this is the standard one versus an Outback. There we go. You can center it. So there are some substantial differences besides the size, but between the Outback and the standard one. Whoops, making a mess, making a mess. What could possibly go wrong? Hey, hold my beer, watch this. And this one time at Skydive Camp, no, really, really happened. True story. You have a Kawasaki Ninja. I'm still faster, man. I'm faster than any motor vehicle on the planet. I think the world record speed skydiving is something like 400 and something miles an hour, which I completely don't understand. I understand it, the aerodynamics and everything, but my max is like in the 255, 260, um, and that's just full delta dive. I have a moped. Yeah, man, I don't even have a moped. I just got a standard push bike, a bicycle, whatever part of the world you call it. Yeah, I'm totally comfortable with that. And the other thing is, I don't belong driving motor things because all that skydiving, I lost concept of speed. I had a Gixxer 750 for a bunch of years, and man, I couldn't keep that thing below like 75, no matter how hard I tried. And it was, yeah, I was always between 75 and 100 miles per hour with it. And yeah, I was an accident waiting to happen. So I ended up just giving up the quit driving, quit the motorcycle, quit the truck, gave the car away. Oh yeah, yeah. I lived that whole go fast. Yeah, man, the whole thing. Go big or go home. Yeah, and yeah, skydiving 7 days a week, sneaking out at night for base jumps. Doing stupid motorcycle races on the interstate at night in Massachusetts. Jumping from the yeah, the truck bed into the convertible. We did that once. Me and one of my buddies, Jeff Nevelkoff. We were down by Orange, Massachusetts, and yeah, we climbed out the back window of the pickup truck into the bed, and then he lined it up and then jumped into the back seat of his convertible, and then we went out for Chinese food at a sweet little place called the Tea House. Pads on the ground. What pads for what? Yeah, Elsie, I remember you saying that. Yeah, walking from Tampa to Tallahassee. That's awesome, man. That's an Aussie thing to do there. Yeah. Man, I know some Aussie guys. Some of those guys are just absolutely crazy. Oh, defibrillator? No, man, that's just too heavy. Can't be carrying those around everywhere. Yeah, who doesn't want to fight a kangaroo? Man, those things are gnarly. I know a couple Aussie guys and stuff. Fun fact about the kangaroos: the kangaroos in Australia outnumber the people. There's 48 million kangaroos. They outnumber the people. You have to breathe skydiving, man. That's like a requirement to life. It's just yeah, just close your mouth and breathe in through your nose and exhale. It's really comfortable. A lot of people get overwhelmed from that 120 miles an hour wind, that relative wind, like slamming them in the face, and they don't know what to do. Then you open your mouth and you look all goofy and stuff, and it dries out your mouth, and it's weird. If you really want to, like, kind of like the video game version of skydiving, wear a full face helmet. They have them for skydiving, but it takes that wind and everything off your face, and it kind of turns it into like that first person point of view type, shooter thing. But you're not shooting, you're skydiving, so you got a special seatbelt on aircrafts. I don't know, man. Most of the jump planes are the seatbelts are just connected to the floor, and that's what you get. Some of them, like some of the Super Otters and the Casa and Skyvans, will have benches, but most skydiving planes, you're sitting on the floor and the seatbelt's connected to the floor. Which brings me to when I start doing my outside videos, I have a bunch of riggers belts because I was a parachute rigger. But for some reason, people are like, "Oh, what do you think? You're Garen Thumb or you're some, special operations operator wearing a rigger's belt?" It's like, no, man, I was literally a parachute rigger. I wore my rigger's belt more than Garen Thumb because I had to attach myself to an airframe more times than all those guys because we're the ones testing their gear. But and parachute riggers are the ones that designed the rigger's belt, and we made them rigid and stuff so that if you do end up hanging off of it, you want as much support as you can. And then it's the military guys that adopted them. So it's the parachute riggers that came out with this stuff first, and then the other guys started using them for their airframe attachment and stuff on the little whirly birds and all that stuff. But yeah, for some reason, I get that a lot. Like people are like, "Oh, what's with the rigger's belt? You think you're an operator?" It's like, no, I'm a parachute rigger wearing a rigger's belt, you idiot. And instead of going out and wasting a bunch of money on another belt, I just started throwing my gear on it because the properties apply. Isaac, I can't remember specifically where I got it, but it's a Grainfors Brooks wildlife hatchet. There is, oh man, there's like the Canadian shop or something. I gotta look that up. That's a good source for everybody. But they've got the best prices on Grainfors Brooks that I've found, and that is U.S. dollars, not Canadian dollars. But it's I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, like you'll like way cheaper than what Amazon's selling the stuff for. Um, but yeah, great. Granfors Brooks makes some quality stuff. Sweet hickory handle, the head's hand forged, all that good stuff. So definitely a sweet setup for sure. Um, oh yeah, this is a Marlin spike, and it's specifically designed for removing knots. So like especially small cord like 275 paracord 550. If it's wet and weighted, a lot of people just chop the end off and you lose a foot or two every time. But if you get a marlin spike, you can use it to pry the knot apart, work the knot back open, save your cord. You could also use it as a small awl. It does have a nice little fine point. So if you're doing some woodwork, I wanted to, make a small pilot, whatever, you could use it as an awl. You can most definitely use it as, self defense, EDC, pokey poke. But yeah, and this one is an inexpensive one. I think you can find it on Scamazon for like 25 bucks or something. 20, 25, 30 bucks. This one actually has some finger trapping fids inside, and you can get other versions that'll have like a little ferrocium rod or something. But yeah, this has got a couple of finger trapping fids in there for like 95, 275, and 550 paracord. That's a whole other lesson is getting into the finger trapping fids. but that's what they are. That's what they're used for. But yeah, Marlin Spike, awesome tool. This is one of those things like if you don't know about it, it just doesn't exist. But the second you know about it and you start using it, you're like, well, how did I go that long without one? And I've been carrying one since I started when I was apprenticing for my senior riggers rating. So like I don't know, I was yeah, back in the day. So I've been carrying one of these for well over 25 years or so. But yeah, definitely awesome tool. Like I said, if it's something you don't know about, you won't miss it. But once you it's a tool, once you use it, you're like, how did I go without this? And that's the way it was for me at least. A lot of sailors use it, sailing riggers, parachute riggers, and avid cord people. Something you might see or a version of it, some type of version of it with the some of the paracord channels that do the bracelets and all the paracord designs. You might see them with those guys using it, but extremely useful, and it'll stretch out that 100 feet of cord because you're not cutting the knots off all the time. So it'll extend the life. It pays for itself in time and less aggravation and whatnot. Yeah, so that's that. And I don't know why we got to make flashlights that look like exotac things because like for some reason tonight like there had to be at least 4 or 5 people that thought like these were flashlights, but this is a match cap XL. This is a Titan lighter, and this is their rip spool little maintenance tool. It's got like some 2 inch tape, some braided fishing line at the bottom here, and it's also has a sail needle inside. There's room for some other stuff. I know people will take some like really small hooks and throw them in there, and they'll use it for fishing. This end piece here is wrapped. I don't know how much, maybe like 10 meters, 15 meters of braided fishing line, and they'll actually use this like a hobo fishing reel. So they'll I still there's some shrink wrap on here. I'm not gonna pull it off, but yeah, they'll set up a hook on here and then throw it out like a hobo reel, and then just wind it back on to reel it in. So could be a little micro hobo reel. I think it's just maybe around an inch diameter. So that would just be a pain in the ass all day, reeling in on a 1 inch diameter reel. So definitely looking for something bigger. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, and they look the same. I mean, these are all like CNC milled aluminum, and most of the flashlights nowadays are CNC milled aluminum. So really, if you're looking at it from the side, they really don't look too different. So yeah, common thing there. It's weird that it's happened so many. Like it's nobody's done that before, but it's weird that it's happened so many times tonight. Yeah, y'all are into those hand cannons, man. I'm not into the hand cannons. Never have been. Same thing. I always thought that hand cannons fell into the same category as oversized Rambo knives. It's kind of like more like an ego thing. Like you see people breaking their wrists shooting a Taurus Raging Bull 454. You know, um, pe- People putting big dents in their forehead shooting a Desert Eagle 50, and then people carrying some odd sized knives where you're like, dude, what do you really need that for? Get a sword, man. Um, but I mean, everything has its place. Everybody digs their own thing. Big knives. I mean, like Scab's got Choir Boys, Cutlery Outdoors, whatever. He's got a massive amount of like huge knives. He gave away an awesome one over the holidays. He gave away a few, I think. But yeah, that's just more knife than I want. Once it gets bigger than this, like 12-inch roughly overall length, once it's bigger than that, I use an axe or a saw. I mean, the knife is kind of not the right tool for that job anymore. So Violet pie. What about a machete? Machetes have their geographic location ideal type place. And in New Hampshire, that's not it. Machetes are like a jungle tool, and yeah, like down in Florida, they're awesome. And I would definitely own a machete if I were hanging out down in Florida, still in the warm weather, having fun. But they're really not very useful in the Northeast. In hardwood forests and stuff. You're better off with a hatchet or an axe or something is going to be far more useful than a machete. And so depends on your geography. And if you're out cruising in the desert, you probably don't need either. Just bring a knife. If I were out in Arizona, Nevada, yeah, I don't carry a hatchet. I don't carry a machete. I carry a knife, and kind of minimal knife at that, because you're just not the environment doesn't support it. I'll say Australia's like fillet knife, machete, and sledgehammer. I'm curious, man. Why the sledgehammer? Yeah, the other two are kind of making sense, but like you strap a sledgehammer to your pack and go hiking. Florida is the Australia of America. Yeah, everything wants to eat you, bite you, ruin your day. Yeah, it sounds about right. Building vehicle is bogged, rust. Yeah, yeah, a lot of guys down there in Florida. Yeah, there's yeah, so geography is going to have a lot to do with what you're carrying for gear. And yeah, my gear lineup in Florida is not the same as it is in New Hampshire. And it's definitely not the same if I'm out west or something. So yeah, geography is gonna dictate a lot of what you carry. And knowing how to adjust for that is important. Yeah, it's a beach desert or unforgiving mountain. Did Yeah, what's that thing about what Walmart's having a sale on bowls on Sunday? Is that how that's working out for everybody? Everybody's talking about like Super Bowl Sunday. So was it like 50% off, like salad bowls or something? What's the deal with that? How many people watch that? And I get so much info on how that stuff's rigged nowadays. I was never into it, but now I'm less into it. Like if the team they don't want to win starts doing well, then the refs just start throwing flags every play and stuff, and turn the game back around. So the refs are controlling the game. They showed some awesome examples of it going on. So I'm like, that's awesome. That's why I don't watch that trash. The gray thing, this gray thing, Charlie, or this the one under here. This is a Sea to Summit flat pack coffee pour through thing. Pour over, and it kind of expands out. It has a in the bottom here. It has a micro screen filter, so you don't have to use the paper ones. You can just rinse it off and keep going, and then it expands out. Yeah, and then it'll pretty much fit anything like small cup. Like as you can see, this is just a small steel cup, or it'll fit like a larger ceramic cup. Then yeah, you just put your coffee grounds in, do your pour over thing, and you've made your coffee. And it's cool because it's highly packable. Kapow, good to go. But if you want to save even more weight, just get instant coffee. You're camping. You're not going. You're not Bear Grylls in the 5-star hotel. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up some more instant coffee. Blackout Coffee just started making some instant coffee, so I want to try it. Maybe good, maybe not. I don't know. Um, the first thing, this one, Charlie. This is a sharpening puck for your axe. This is made by Granvers Brooks. It's the bomb diggity because instead of just having nothing like the Lansky one or whatever, it's got like this silicone case, so it's padded. So if you do drop it, you don't have to worry about breaking your stone. It's and the design of it. So whichever half you want to use, it's dual textured, has a coarse side and then a fine side. And whichever side you decide to use, you leave the other half on. And instead of just trying to hold the puck, you've got the silicone grip. So then you can do your little axe hatchet sharpening. Good to go. And then, yeah, same thing. So if you want the core side, you just take the other side off. You got the core side. And yeah, one of the huge perks is if it can take some banging around, unlike some of the other ones, without breaking. Yeah, I used to have a Lansky one I trudged around with for a while, and I used like an oversized bandana I would wrap it up with and throw a rubber band around because I broke a couple of them. So, but yeah, they're a little bit pricey, but yeah, it's a quality product. I'm digging it all the way around. Definitely good stuff. Yeah, Elsie, that's it's a sharpening puck for sharpening your hatchets and axes and stuff. Oh yeah, Todd, you know we're in it to win it, my man. It was a little bit of a rough night. I think I was pushing some of the envelope or pushing the edge with the YouTube thing because YouTube like tanked my algorithm thing for a while because I was talking about stuff. But yeah, Todd, we're still at it, man. I'm going big or going home, man. Actually, I'm already home, so we might as well just go big. So yeah, everybody say hello to Todd Carr. Todd Carr is one of the absolute regulars in the knife community and frequents our channel. All around awesome dude. Uh, what do I use for water in my kit? I am currently using a Grail Ultra Press as like my primary, for 1 day, 2 day type thing. That's what I'm using is just a standard Grail Ultra Press. I do want to upgrade it to the titanium, but when I got this one, the titanium one didn't exist. Um, but yeah, that's what I use for my primary water. And then I also carry a 1 liter titanium bottle. So I like the combo because 16.9 ounces roughly for the Grail Ultra Press, 32 ounces for the titanium bottle. So fill the Grail twice and dump it into here, and I got 1 liter. And so if I fill this back up, so 3 fills, and I've got 1.5 liters of fully purified, drinkable, taste good water. I do want to get. I've seen them recently. I might make one or try to get one, but they've got the pre-filter bags, so you can pre-filter the water going into your cup. So help with the life of the filter on these. But yeah, overall, I'm ecstatic about it. I like it so much. I'm willing to. At some point, I'm going to part with the money for the titanium ultra press, and that's kind of what I've been rocking. Uh, like 1 to 2 day stuff. If I'm going longer than that, I have an MSR filter. I can't remember which one it is, but I've been using that. My preferred water filter is the Katahdin micro pocket filter. I've gone through a couple of those. Man, it's so good. Everybody takes it. I've actually, I've had like 2 or 3 of them stolen already. But I'll still get another one. I just don't go camping with people when I bring that, or I make sure to put it away because yeah, there be some thieves in those trails nowadays. It's not like the old days. Yeah, I guess there's all kinds of those emergency straw filters. Read the fine print. A lot of them only go down to like zero point zero 0.01 microns, and most viruses are below zero point zero 0.01. So a lot of viruses can get through them. Like I said, we talked about it before, but with the Sawyer filters, that's become a bit of a problem. There's some controversy going on with them, along with the Berkeley filters. Their water filters don't do what they claim to do. So yeah, read the fine print and and test it out for yourself if you know somebody. It doesn't take much to test water. There's all kinds of test kits and everything. Do I carry anything like butane gas? Yeah, it depends on what I'm using for a stove and stuff. But yeah, I'll use the isobutane, whatever, isopro. This stuff right here, as long as it's not too cold. Even when it's too cold out, like, okay, here's a quick trick for everybody because they always like, I think it's part of a scam to sell more stoves and stuff like that. But these don't work well because the gas is temperature sensitive, and the colder it gets, the less the gas expands, the less efficient it becomes and everything. But if you get a little pocket hand warmer and put it underneath it, heat rises, you give it a couple minutes and you'll warm up that fuel plenty enough to be able to run it in even the coldest temperatures. So yeah, that's just and I've done it 100 times at least. So yeah, I usually when I'm trying to travel fast, not necessarily light, but fast, reasonably light, I tend to use a canister stove over like a white gas or anything like that, just because all the time you spend priming it and running it and all that and blah blah blah. So yeah, when I'm doing bike packing and stuff, yeah, I've used it in like 10-degree weather like that. Just one of those standard heat hand warmers. You just put it underneath it, wait a couple minutes, get your stove going, and that cures what ails you. You don't have to buy a whole other stove system because it's going to be cold out. Oh, you're welcome, Violet. Yeah. Yeah, just do it responsibly. Keep track of the temperature of the canister, But if it's that cold out and your canister is that cold, then putting a hand warmer underneath it is not going to like cause a massive explosion or anything. At least that's I've been lucky if it but anyhow, yeah, it's usually not too hot, but it cures what ails you. Yeah, Todd, exactly. Yeah, if your Bic lighter's not working, give it some friction, throw it in your pocket, let it warm up or something. Yeah, the gas is temperature sensitive. So with the expansion, like CO2, man, if you anybody ever played any paintball, you'd be surprised how much you get ripped off on CO2 because of the way some of these companies run their junk. But yeah, same thing. It's just temperature sensitive. Warm it up and it'll perform. But yeah, that's I definitely use those, and depending on what I'm doing, this is the smallest one. The 110 gram 3.9 ounce, which fits right in the jet boil. And when it comes to the jet boil, I leave this in there. I don't use this one, and I get whatever the next size up is. It's like 200 and something grams. That's the one I use as like my primary, and this is my emergency backup one. So if because it's catastrophic if your stove goes out and you're trying to heat up your spaghettios. So that's when I use this, and if I have to kick this one in, then time to run out and get another canister. All right, Violet. Thanks for stopping by. If you could smash the like button on your way out. Thanks for hanging out and chatting with us. We appreciate you. So yeah, I kind of got a mess going on with this one. It fits back in there. We all know it does. But I put something in the wrong way. Maybe it was this piece. Maybe it was that piece. Yeah, we're a quarter inch off somewhere, but you guys get the point. So yeah, I typically keep the small one in the jet boil as a backup. Then the next size up is what I actually run. Yeah, this one, which is yeah, 227 grams. So I run this one all the time and try to replace it before it runs out. If it runs out, then I've got the smaller one as a backup so I can still cook my dinner or whatever. Or if I'm doing the Graham Weenie Uber Light thing, then you just bring the little one. And if you're setting up a base camp, if you're going out to the Ocala National Forest for a few weeks or something, yeah, then they've got the 450 gram 16 ounce, which this one is it's actually empty. I got to pick up another one, but these things got expensive. I think they're like $15 a piece now or something. So yeah, if you're gonna do the base camp and not do too much traveling thing, yeah, you've got the 16 ounce. But most of the time, I run this yeah, what is it, 8 ounce? Yeah, 8 ounces, 227 grams. Oh, sometimes depends on what it is. Do I have a backup to my backup? Yeah, depends on what it is. If it's like something for combustion, yeah, man, I'll go for the hat trick. Why not? I'm not a Graham Winnie. I'm no weakling. Yeah, I'll carry a lighter, matches, and a ferrocium rod. Yeah, I don't carry like 10 ferrocium rods or anything though. I don't carry 10 lighters. Just a few. Depends on what I'm doing, where I'm going, what the conditions are. That's why I said there's so many variables. It's hard to and there's no one set way. What works for me probably isn't going to work for you, or it might. We don't know. You try it out, or it might be a happy medium. Half of what I do, half what you do. New trick. But no, I don't carry all three canisters. It's just typically the small one that goes in the jet boil. That's the backup, and then I run something else. But I mean, when you're out there for I've spent a month and a half outdoors consecutive traveling from New York to Key West. So on some of those trips, yeah, it depends on what I'm doing. And yeah, there's plenty of places to kind of resupply along the way, but that comes it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, just make checking the comments, making sure I'm keeping up with everybody. So yeah, I think a lot of the man, I think everything is dangerous nowadays. Um, but not because of the animals, but because of all the crazy people. It is tough to find some place to camp and everything. Yeah, Jake, I sure do, but we don't get into that here. You can't be bringing them out on lives. Um, I really wish that people were more informed on that. Yeah, I think that the biggest danger out there is the people. And that's the biggest problem by far. I've been freaked out more going down a trail running into Blue Tarpville and having a bunch of tweaking meth heads come running out with baseball bats and stuff. And I've never been down. I ran into a moose once up in northern New Hampshire, north of Berlin. But yeah, I've never really had any problems with the animals. It's the crazy tweaker meth heads and stuff like that that are really, really ruining the environment. Yeah, Jerry. Yeah, stealth camping's become more popular, but there's so much fake stealth camping on YouTube. They make me sick. Like, there's a whole lot of stupid going on. Like, stupid stealth camping should be their title. Like, what kind of moron? Like, I get it. They're going for clicks and views, but if you're stealth camping, you don't camp right by the Walmart. You don't camp right by the police station. You kind of get out of town, find yourself an isolated spot, but it doesn't have the drama and stuff like man, I did stealth camping for like 9 years solid. And from all like the entire eastern seaboard I've done stealth camping on from literally Maine to Key West. And I'll tell you, it's not what YouTube says it is. YouTubers are so full of crap, man. Like, it's disgusting. Like I get it, I get it. They're going for clicks and views, and they want to show the adrenaline rush of camping behind the Walmart and getting away with it. And I was so close to where people were, but man, that's so far from the truth. And if you're doing it like that, you are going to get caught. You are going to get in trouble. It's just asinine. I don't know. I don't know who started that stuff, but yeah, Elsie, and they're doing it in Manchester, New Hampshire too. Like that's how bad the problem is. They're doing it in Concord, New Hampshire. In fact, they just this previous summer, I was stoked about it because they cleaned up a couple of spots where I used to camp like 30 years ago. But as soon as they cleaned them up, the trash rolled right back in. And they're not decent people. They're drug addicts. They're severe. Like they really need to find a way to institutionalize most of these people. I've been down in Florida. I worked at Skydive DeLand, and it's only like a 5 minute bicycle ride to the Ocala National Forest. So I used to go out there frequently. And when I worked in DeLand, I didn't work full time for the drop zone. I did subcontracting work where it was, I'd work for 2 or 3 weeks, have 2 or 3 weeks off, work for another 2 weeks, have a week off, whatever. So I got to go out there, but it got to be such a pain because yeah, I wasn't worried about alligators or snakes or any of that stuff. No, no Florida panthers. It was the damn homeless. Like there are so many homeless people out there, and they're not even like, "Hey, have a nice day." They're psychotic. They want to chase you out. Like, I'm on national forest property, but they think they own it with their little blue tarp village, and they'll come after you with baseball bats and 2x4s and run at you with knives. It's like, whoa, dude, like get a grip. Yeah, Jake, that's the whole thing. Yeah, you can't do so in order for me to like bring something out right now, this happened, and I don't know, maybe Todd was there, but it happened to the Night's Edge, and it also happened to Megan, MPG EDC. Same thing. She just brought it out to show somebody real quick or moved it or something, and kapow, you get thrown in YouTube jail. So I'm not even playing that game. It's just not worth my time. I put too much time and effort in all of this to throw it away because somebody in the live chat said, "Hey, let's see your pew pews," or what. No, it doesn't. And in fact, I don't know. I'm not saying anybody in here, but I think some of the people that come in playing that game, like, "Oh, do you have any pew pews?" and they try to get you to say the GUNS and all that other stuff. I think most of them are just like passive trolls or something. Like they're trying to troll you and get you in trouble, but they're not being blatantly ignorant and rude like some of the other trolls. So yeah, that's just common knowledge. So and if you know that, why would you ask me to do that, my man? Like you're just trying to set me up for failure? Yeah, yeah, Jake. I'm just what wall? Where do you? This is tabletop. What wall do you reckon I'm? Yeah, when I start doing some, when I have a proper studio or something, and I got a nice desk and a nice cush area, and some spot up behind me, I'll do it up like heavy duty country for sure, man. But this is tabletop, man. How do you? What wall do you reckon I put it on? Like let's start re-engaging some common sense here. And I mean that positively. Like, really think your thoughts through before you express them. So yeah, yeah, no wall on the screen. I don't know what to say, my man. Yeah. Hey, Jake, drop the firearms completely. Like if we had him out here to talk about and that was the world we lived in, like that would be cool. But if once again back to the common sense, let's drop the subject, my man. Like I'm not getting trolled into having conversations that are gonna get if I'm gonna have a conversation that gets me in trouble and I already have tonight, I'm gonna do it of my own free will. I'm not gonna be tricked into it by somebody. Like, so please drop the subject. Done and over with. No more. Yeah, I will forget it, my man. Yeah, good riddance. Thank you. Who do I owe that thank you to? Yeah, that's I don't understand these people, man, and I do. I think it's like some weird form of passive trolling. No, I'm not mad. Definitely not trusting. You'd know if I was mad. No, I'm just really trying to figure out the loser mentality that goes on in some of the chat sections in live chats. Like people literally try to dupe you into saying stuff and doing stuff, knowing it's going to get you into trouble. Probably because he's sitting in mama's basement, not having a good life. So, oh yeah, yeah. I hope he's. I don't care, man. He's Jake gonna be Jake no matter what happens. He's gonna keep on rolling and trolling no matter what anybody does. Hopefully, somewhere along the way, somebody gives him a good old, Mike Tyson left hook and smartens him up a little bit. There's a shortage of that going on in the world. Like the internet, people have gotten a little bit too. Yeah, the internet's allowed people to just say some of the most ignorant stuff without any consequences whatsoever because they're sitting on the other side of a keyboard, and that's just one of the things I guess we got to learn to deal with. But yeah, back in the day, people didn't walk up, would have a little conversation, little social circle or something. People didn't jump in and start barking that kind of stupid stuff. They just didn't do it because somebody would give them a left hook or right hook, whatever, and enough is enough. But yeah, they just gotten way too mouthy these days. Like the entitlement, and they get away with it, so they're going to continue to play their silly little games. No, yeah, Charlie, I appreciate the help, man, but I'm gonna manage my own channel. Like, yeah, you don't need to be booting people. I'm actually wanting to learn from it. Like, I like to see where the conversation goes and how they try to play it out. And then if you give like that's where I was at. I was like, hey, just drop it. End of subject. Like I'm not falling into your thing. I'd rather give people a chance, to maybe learn from it, than just be booting everybody. And sometimes it's just fun, man. Sometimes we get bored around here and we like roasting trolls because I know I'm gonna live rent free in their head for about a week. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're gold, and that's yeah. Quote Mike Tyson because that is 110% the truth. People got way too comfortable running their mouths without getting punched in the mouth for it because they're usually doing it on the internet. Man, if that dude was in front of me, he wouldn't be doing that. The one knife right side, this one right here. This is the Phobos Knives Calcula. It's S35 VN steel. Sweet little blade. Oh, Miss Bushcraft up. Hey. She's probably like, what's he getting all riled up for now? Oh, she's watching. She's hearing me. And there was no ferocium rods tonight. We weren't lighting matches or burning stuff down. Maybe just a little bit, but hey, honey, you can come in here. Oh, see, I like Rush. I don't know. I don't really have man, I would have to say my all-time probably number one musician that I listened to the most was Jack Johnson. Man, that has got to be one of my favorite musicians for, after a long hard day of skydiving and you want to kick back and have a cold one, throw some Jack Johnson on, start up the bonfire, pull out the lawn chairs, relax, have some fun with some friends, man. Jack Johnson's some easy listening. I know it's odd, but man, the truth is most adrenaline junkies like you, they put that hardcore music on their videos and stuff, but at the end of the day, they're listening to some really mellow, chilled out stuff. Just trying to come off of that all day adrenaline rush. So, yeah, I'd have to say Jack Johnson, man. That song "Banana Pancakes" and a couple other songs. Yeah, that would have to be my go to. And then runner up to that because me and my older brother used to listen to it would be Rush, the Canadian group there, 80s, 90s. They still play and all that, but they were quite the thing back in the 80s and stuff. Yeah, Germany's strict, man. Like a lot of Europe is, Canada is, and they're buckling down left, right, and center here in the States. I hope she hit that like button before she goes to work. Honey, did you hit the like button? What, no taco? Put it on the Ritz. Sorry, Skank on 42. Price point on what? On the Calcula? They're depending on PVD or satin finish, carbon fiber, G10 or micarta scales. I'm pretty sure they're somewhere around like 265 to 325 in that price range. Like I said, depending on options. I think I think they're currently sold out too. You'd have to like search for them. I don't think Phobos has any in stock right now. Canon 0311, yeah, man, we're still turning and burning, man. We're still engaged. Uh, yeah, couple of trolls, man. Not as many trolls as usual, but a few trolls, man. How are you doing this morning, brother? Everybody, say hello to Cannon. He's another one of the veterans that comes to the channel, and we definitely enjoy our veterans, even the Marines. We love the Marines. It's the Coast Guard that we're a little fickle about. We're on the fence with, but no, we love our Marines, our Army brothers, Navy and Air Force, and we're still not sure. Oh crap! I left Space Force out. Do they count yet, or are there any Space Force veterans yet, or do they? I'm not sure, man. We got to figure out how to rank Space Force with Coast Guard or something. I'm not sure how that works, man. But yeah, yeah, Semper Fi from an Army guy, brother. Always good to see you. Getting along, yeah. Some days are slower than others, man. But yeah, we're still here. I'm surprised I made it. I don't know why. Man, it has been a long night, and the kind of like the trolls haven't been too bad. I just had a rough day. I watched well yesterday. Today's a whole new day, so we've been rocking it today. But I watched that press conference with the presidential thing about them confirming that the Chinese aids came out of a lab in Wuhan. And I'm like, man, that's what we've been saying for years. And thanks for screwing up my life over your lies and stuff. You people suck. Thanks, but no thanks, man. Yeah, Elsie. Yeah, rush the band like Neil Peart, Giddy Lee. Yeah, in fact, it was just man. I even watched a couple things in the Marine Corps. Man, I love it. Yeah, the chesty guy, Carlos Hathcock, man. The Marine Corps has such an awesome history. Man, you guys going into Fallujah, whooping ass and stuff. Yeah, man. Y'all some of the deadliest crayon eaters in the world. I wonder, hey JD, do you know a guy named Jake? What is brine? Brine is salty water. Yeah, yeah, Cannon. I think I mentioned it to you before, but my grandmother was in the Marine Corps. And when I was younger, she always told me, she goes, um if you ever meet somebody that claims to be a Marine and they get offended by any of the Marine nicknames, i.e., Leatherneck, Devil Dog, so on and so forth, Jarhead, then she says, what you got there is a case of stolen valor because every Marine embraces their history and the names that come with it, including Leatherneck, Jarhead, so on and so forth. So, yeah, yeah. If you ever meet a Marine that gets offended by that stuff, you got yourself a case of stolen valor. Oh yeah, Full Metal Jacket's definitely a classic. Hey, Omni. You want to say hello to everybody on the screen? No. Oh, she loves me.
Love you. See you after work.
Love you too. Drive safe. Ah, cut me some crack in a can, guys. Yeah, we're gonna take this one to noon now. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. There's no way. But yeah, there's nothing like kicking back like a monster drink at like 4 o'clock in the morning, right, guys? No, I don't think of Devar. No, never even heard of it, my man. Yeah, Hamburger Hill. That was another good movie. I remember that one. Um, but yeah, Cannon. Isn't that the truth, right? I was learning that stuff when I was like 10 years old from my grandmother. Um, there is nothing like, and this is original. Well, not original. I'm not the only one, but there aren't too many dudes where their grandmother was in the Marine Corps. Uh, yeah, she handled life differently altogether, being a World War II era Marine. And the weird part is my grandfather was Air Force, my grandmother was in the Marine Corps, and they actually met in Europe during that in the 40s. Yeah, I love monsters too. But yeah, so that was an awkward upbringing. Grandfather was the Air Force, grandmother was in the Marine Corps. We got other Marines. And army guys and we got no Coast Guard people. That's about it. And currently no Space Force either. I don't know why, but I can't say Space Force without laughing. Some crazy stuff. So, but yeah, in fact, it was my grandfather got me into the Civil Air Patrol like in the 7th grade because it was the Air Force thing, and my father wasn't having it because he was already spending a fortune on my hockey equipment and everything. So my grandfather agreed to pay for everything. So we went down to like Pease Air Force Base, which was open back then, and he bought all my uniforms and everything. Got in the Civil Air Patrol. It was my grandmother then that took me to Dexter Shoes and got me the Marine Corps patent leather dress shoes because the Air Force ones weren't good enough. So yeah, I had my grandparents and my grandmother also got me all my Stay Bright. Um, veteran guys know what I'm talking about, right? The Stay Bright, you don't have to polish your buttons and everything. So yeah, she got me all the Stay Bright buttons and patent leather shoes, and she taught me how to press my uniform, and because the Marine Corps presses uniforms better than the Air Force. So yeah, here I am in like the 7th grade in the Civil Air Patrol with my Air Force grandfather and my Marine Corps grandmother haggling over the right way to press a uniform, and I'm just standing there, monkey in the middle, going, okay. Yeah, Jake. I used to play hockey for a few years, man. I played from like um from the time I was like 4 or 5 years old and until like junior high. And actually eighth grade was my last year of playing hockey. And then yeah, I got too busy, and then when I went into high school, I started junior ROTC. So instead of playing hockey, I did junior ROTC and stuff. So but I was on the shooting team and the rifle team. Told you they got a duck by aliens. Wow, it's going to be one of those mornings when you're double fisting and it's a coffee and a monster drink. I wonder. No, I'm not mixing them. That might. Yeah, if you hear a loud thud and I don't talk for a few minutes, it's probably me having a coronary. Somebody call. Um, yeah, Jake. Actually, man, I am man enough to do that, and we're going to entertain you for a second. Yes, that's what smart people do. Yep. You what you do is you create a controlled, safe environment, and you go and test your gear. And I've camped plenty of times in the back. I'm going to do it again. I'll do a video about it just for you, Jake. But yeah, you go camping in the backyard, and then yeah, you test out your new sleeping bag, your new kit, whatever. What's the temperature? And if you're wrong and you end up out there freezing, you're not going to freeze to death. You get your lazy butt up, you go back in the house, and you reconfigure your gear or restrict the weather conditions in which you use it. So yeah, Jake, smart people, not idiots, smart people camp in their backyard all the time, man. Sometimes I was lazy about it. I would just, I really wanted to know about a bivy bag or something like that and a sleeping bag or something. I wouldn't set up the tent. I'd just set it up on the porch. Sleep on the back porch, man, because it's not as scary as the backyard. There's crickets and stuff there. But yeah, man, this is something that needs to be like, rather than cocky, arrogant people mocking people for knowing what they're doing, they should be educated, use some common sense, and then would be picking off less Graham Weenie popsicles off of the White Mountains every year if people would just lose that mentality that the ego is going to destroy more than anything. But yeah, that's one of the smartest things I would recommend. And at 50 years old, I'm still going to do it because I learned the right way of doing things, not this instant gratification participation trophy that's been going on. It's picked up speed over the last decade and a half, 2 decades. Yeah, man, that's just normal. Yeah, same thing. Accidents in skydiving have been going up. We're making our equipment safer. We've been making the equipment safer for years and years, but accidents in skydiving are on the rise, and not due to equipment malfunctions and things that were happening 30 years ago, but due to the arrogance and ignorance of the up and coming generations that think they're instantly awesome and they're not. They still suck. So, yeah, it's not getting. There's not more accidents because of equipment. There's more accidents because you tell some 18, 19-year-old smart mouth kid that, hey, don't do that. You'll kill yourself. That's a bad thing to do. Swooping is like you need at least 1,000 jumps before you even think about swooping. Learn up high. Use the clouds as an altitude adjuster. When you start learning towards the ground, don't swoop over the ground. Swoop over water. Water still hurts, but it's way less painful than the dirt is. And trust me, I know from experience. But they all want to be like, they got 10 jumps and they want to be the guy that's been jumping for 20 years. And what ends up happening is they get a permanent dirt nap. And I like it when they just break their legs and stuff. And I'm the parachute rigger. When you messed up and you did something wrong and you broke your leg in my landing area, I'm gonna run out there and make sure that it's not a life-threatening injury. And as soon as I'm done doing that, I'm gonna say I told you so. You should have listened. Ground Fog, you're back, man. Did I put you to sleep earlier? Because that'd be funny. Ground Fog is one of the biggest supporters of this channel, so we love Ground Fog. He's always on top of it with the moderators, kicking the trolls out, doing stuff like that. Yeah, man, how are you doing, Ground Fog? I noticed you kind of you've been well, not like you're on payroll or anything, but kind of a little bit MIA, little AWOL. You came up missing for the past couple hours. I'm like, I hope the dude's okay, or maybe just fell asleep. Oh, crickets. I wasn't talking enough. But yeah, Jake, tell us about your. How old are you? How often do you go camping? What's your longest extended camping trip? Where'd you learn how to camp? Where'd you learn all your tips and tricks? We're all curious. Inquiring minds want to know. Good morning, Knives for Life. How are you, good sir? Thank you for showing up. You heading off to work today? That is awesome. All right, hey, yeah, Todd, man, it's cool if you're gonna drift off to sleep. Just turn the volume down and just um, throw the phone in the nightstand. Just racking up those watch hours, bro. We appreciate you, man. Always a pleasure seeing you. Oh yeah, yeah, we do. Where you at, Knives for Life? We got We're supposed to get like 10 to 12 inches of snow this weekend. I think tomorrow, maybe Sunday. I think it starts tonight and goes in tomorrow. That's funny. That's so stereotypical YouTube. Um, Somebody mocking somebody because you know what you're doing, but yet you've never done it. Do I got a bug out bag? Yeah, man. I've got a bug out bag. I got an inch bag too. I got panniers as well, which I don't know. I guess none of the cool kids on YouTube have panniers, I guess, so I'm not going to do the pannier thing. Of course I am. I don't care. Yeah, yeah, you did the do you camp in your backyard, LOL. I guess. Yeah, you're kind of like that's a little bit mocking. You're laughing at somebody for doing something in which you have no understanding of. That's kind of I don't know, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way it came across. Yeah, the simplest non-YouTube version of a bug out bag is put stuff in there that you're gonna need. And you don't need most of those trinkets and bells and whistles and all the fancy stuff that they say you're gonna need like it's the end of the world. Oh, I'm mistaken now. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it that way, but cool, rock on. Yeah, Elsie, back when it was Boy Scouts, I'm gonna enjoy that you said that because I still have that in my head as well. They're not gonna Mandela affect that to me. But yeah, man, the Boy Scouts used to be an awesome place to learn to camp. I worked at the Camp Carpenter in Manchester, New Hampshire for one summer. And back when it was like real camping, when it was just, dudes hanging out and they had like archery and 22s and pellet guns and they had the Eagle Scout course. Actually, it was Camp Carpenter. The ranger there, his name used to be Steve, and I knew him. And that was one of the places where I could go do bushcraft stuff and not break the law. So yeah, yeah, man, totally. You had access to something that's yeah. Hey, Jake, quick lesson in life, man. Stereotypes exist for a reason. They're usually accurate. I accept the stereotypes that are thrown upon me, and maybe if you don't like the stereotype being given to you, then change your attitude completely. Change the way you think. Change the way you act. I accept my stereotypes. Like people that know me as a parachute rigger know I go by the book, and I'm really good at paying attention to details, and I'm awesome at problem solving. I do a lot of I used to do a lot of aerospace engineering, so sorting out problems is kind of what I do. I also have that military family, military mentality stereotype that I get, a lot of people notice, and I'm okay with it because it's quite respectable. I enjoy it, and there's people that I can meet that I can say stuff to that they're gonna get it, and the most people wouldn't. So stereotypes exist for a reason, man, and they're usually pretty accurate. And it doesn't take long to figure it out. Like figuring out people, my life depended on it. So I'm usually pretty good at it, pretty accurate. So yeah, the only multi-tool. Oh, well, no, I have two. One's broken. This is the SOG Power Assist, which I used for a bunch of years until the little springy thingy plate fell out, and then I stopped using it. So these little levers here that hold your tools out, you can see how there's no tension. There was a little spring plate in there, um, and that broke. So Mrs. Bushcraft got me a Leatherman Surge. I would still use this. The pliers and stuff work, but yeah, I ended up getting a Leatherman Surge, and I totally love it. I'm thinking about at some point getting the Wave Plus for like the on the pavement EDC. It'll happen someday, but until then, I've got the Leatherman Surge that is 100% airworthy, functional. So that's what I'll be using. Oh yeah, we're all about the technical terms, man. I've dumbed down my technical terms so much over the years. Um, And I attribute that to skydiving because I would get into I'd make people go cross-eyed talking about skydiving and explaining the assembly of a parachute, the seams and stuff that we use, the A line, the control lines, the lower control lines, the toggle stowing outlet, so on and so forth. And when people start looking at me cross-eyed, I just come out with some instead of having your control lines for using a control flare, it's more like the stoppy stringies. Pull the stoppy stringies before you hit the ground. You'll be fine. Yeah, I definitely dig leather, man. I hope that they start maintaining a little bit more control over their prices. Their prices have gone up. I mean, I know it's a lot of places, but um, they haven't quite reached the ridiculous pricing setup as like Benchmade, for example. But they're cutting pretty close. Where I've been like, I'm not sure if I'd be spending that kind of money. Like, I don't know why. Like what made this go up by over 20%? Because when I got this one, it was only like $80. They were like 79.95. And this is the full Raptor, but now they're like $100, and they came out with a cheaper version that's $80. So I mean, 20 bucks on 80, you're talking, 23, 24%, whatever, 25%. It still sucks. So yeah, I'd like to see them maintain their pricing better. Arizona EDC, Louie, how you doing, man? Welcome to the chat. Another beautiful day here. So what you're telling me, Cannon? You're the only one in the chat that got it. No, I'm just. Oh yeah, we're just Louie, man. We're having fun, and a warning to the thin-skinned: you might not want to be here today. We're just having fun, talking about some gear, talking about some trolls, man. I'm gonna be honest. I had a rough day yesterday, Louie, because I just saw some crazy stuff on the YouTube shorts. It just absolutely flustered me. So it's called ears, LC. That's awesome. Yeah. And this one time at Skydive Camp, no kidding. Yeah, so that's the multi-tool rundown. Yeah, anybody doing a pocket check? How about come on, Arizona? Louis, you gotta have an awesome pocket check, right? Man, I keep watching. I hope I commented on your live yesterday, man. I keep like almost missing your those lunchtime lives you do. But man, you were pulling all kinds of crazy stuff out the pocket yesterday. Yeah, Jake. There, I'm on the fence with you, dude. You kind of you're on the fence with me, man. I, I hope you weren't talking to me, dude. I really don't. I really do. Whatever's clever. So who? The best skydiving tip, uh, man. If it don't feel right, don't go. If you're rushing around, don't go. Like if you are not 100% ready to go on your skydive, don't do it. You have to be like physically ready, mentally ready, like completely aware. And whatever you do, don't rush around. If you're rushing around trying to get your gear together, trying to get things together to get on the plane, if you're trying to dirt dive things last minute, don't go, man. Scratch off the load, and come back later and remanifest when you're ready. Never rush yourself in a skydive. Yeah, from the very get go, man. Like never rush to the airplane. Always be in control. We have a saying, plan your jump your plan. Pretty self-explanatory. If you follow that rule, and yeah, always get a pin check. get a pin check from your rigger. There's not one rule. I'm sorry, man. When it comes to skydiving, there's a whole lot of stuff going on. That you got to keep up with, and there's all kinds of things that can go wrong, and there's all kinds of the checks of threes, all this stuff that you got to learn. So yeah, I'm starting to feel bad for you, Jake. Like, what's it like in the basement, man? Do you need help? Like, do you want somebody to rescue you from your basement situation or something? Because you're starting to come across. Um, I wonder if the algorithm will pick up on it, but you're kind of being a Richard Cranium. Go ahead, I'll give you a few seconds to sort that out. Not even making any sense. What is that? Y'all? Is that supposed to be y'all? Stereotypes know nothing. With the best parachute brand to buy, in my opinion, in my experience, is Performance Designs out of DeLand, Florida, owned by John LeBlanc. They've been in business for decades, man. Their quality control is second to none. Um, and my entire career, I jumped Performance Designs reserve parachutes, and probably about 90% of the time, main parachutes. Because of my position, I had to jump some other stuff so I would be able to explain it to people. But yeah, hands down, parachute would be the yeah, Performance Designs, and then the harness container system, the backpack, and that's the parachutes go into. That's connected to the harness that holds everything to your body. Um, I would go with Sunpath products, and they make a harness container system called the Javelin Odyssey. Once again, something that wants to kill you, but in this case, it saves your life. And for an AAD is an automatic activation device. I highly recommend them. It's a barometrically controlled altimeter computer that goes into your rig, and it actually has like a guillotine cutter that you pass the reserve closing loop through. The rigger does this when they're packing it, and it's programmable. The base program is if you're going in excess of 78 miles an hour through like 780 feet, the AAD fires that guillotine cutter, cutting the reserve closing loop, and you end up with an automatic deployment without you having to touch a handle. So for that, for the AAD, I recommend Vigil, which is another company. It's actually a foreign company, but their main base is out of DeLand, Florida as well. And their competitor, the Cypress, which is kind of like, it's another good AAD, automatic activation device. But I like what Vigil offers better. It tends to pack into the container better, and they have both companies have a really good track record. Vigil is slightly better of a track record when put into the same time frame as Cypress. So yeah, yeah. The harness container system by far, Sunpath products. Your actual parachutes by Performance Designs, and your AAD by Vigil. And for an altimeter, the classic LT2, LT3. Um, but I don't really think that new skydivers should get altimeters. They should not be allowed to have them. You should jump out of the airplane with no altimeter. And if your dumbass doesn't remember to open the parachute by the time you hit the ground, the gene pool doesn't need you. So you should have like 500 jumps before you're allowed to have an altimeter, which is totally wrong. I shouldn't say stuff like that, but I really mean it. Gonzo, man, what's happening, brother? How are you doing tonight? I know what you're going to do, and I think it's going to be funny. Go ahead, man. Do your thing. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of that has its pros and its cons, but Um, CO2 cartridge. Yeah, Grizzly Bear. And helicopters are better than apples, dude. You're not even comparing the same thing. Like guns are better than knives. That's lack of knowledge, lack of experience. Like, thanks for showing us. But yeah, I guess you're entitled to your opinion if you think they're better, but that makes as much sense as it just doesn't make sense, man. You're not comparing the same thing. You could have the argument, revolvers are better than automatics, or carbines are better than long rifles. Long rifles are better than sidearms. You could all, but you're comparing a knife to a firearm, just not making a lot of sense, bro. Yeah, you're right there, man. Yep. Definitely the 420 is better than alcohol. I'll agree with you there. It doesn't have nearly as many adverse health effects. It doesn't have like long-term addiction stuff. Yeah, so you're right on that one. That makes more sense, dude. Yeah, Jake, I totally agree. Everybody has an opinion. Just some people's opinions don't make any sense. Which is cool. I guess you're entitled to that under your First Amendment rights. You can you can say stuff and sound stupid if you want to. Your Constitution protects your stupidity. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, Gons, pretty much, man. Grizzly Bear, God gave us not a knife. Dude, now you're just talking nonsense, man. Stupid is as stupid does. How stupid is you? It's just, man, the trolls nowadays, y'all are just so, you're also uneducated. Literally, that's the problem with the trolls is, man, most of them are uneducated Gen Zers that got the brain stupidity from the Chinese AIDS, because they sat around all day drinking and ripping bongs and stuff instead of getting an education. I mean, the graduating classes in the last like 3-4 years are actually scientifically proven to be dumber than the kids that graduated in the 1920s and 1930s. Like the U.S. hasn't had an illiteracy rate this high since like the 1930s. And then they come on YouTube, they can't even like form a half of a sentence, and they're all just like yappity yep, trolling away, being stupid, man. Yeah, some post that Mike Tyson quote, make it a thing, make it happen. Yeah, we got two trolls. We're firing for effect, man. Waiting for somebody to call in coordinates, Fuse HE, Shell PD. Screw the test fire. We're just firing for effect, man. Hell yeah, and we got some mods on the big guns. We got a couple of Marines to man some machine guns and support our artillery. Trolls don't know what they're up against here. No. It's not 100% of them, LC. It's the majority of them. Like, man, there's some legit Gen Z dudes out there for sure, and girls, I guess. Like, man, Weldon Carey, Gen Z, if you know him, he's a cool dude. He's on the level. Palmer Conley, you'll see him around the knife tube channels. That dude is Gen Z. He's legit. He's on the level. There's some squared away Gen Zers, man, but 90% of them are not. Like there's the 10%, and then the other 90% just dumb as a rock for the most part. Yeah. Louis. It's still early for Louis, or no, it's getting late for you, isn't it? But yeah, Louis was Uh, Louis was merciful and timed him out, but Gon said screw that and fired for effect. Yeah, that's okay, man. It's cool, LC. Yeah, not everybody goes. A small percentage of people go in the military, but yeah, we love you just as much, my man. You're always here. You're always hanging out. You're on the level. Um, it's those off the chain yahoos that drive me nuts. Is that a word? What is that word? Here we go again. Same old trolls again. Yeah, you were born. Yeah, so you're like an older millennial then, right? Yeah, you're like you just missed the Gen X and you're like an older millennial. So yeah, you're still on the level, man. It wasn't getting too whacked out back then, but oh, it was he looking for Alan's snack bar? Sorry, not here, my man. Oh, so what time are we looking at? We definitely we're at the 8.5 hour mark. I got about a half a coffee and a monster drink to go. We could be having lunch together, boys. East Coast time. No, there's no way in hell I'm dragging this to noon or 11:30. You know, I still do the lunch has always got to be between 11:30 and 1 o'clock. Yeah, everybody read Louis' comment. That's how we're gonna roll. We yeah, there's gonna be some trolls thinking about us for the weeks to come. We're gonna live rent free in their heads. And then they'll be talking to their other troll friends. Man, we went in there trolling, and I just haven't felt right ever since, dude. Am I a traveler? Is there a secret to a secret word to that, bro? I'm a well traveled person. Yeah, I've traveled most of my life, twice a year. From yeah, I've traveled a ton, East Coast, West Coast, Northeast to Southeast, like literally from like Lebanon, Maine to Key West and stuff. And done a lot of it on a bicycle. So yeah, I used to live to travel. Oh yeah, yeah. When MTV played music, and then did you find out? I didn't know what to think when I found out that Saturday morning cartoons were nothing more than like a 3.5 hour long commercial, getting us to beg our parents for like, yeah, man, we need the new Masters of the Universe. Yeah, Optimus Prime needs a buddy. But yeah, I definitely remember those days. Yeah, it was like a yeah. Saturday mornings were like a 3.5 hour long commercial. Man, I actually saw a fun MTV fact for you MTV viewers out there, or used to be. Um, Man, the first song on MTV was that video killed the radio star, something like that. I think that was the name of it. But yeah, it was basically like the first song on MTV was saying that music television videos was going to destroy the radio. That was the first song, the first song ever played on MTV. I watched a thing recently. It was like the first 12 minutes of MTV. I'm like, no way, I don't even remember this. It's awesome. Oh yeah, the Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, I didn't watch too much TV even back then. I was always too busy doing this, that, the other thing to Yeah, I never, man, television was more of a punishment for me. Like, my mother would be like, "Would you just sit down and watch TV for like 1 hour?" And I'd be like, "Why?" I'd go outside. Oh, and then she would try to get me to sit down and watch TV with her, and I wasn't down with TV. I'd be like, "Look, there's nothing I don't know. I don't know what to watch." So she'd give me the remote control and tell me, "Well, you can pick whatever you want." And I would kind of like start looking for something, and then I would stop like I'd notice my mother like, "Oh, that's cool." And so I'd leave it there for like 15, 20 seconds. And like right when she's getting into her show or something, I'd start channel surfing again. And she'd be like, "Oh, why are you changing?" I'd be like, "You said I could watch whatever." So I'd just like slowly, annoyingly like channel surf and stop when she was interested. And then when I catch her, I'd do it again. And then finally she'd be like, "Give me the remote. You can go outside." I'd be like, "All right, later." Yeah, Legos and GI Joes is my jam. Yeah, I think I probably have a couple of Lego scars in the bottom of my foot from that's got to be like one of the most painful things to step on in the world was, Lego at 2 a.m. Heading to the bathroom or something. Man, I had the GI Joe aircraft carrier. That was the bomb diggity. Yeah, and then one of my buddies had uh, what was it called? The Castle Grayskull, the He-Man Masters of the Universe there. Man, if my parents had kept all my stuff, I could retire off of the junk toys I had as a kid. Like, yeah, I had a lot of the Transformers, GI Joe. I remember Mask. I can't even remember what it stand for, but they had like, man, the Camaro with the pop up doors. It pulled out and it turned into a little jet car, and they all had these fancy, goofy looking masks that gave them superpowers or something. No, I don't think it was. It wasn't really family problems. It was just, it is what it is. Oh, sorry about that, man. Yeah, yeah, sorry, man. Shoot me an email or something. Yeah, I didn't catch that topic, I guess. Sorry about that, bro. Different time, different place, not sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, all good, right? Yep. Yeah, sometimes I don't know, man, and it depends on where you are. Sometimes some things mean different things in different places. Like off the chain, if you're talking to cyclists, off the chain means wild, gnarly, something different. But and then other social aspects, when you say somebody's off the chain, you're kind of like referring to a mental health issue or something. I haven't figured it out. So yeah, it's the meanings of a lot of things change rapidly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely remember the Dukes of Hazard and Knight Rider. I don't think I ever watched the Renegade though. Yeah, I guess yeah. Some terminology is just pop, Coke, soda. Depends on where you're at. Sometimes the meanings change. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna get to that at some point. Um. Oh, Gonzo, what happened with him? Yeah, sometimes I just barely miss the comment. Yeah, like it's all gravity. Like, yeah, it depends on where you're at. Like, I don't know, man. Gravity means something to me. A little bit different than most because gravity's like my arch enemy, man. Yeah, when I'm rock climbing, it's gravity that wants to pull you off there. When you're skydiving, it's what wants to suck you to the earth and make you bounce. So it's all gravity. I know that there's huge differences in sayings between like West Coast, East Coast. Lenzo Lamas is now a helicopter pilot. I'm not sure who that is. So, anybody got anything planned today? I know I'm going to be taking one of those. I turned 50. I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to take a nap at some point today. And there's some awesome live chats going on today as well. I'm going to try to catch those. Saturday Night Live is going on tonight. If any Big Red EDC fans out there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I never got into the I've never been into famous people. I don't really buy into it. I don't know why. But yeah, movie stars and stuff like that. Actors, I mean, stop calling them actors and just start calling them what they really are, fakers. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who that is, but I have no clue really. But yeah, I was never overly impressed by people who fake it for a living. Just not, actors, actresses in a nutshell. They they make a living faking it. So never really all that impressed by it. Yeah, I don't think I'll have to look that up, man. I don't think I've ever seen it. Like I said, I really didn't watch a lot of TV. Between Civil Air Patrol and Junior ROTC and just life in general, man, I was a busy dude. All throughout high school. I wish I was that busy now. It's kind of frustrating. Here we go again. Yeah, dude. Just so you know, the YouTube doesn't allow you to take them out during. They cancel your live right away if you bring them out on the table. So yeah, we're just not playing that game on this channel. It's not that important. There's a ton of other channels out there that do the pew pew thing, and a lot of them probably going to start getting more popular now that I guess Demolition Ranch has decided to shut down the show. Yeah, it is, man. I wish that I had the freedoms I've been allotted in my constitution, but unfortunately I'm not. And neither is anybody else on YouTube. So unfortunately we're giving up our rights every time we agree to their terms of service. So and that's why the politicians were throwing so much money at these people is because they were like censoring everything we say and do, whether it was warranted or not. Yeah, that's a total bummer, man. And there's more and more of the pew pew tubers getting out of the game because it's gotten that ridiculous. Like they restrict it's our Second Amendment right. We should be able to talk about these and I'm sure that more good came out of these channels, like learning people some good information than bad. So yeah, it's just censorship all over again. It's frustrating, man. Then there's so many good channels. I know even Hitcock. He's I don't know what his status is, but I know I watched several of his videos where he was on the fence about what's going on. And that's why with my channel, man, I hate I'm not really bowing out. I'm not current either. I don't shoot the way I used to 20 years ago, 25 years ago or something. Like I've said before, I traveled too much. I traveled every 6 months going through all the states in the Eastern Seaboard, and all of them have different rules and regulations and standards from the extreme of the New York City, Philly, stuff like that to the casual, Georgia, some of the states don't care what you're carrying. But everything, out of state permits are hard to get. Massachusetts, Taxachusetts, the mass holes down there, you can wait like 2 to 3 years to for them to tell you you got denied a permit if you're out of state. So and when you're traveling through all these states, man, it is just too much to keep track of, too much money. The same is true with the fishing and hunting. I wanted to like travel from like Maine to Key West and do it all self sufficient, self supported, to the point like fishing and trapping and stuff like that. But man, start looking into out of state licenses for basic fishing and basic hunting. And man, it's crazy money. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on that doesn't make sense. Yeah, yeah, like my grandmother the Marine used to say, it doesn't make any sense. You can join the military at 17 and a half with a parental slip. You're not really deployable until you're 18, but you can go in the military at 18, you can give your life for your country, but you can't have a beer over it. Who's making these laws? Doesn't make any sense at all. And likewise, they're trying to say that an 8 or a 10-year-old can make a transitional operation, whatever they're calling that trash. But they should be able to make that decision at 8 or 10 years old without parental consent, without parental knowledge whatsoever. But yeah, you can't buy a pack of smokes until you're 18. You can't order a beer until you're 21. There's just so much stuff doesn't make sense. It's brought stupid to a whole new level. Um, at 17 you can go in the delayed entry program, you're right. I don't know how it is nowadays. I know they change these rules all the time, but in 1993, you could go in at 17, but you had to turn 18 by the time your initial training was done. So you'd go in, do like basic AIT, whatever you had going on for schooling, and by the time you were like ready to go to permanent party, you had to be 18. That's the way it was in 1993. So, because my parents signed the waiver so I could go in right before I turned 18. Actually, like once again, I don't know what the current rules are, but back in the 90s, you weren't supposed to drink on base. They let you get away with it. The only time they said anything is if you were getting belligerent or something like that. But yeah, you could go to like the enlisted club and have a couple of beers or something. But legally, you weren't supposed to be drinking at all. They frowned upon it. Yeah, they had you on delayed entry program. Yeah, and even my situation going into active duty was different. Because I had 6 years of Civil Air Patrol and 4 years of junior ROTC. So me going on active duty was just a smidge different because I had my E3 like 3 times over. Yeah, I believe that man, I I know a lot of people that are kind of embarrassed to say they're veterans at this point, including myself, because that woke trash. Who's that woke trash? The freakhead Levine, whatever that Beijing Biden threw in there. Like that's just humiliating, man. That's disgusting. Like that is the U.S. military is no place for woke trash. But it's been going on since the 90s. Back in the 90s, they called it affirmative action. It wasn't DEI, it was affirmative action. And they started with their don't ask, don't tell policies and all that. Yeah, there's a time and a place for everything. Oh, yeah, you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes now? I didn't know that. Yeah, 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 they got a couple different names for it, but there's definitely some mental health issues going on. So rather than treating the mental health issues, they coddle and support that behavior. It's all just woke trash. Um, Yeah, a lot of things coming to light recently on that stuff. Yeah, I think it depends on where you are for the cost, but yeah, yeah, they just tax the hell out of it. They just yeah, they tax people so much. I hope to never pay taxes again. I'm gonna do everything I can to absolutely hide every dollar I can to not pay to this corrupt government anymore. After the last 5 years, yeah, my opinions change a lot. The government screwed me over in such a hardcore way. And they throw away so much money to foreigners that, you know what, you screwed me out of my business. You give all the money away. You know what? I'm not playing your games anymore. I served my country for a few years. Most of my family does, and most of my family is on the level. I'm just sick of it. Has had record. You mean record low? Like they have a hard time getting people to go in the military. Like they're always short. But yeah, for the guys that have been hanging out, or for the people new, yeah. I lost my entire business in 2020 because of their stupid 6 foot rule for their all that stuff going on, and I've yet to really recover from it. So yeah, the government put me out of business with their BS scamdemic. So yeah, I lost 90% of my life. That whole you'll own nothing and be happy. Well, they tried to make it so you own nothing. They were completely wrong. I'm far from happy, but I'm going to make myself happy. And no, it's not a materialistic thing. It's just a matter of like comfort in life. Yeah, like losing your business and not being able to find work for half like 2.5 out of the last 5 years. I've been unemployed off and on just because that's the way it worked out. So, or that's current. Like you're saying, they now have record high numbers that exceed the last 15 years. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I read that right now. Yeah, Gonzo, the whole it started with political correctness and everything. I never joined that bandwagon. I tell it how it is, be real. That political correctness, I'd rather hurt you with the truth and kill you with a lie. And political correctness is all about the opposite. It's all messed up. Like it's all about the over nurturing, over coddling, participation trophy trash. I mean that's why we're producing so many losers is because they rewarded the person in last place and that person thought they were doing fine in life. And then when they get out of the high school and everything and they find out that they're idiots, they don't know how to handle it. Yeah, yeah, one of my buddies told me about that stress card. Yeah, if you're too stressed out and, they hurt your feelings and you're feeling butthurt, yeah, you pull out your stress card and that's like a leave me alone safe space for the little sissies. Like, try doing that on a deployment with the enemy. I'm sure they're gonna laugh at you. They're gonna do more than laugh at you. But yeah, yeah, those stress cards are just pathetic. And the physical fitness standards have dropped down. I know one dude that's in the National Guard, he can't run around the block, but he walks around strutting his stuff in his wash and wear uniform and looks dude more ate up than a soup sandwich. Like, yeah, yeah, dude's like it's like eating a soup sandwich wearing some parade gloves. It just don't make no sense. Yeah, Elsie, you're right, man. If something did roll, it's definitely gonna be yeah, it's gonna be the OGs stepping up. Wow, Hayward. So you started off just like me, my friend, man. That's where I got my jump start. Was airborne school at Fort Benning, and then when I got off active duty, I got right into skydiving. I got into it slightly before doing my homework and everything, but yeah, it was first of the 507th is where I made my first five jumps, and the United States here, there, and everywhere from Maine to California down to the Florida Keys is where I racked up another 19,000 skydives. Yeah, Elsie, and I'm one of those veterans, and there are many that support civilians. I know that Medal of Honor guy there got himself some Richard Cranium points because he started mocking civilians that buy gear, and it's like, dude, this malicious part of the United States, like support it, don't condone it. Like that's what's keeping us free for the most part is the unknown millions of Americans that carry firearms and could do something if they wanted to. Yeah, yeah, 13 Bravo gun bunny lanyard puller. Yeah, man, that's how I got my start. Airborne artillery. And then they put me in crap units. I ended up like over in South Korea, 8th Battalion, 8th Field Artillery Regiment, which was a leg unit and stuff, and just had no fun. And in my opinion, I was overqualified for what I was doing. So yeah, like I said, I had some experience before I went on active duty, which abridged my learning process well on active duty, and I just got shortchanged. Um, didn't complain about it. Didn't make a fuss. Still don't. I don't. I got airborne school. That was important to me, and I made a living for 24 years as a professional skydiver and became an FAA master parachute rigger. So you lift, bro. Oh man, we're bringing in the gym bros. No, not so much anymore, man. I've never really lifted. I believe in fitness through activity. Like before you catch me throwing weights around the gym, you'll catch me mountain biking or rock climbing or doing something of the sort. I only lift when I should be lifting, working out now, but yeah, I'm just too broke to go to the gym and definitely too broke to put together a home gym. I had a nice little home gym. But yeah, thanks to the scamdemic and our screwed up government, one of the many, many things that went up for sale in my life. Hell yeah, gun bunnies, close enough is good enough. Call it in, we'll fire for effect. But yeah, that was a short stint of mine, a short part of life. So, but yeah, like I said, I can't complain. I could have done so much more in the military, and no offense to anybody. I had higher aspirations for myself. Like I said, 4 years of junior ROTC. I also did 4 years on the drill team, 4 years on the rifle team. So I could send some rounds downrange. I spent 4 years learning in high school. Prior to that as well, like hunting and everything with family. But I was entertaining my drill sergeants with my drill and ceremony capabilities because I did a lot of rifle drill and everything. And yeah, back in the day, I could spin some steel. But yeah, and it's a lot of the reasons why getting into civilian skydiving. I got hooked up well. The people in the skydiving community, fresh out of the army, and this is what I want to do. They hooked me up. The master parachute rigger that I did my apprenticeship under, he's also the regional DPRE, the designated parachute rigger examiner for the FAA, and he hooked me up hardcore. He gave me every opportunity and really set me up to be successful as a parachute rigger. And the guy I trained under is he's one of the guys that wrote the modern parachute rigging books. If you look up the pointer manuals, which is the kind of like the parachute rigger's Bible, um, Don Mayer, which was the DPRE at the time, he's in there a whole ton. He wrote a lot of the stuff that has to do with modern parachute rigging. So, yeah, it was a rocking good time for me as a parachute rigger and as a skydiver. So, yeah, no complaints at all. And then later on, as I when I got good at skydiving, I got into advanced skydiving, hey ho, halo, and stuff like that. We founded a company called Flight University, down in DeLand, Florida, and we would teach Air Force parajumpers, the paramedic guys, the Army RRC. We had Navy SEALs go through there. We would train Green Berets and everything. We specialized in high altitude, high opening, and like long distance navigation and stuff. So yeah, we taught them how to work their wing loadings and what that's going to get for glide ratios, how to increase your glide ratio through manipulation of the parachute, planing out your parachute, flattening the glide ratio, giving you substantially more distance, and depending on exit altitude and all that stuff, which some of it's not really open conversation. Um, but you can travel in the tens of miles, 20, 30, 40 miles, depending on your equipment, with a parachute. And parachutes are passive, so they're not going to be picked up on radar and stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, the thin blue line gang. Yeah, I avoid them. I've actually been harassed a bunch of times while I was doing some long distance bike touring. And because I was riding my bike down a neighborhood, I was suspicious. And they came down wanting to violate my Fourth Amendment rights and all the stuff you see on YouTube now. I wish I had gotten it on camera, but I had some good run-ins with the police too. But there's like two or three good run-ins where they were really cool. But I got harassed more times than I care to count, um, by police in different states, Pennsylvania, Georgia. Um, but yeah, like I said, I did have some good run-ins where there's one time I pulled into a store and there was a group of like little thug wannabes, and I guess they're known for stealing stuff. And the cop saw him casing I had my mountain bike and everything. I was in the store, and the cop saw him going after, like, he knew who they were. He'd arrested them before. So he literally came over and parked right in front of my bike, waiting for me to come out of the store to make sure these kids wouldn't steal it. They're a bunch of punks. So yeah, that's the scary part too, is they freak out anytime they see a pew pew. Another reason not to carry, in my circumstances where I was traveling and stuff. But yeah, they do have the habit of doing that. Nowhere else. Yeah, I probably should get a fidget spinner. I'm kind of worried about wearing out my knife. I don't know how that statistics, like how many flicks can you flick a knife before it has to be maintenance, or like replace parts or something. Only if I can buy two. Is that one for each hand? I've seen some of those fidget things. I don't understand some of them. They're like people are sliding around magnets. I guess it's something to do. That wasn't a thing back in the day. We had like Rubik's Cube. We didn't have fidget spinners. We had Rubik's Cube. I don't think too many people actually got that though. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, Gons, is flicking the folder. Maybe I'll get a couple more folders just for that reason at some point. I enjoy it though, man. I'm digging the Spyderco. This is my first Spyderco. And yeah, this was a gift from the knife community, one of the guys in the knife community. And it being my first Spyderco, I'm fairly well impressed with it. I enjoy it. I do like some of the flipper ones though. My Spartan Blades was a flipper. The Palas, the blackout version, it was a button lock and a flipper. And I'm left-handed too, so it always makes things a little bit more awkward than normal. If you look at the knife from the tip on up, well, like you talking about checking for centering? Yeah, this is well centered. My amateur lighting won't allow you to see that though, so I could be lying. Um, it looks pretty centered to me though. Yeah, Gonzo, I had the small Sabenza 31, man, and I got to be honest, I was not impressed. Like, man, I don't know, man, the CRK Sabenza 31, yeah, that's man, I hate that knife for a whole lot of reasons. But the number one reason is it's like I had an exclusively right-handed one, and you figure for $525, they should have put the thumb stud on both sides to start off with, I guess. That's just my opinion. The opening on it was crap. Like, yeah, you're gonna break your thumb trying to open it. Getting a spidey hole put on this one, yeah. And then they charge you like if I think it's like $30 if you want the thumb stud on both sides. Like I've been on their website, and I think you know, man, that's like depreciating return on your investment. If the Sabenzas were half the cost that they are, they'd be worth the money. But at 525, $600 and $30 for half a thumb stud, yeah, no, I'm not. That's I put that in the Gucci gear category. Like that's some fancy stuff. Like if I were gonna throw like the small Sabenza 31, that's something I would throw in. Like that's a fifth pocket knife in my opinion, and it's a classy little thing. It doesn't function very well. It's just pretty. But if I were gonna throw something in my pocket to like go to a wedding or something, that would be it. But if I were going out in the field, this yeah, no, I wouldn't waste the pocket space on that one. And yeah, I won that in a giveaway, and then that was where I saw the dark side of giveaways because I get emails saying I should gift it to somebody because I shouldn't have won it and stuff. And I'm like, what? Why? What's wrong with you? But yeah, I got several emails from people that were just blatantly freaking rude. And then of course, a couple of people said I should give it to them. You know, or there were seven people. It was like a members only giveaway, and you had to be present in the live chat, and there was exactly seven people that won before me that weren't present to collect it. I was the eighth person that won, and for some reason I shouldn't have won it. So I ended up like just bowing to the deal, and I gave that knife away. And so $525 knife, I probably should have sold it and bought something I needed for less money. But yeah, maybe that's partially my disdain for it is yeah, man, that knife was evil and cursed, and the person that I gave it away to, I highly recommended they like bring it to the local church, get an exorcism done, have it blessed because that thing brought nothing but headaches. I even lost a couple $100 in trying to do the giveaway. So yeah, yeah, man, and sadly it turned me off from a whole bunch of stuff. Um, I damn near quit YouTubing, the whole YouTube thing, just over that. Like, I was so annoyed, so I couldn't believe that happened. But I guess only on YouTube can you win a $525 knife and lose another $250 trying to give it away. Yeah, that that kind of thing only happens on YouTube. Yeah, LC, it's fine. Do I know where my brain is? No, I'm working on autopilot. Yeah, Gonzo, maybe the larger ones are, or maybe if it's something I bought and it was something I was genuinely interested in, yeah, I'd probably love it. But the headaches that came along with it just kind of like grossly rapidly devalued the entire thing. Oh yeah, thanks, Matthew. This is actually to one of the crappiest, most expensive paintball guns ever made. um, yeah, this is purchases you regret in life. This is probably the biggest. The best part about it was this mat. Um, it's a really cool concept, man. If you made a if if you took a paintball gun and mated it with a saw M249, um, this is the paintball gun you would have ended up with. Um, Dye paintball guns, the dye assault matrix. Um, it's a cool like Google it, look at some pictures. It's bad. It comes in its own little custom case and everything. But for $1,800 and it never worked right. It was broken out of the box. It just had all kinds of stuff wrong with it. And then when I tried to deal with Dye about it, they refused to give me my money back. They would only give me credit. And I'm like, and I wanted a working one. I'm like, look, just I'll send you this one. Send me one that works. And they wouldn't even send me one that works, probably because they didn't have one that works. Because I found out later that the whole design is trash. But yeah, I ended up getting a couple of their other markers and got rid of them. But yeah, this was the coolest thing about the dye assault matrix paintball marker. It was a cool design. Like I highly recommend look at it, but never buy it. Yeah, I'll never buy dye products again because of it. Because of the way they handled it. But yeah, out of $1,800, this was the best part of it. Was this mat? It's like a full size one. It's like I don't know, like 32 inches by 14 or 16 or something. But yeah, I think that the best it had like massive intimidation factor. Like you just had to run after the stupid kids, and they would just like tweak and run. Yeah, I bunkered a bunch of people, and the thing was jammed. So yeah, the Dam Assault Matrix paintball gun is absolute trash. We'll give you a little look at the mat, some of the mat here though. Man, my camera is all over the place tonight. We was getting all riled up, rowdy. We was doing some cussing and vulgarities. I might have to go through and edit that out later. It wasn't like excessive or anything. It was just like, come on, really? But yeah, that's I mean, like I said, check out the pictures, man, but never buy one. Yeah, this is it's all messy, man. We usually destroy this place. Like I'm not kidding either. And the other guys that do lives, I usually spend like 20, 30 minutes cleaning up afterwards. Like I've got knives and stuff all over the place and hatchets and um it's like I couldn't even imagine like how the well no I've noticed like some of the bigger channels they'll only take out like 5 or 6 knives, maybe a dozen depending on whatever. Gone, yeah, we're supposed to. It hasn't started doing anything yet, but we're supposed to get like a close to like a foot of snow. I think starting tonight and then tomorrow. I don't think yeah, the mess isn't a problem. It's just burning down the place. We gotta be careful of. Oh, we got that question again. The biggest knife I have is the Phobos knives tier 1C. It's this one right here. It's 12 and a quarter inches overall. Has a 0.25 inch spine. It's a CPM 3V. And this is the biggest knife I own. Anything beyond this, like if this can't handle the project, then it's not the right tool anymore. And that's usually when I switch to a silky saw, a hatchet, an axe, or something like that. But that's about as big as of a knife as I've ever needed. Gonzo, if you're that bummed about not getting any snow in Tennessee, drive up here, my man, and you can do all the shoveling you want. Have fun with that snow, man. Make a big old snowbank, turn it into a little snow fort. Like, yeah, man, I want to go back to Florida where it only rains and you don't have to shovel anything. Yeah, maybe every couple of years you got to throw some plywood up over the windows for a hurricane, but and then yeah, my neighbor's horrible. They're one of those people that shovel it into the road so that when the plow goes by, it plows in my driveway again. So I inadvertently like remove all the snow from my driveway, then the neighbors, I have to like redo the end, and it's just this never-ending battle. And conveniently, we're in New Hampshire, but the guy that has the problem is got the mass hole plates on there. So yay, Massachusetts, proving your assholes as usual. Yeah, yeah, that's so odd. Yeah, people in New Hampshire when it snows, we're like, damn snow, we can't wait for it to melt. And on the rare occasion it snows in Florida, everybody starts throwing snowballs in their freezers and they'll pull it out 5 years later, like, man, do you remember this? Like the time it snowed. Like when I worked out in Las Vegas, man, uh like if it only happened a couple times while I was there, but if it started raining, we would shut down flight operations because everybody that worked there would want to go outside in the rain because it's raining. But I get in the desert, it's a big thing, you know. Weird, weird, weird stuff. But yeah, if you're down in Florida in the summer, Georgia, all that, you get thunderstorms daily. It downpours and soaks you usually twice a day. So it's just weird how geography changes what's socially acceptable and things. Yeah, Gonzo, it's even weird up here in New Hampshire. Like we've been getting snow and stuff, but places that used to freeze over completely, like lakes where we would go ice fishing, they don't freeze over anymore. They just stay. It's open water all year long. It's kind of creepy. Like it's you see the effects of it. Like I think I noticed more because I wasn't here for so long. But yeah, lakes that I used to go ice fishing on as a teenager, as a kid, they don't even freeze over anymore. So you can take a boat out there in January. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Matthew. If you don't mind, smash the like button on your way out. We're here like we start every Friday night at 8 p.m. and end sometime Saturday morning. And we also do another live Sunday mornings as well. That's short from like 8 to 9:30, and then some maybe a random pop up or two during the week. Those can be fun as well, but not as long. But yeah, take care, man. Have an awesome Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Whatever it is you do, have fun, my man. Man, hello from hello Wyoming. How you doing, Andrew? But yeah, we've definitely been smashing it for a while. What are we at now? We started at 8 p.m. Yeah, not 9 hours and 18 minutes is how long we've been live for. So yeah, thanks for bearing with me, guys. Yeah, Gonzo, I think I can tell you I'm at 2041. So I need like 1900 and I'm sorry. Yeah, 1950-ish. But I don't know after like these Friday night lives sometimes get like 200 hours, so I don't know. I'll find out once you shut down the live. It tells you. Yeah, I don't see anywhere where it tells you during the live though. Yeah, Gonzo, I've got a few playlists. I've got some like 8, 9 hour live chats from Friday nights that should all be there under the lives. And I have like yeah, I got to do some other playlist, I guess, but I have one that's all just like shorts on how to tie knots and everything. But yeah, all the live chats are all up on there. Hey, I don't care, man. YouTube doesn't know it's you dog watching. I'll take those watch hours for sure. I don't discriminate, man. I'm a dog lover. I love dogs. It's cats that bug me. I don't know if it's just the wife's cat, but the wife's cat doesn't like me. He does that hissing at me or what. It's like, what's your problem, cat? I haven't done anything to you. I wonder if I could do like a canine special or something like that. Get some chew toys and just have it out there, and maybe people's dogs will watch it. Oh, right on, Andrew. Thanks for your service, man. What branch did you serve in? Yeah, we've got quite a few veterans that come through here. I'm a veteran myself. Army. No, I just use Wicked Wax on pretty much everything these days. It's all natural stuff. Works great. You can put it on just about anything. So yeah, that's what I've been using is Wicked Wax. Yeah, Wicked Wax. It's all natural. There's no. So if you're gonna use anything, food wise or stuff, it's good. I mean, this stuff's so all natural. If you wanted to, you can use it as a lip balm. So yeah, if you're in that cold weather and you're getting some chapped lips, you can use your Wicked Wax to save the day. Yeah, yeah, it's beeswax with a couple other natural products in it, so it's all natural. You don't have to like like WD-40 and stuff. You start spraying your blades with those, and then you go cut up dinner or whatever. Do a little food prep. I don't like mixing the two, so I was 13 Bravo, my man, lanyard puller, field artillery. But that was a whole lot of years ago, so but yeah, Andrew, man, you're always welcome here. We got some other vets. Some of them are channel guys, like Grumpy Grunt is ex-marine. One of the big dogs is Crispy Critter. He was a lifer like 22 years. Yeah, yeah, man, no worries. That's like way longer than what I did. So I only did 4 years active, and I was done with it. So and got into skydiving and whatnot afterwards. So some of the trolls might watch it too. Yeah, they wouldn't know the difference either. They'll probably be trying to troll the dogs or something. That would be priceless, man. There's something wrong with trolls. Trolls ain't right in the head for sure. So, what do you do these days, Andrew? You retired or where you're living roughly? It's going to be negative. Yeah, 17 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's cold. Yeah, I got too many plates and screws to be going out playing in those kind of temperatures for extended periods. Like I'm fine going out for a few hours usually, but it definitely takes its toll on me. Yeah, yeah. I mean, imagine, yeah, Gonzo living under that mentality. That life's just got to be miserable. Nice, nice. Testing your bug out bag. Any new gear you're testing, or just is it? Yeah, I'll be getting out as soon as the weather gets reasonable. I'll be heading back out for sure. Yeah, the outdoors is something I have to do. It's I don't even think it's an option anymore. Yeah, what kind of setup you running? You running a tent, sleeping bag, bedroll? You gonna do the tarp thing or some type of natural shelter? It all adds up. Yeah, man. And yeah, the weird part about the trolls is sometimes it's hard to figure them out. Like you think they're genuine, they're just not very smart or something. But then yeah, they just turn out to be just straight up trolls. So yeah, they some squirrely little dudes for sure. Oh man, ooh, that's a good question, man. That is a good question, dude. Like I like morale patches and stuff. Yeah, man, the Buck 119 is fine. Yeah, I'm sure your dad would be happy with it. In fact, if you're 12, you got booted. Later, dude. Would it work on a Zippo? That's it. That's it. Yeah, Louis got a point there. Yeah, a Zippo laser engraver on a Zippo. But yeah, a lot of stuff wow, man, I'm not really sure. There is some cool stuff out there. No worry, Gonzo, man. It's all good. Yeah, that sounds cool, man. I would recommend wherever you go, go someplace because you got a lot of new gear. From what it sounds like, yeah, you just put it together, so you got a lot of new gear, man. So you don't know exactly how everything's going to work out. So wherever you go, my recommendation on that would be go someplace where you got a really quick out. You know, short walk back to your car, whatever, just in case things go south with the weather. Yeah, leave yourself a quick out with that much new stuff. That's where I would go with it. And once you build your comfort and you start to understand your gear and how it's working out for you, then yeah, extend your range and time. Yeah, Gonzo, Buck 19 is a great knife. It's a classic, man. Most definitely. I'll agree with you on that, bro. Um, I know what I would want on any of my knives is a hatchet, man. All right, Suplex. Thanks for hanging out, my man. If you can, smash the like button on your way out. And yeah, anytime you got questions, stop by. We do these lives like Friday nights and the Saturdays, and then Sunday mornings, occasionally here and there. But I try to respond to all the comments as best I can when YouTube's not messing with me. For some reason, I don't know why YouTube has a thing with hiding your comments from me. There's like the regular, and then they'll hide them, and you got to go into this other section to find it. All right, yeah, Cannon, man, you have an awesome day too, man. Semper Fi from an Army guy. Looking forward to seeing you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, I'm thinking about wrapping it up pretty soon here because I'm at the 9.5 hour mark. So all is good. Life is dandy. Yeah, what do we got going on? Yeah, it's kind of slowed down a bit too. I think it's that time of morning. Man, who was it making venison and eggs this morning? I got that on my head. I forget. Wasn't it one of that Gons or something? No, Arizona, man. I'm still rip roaring and ready to go. I'm a little bit tired. I mean, I'm sure if I kicked back, I'd have no problems going to sleep. But so long as I keep moving, man, I can keep going for days. Yeah, I got into that like part of my bike touring was like Fantasy Island for me. I got into that adventure, like long distance stuff, and I would stay up for like 2, 3 days and cover hundreds and hundreds of miles. Maybe that's what I should start doing is start planning breakfast as part of the live chat. That'll be the end of the live chat. We'll get a little fryer out here or something, a little hot plate, test some camp cookware. That actually sounds kind of fun. I'm kind of hungry. So, but yeah, Louis, that's what I want to start doing eventually once the better weather comes in, like the Sunday morning coffee and stuff. I want to go out somewhere. Just it doesn't have to be fancy, just someplace by the river, whatever. Just cook up a couple cups of coffee Sunday morning, have a social, but do it outdoors. I'll can show different stuff and or forget about showing it. There's some stuff I just need to dial in for myself, so I'll just bring everybody along for the ride. I'm trying not to get into the this uh, you know review or whatever. Yeah, Elsie, that bow, weren't you trying to do like a PVC bow? No, you're carving it out of wood, right? I think, yeah, the bow thing's come up a few times in the past couple weeks. But yeah, if I remember right, weren't you making like a PVC or no, you're making like a wood one. And yeah, the camper thing, I'm definitely excited to see how you do that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've always been interested in the bicycle trailer camper concept, like the micro camper, whatever people want to call it. I mean, the idea of just being able to pull over on the side of a trail and have like just big enough you could crawl into it, sleep, not have to worry about setting anything up or breaking anything down excessively. I've seen a lot of stuff on YouTube where people do that, and I don't know where I'd start with it, but I'm definitely interested in it. Yeah, Elsie, and that's gonna work out perfect, man. You do good on the camper. You got someplace to store the bow for sure. But yeah, I like the idea of a trailer on a bicycle, but there's so much more to work with. Yeah, they're just like turn radiuses and things like that get kind of wonky. So cranking out the emojis. Yeah, the bicycle campers are cool. And yeah, everybody does the Bob the bug out bag. I want to do Bob the bug out bike. That would be fun. And man, if I can get my hands on some sewing machines, I'd like to make some really gnarly panniers and stuff. Yeah, I could build some stuff for sure. Either way, do I have to show your face on camera? Huh? Right on. But yeah, yeah, Louie, you going live today? I forget if I asked you, man. Right, yeah. Man, it's just so much. Man, I would like to be doing more. Man, I wish I had like a nice studio sit down setup and everything. That would be so cool. Have like a nice gear wall set up for background. But yeah, that's just so far out of the budget. If I get too far away from my phone, it doesn't pick up any audio. So I've gone out in the woods trying to do a video and come back and try to edit it, and there's just virtually almost no audio to it. So I've got to get like a wireless lapel mic or something. Would be the way to go. I've got one picked out, but yeah, I just need to make some cash. Seems to be the biggest thing holding me back right now. So you figure if you grind it long enough, eventually it'll happen. Yeah, even Mrs. Bushcraft said if I move around too much during the lives, like you can hear the audio come in and out if I get, a few feet away. So why I always have to start with the bass. Start with the bass. Like I don't know. Like bass is in. I'm not sure. Yeah, we need to get some bass, no treble, huh? Yeah, you're referring to that song, right? Everybody was playing that thing for a while. But could be a plan, could be a plan. But yeah, guys, we're 9.5 hours. I think I'm gonna wrap it up. It's definitely slowed down quite a bit. Um, yeah, that they were playing that everywhere, man. And there's always people, man. Like the radio, the radio plays a song too much. Man, there's always like some song going on, especially that Tom Petty Free Fallin' and that Tim McGraw song there about the when Rocky Mountain climbing and all that crap. But they keep playing that stuff over and over and over again. You just kind of like drives you nuts. Aries EDC, good morning, brother. How you doing? Up early. You working in the shop today, Aries? Nice, nice. You got any lives going on today? You going live, Scott? I've been trying to catch as many lives. I made it to a few years recently, but yeah, man, there's so many lives nowadays that are so good, so much fun. I'm having a hard time making it to a lot of them. Yeah, not today. Yeah, the lives are definitely helpful for the channel and stuff, and they're a lot of fun. Yeah, I've been at it now, a little over 9.5 hours, almost 9.75 hours. So I'm just kind of wrapping it up. Shit. Yeah, no, yeah, anybody that does welding around me, like I said, my man, they won't touch the damn thing because liability. Um, it's kind of driving me bonkers. It's a great. I mean, the components and stuff on the bike are still good, but like I said, the frame and the forks are bunk. So I just got to kind of replace that. Maybe transfer some parts, do something like that. But yeah, for some reason, people don't want to touch bicycles that need welding because of liability. They don't trust it. I don't know. Um, but yeah, if I guess in a plus side, if somebody doing the welding isn't confident that they can do it, I'd rather have them not do it and just tell me to pump sand, whatever, than try to do it and end up having an accident or something. Ah, gotcha, Elsie. Yeah, I gotcha. Start with the base and yeah, exactly. Start build a foundation and work your way up. Yeah, I'm with you for sure, my man. Now, yeah. So maybe it's time I wrap it up because um, yeah, I'm getting a little tired, a little slow on the processing, and process a lot of information in the last 2 days. So, but thanks to everybody for hanging out, man. I definitely appreciate you guys being here. I'll do another live tomorrow morning at like 8 a.m. Eastern, and we wrap that up by 9:30, and then I head over to Grumpy's Grunts live chat for kickback and a coffee for myself. Enjoy the conversation and the people there. So yeah, I tend to keep Sunday mornings short, sweet, to the point. Like I said, 8 to 9:30 Eastern is about. That's how it works. So Tessa, thanks for subscribing. We definitely appreciate you. Everybody else who's subscribed, liked, shared the chat. You're all greatly appreciated. We're racking up some serious watch hours here, and hopefully we can get this channel supporting itself sooner than later. And we'll have a good time. But yeah, Gons, Ground Fog, everybody, Aries for showing up, Gonzo, Arizona EDC, Louie, always awesome to see you, my man. It's always great to see everybody. Everybody do something kind for somebody. Help a friend out if you can. Um, be well, and we will catch you on the next one, everybody. It's not good night. Have an awesome day. Have an awesome morning that leads into an awesome day. We'll see you soon, guys. Take care. Be well.